aquí en ESV. Dejar su follow también. No olviden de participar de Coolbet. Con el código RIFADOTA puedes participar por el premio de 6 smartphones, 5 smartwatch y más de 2.000 bonos. Es una cartilla en te hace creer a un ticket para participar de. Juega en Coolbet responsablemente, amigos. Por la parte superior, Taiga tranquilamente toma nada más el hit por mí. Seguir avanzando. Bestia, otra Potion Touch. Conecta sobre el Taiga, la fisura defensiva. Y bueno, Gary podría estar muriendo. No hay tumba vacía y simplemente va a terminar por caer al parecer. Ahí está la muerte de Garrick. Pero ahí la venganza la busca Lumière. Coloca Chaos Ball, pero este le puede venir en contra a él. Lumière lanza la burla, pero la burla le dura demasiado tiempo. Al parecer que sí, completa, pero lamentablemente es el double kill para Mardiev. Siendo el 3-2 el marcador, la escuadra de OG logra tomar esa baja de la escuadra de Hokori, ¿no? Que bueno, complicada, y el network en general pasa a favor.
The prize is mine.
Tanto por ahí ya está Draghi, parte inferior. Es la Solry, ¿no? Power 3 ya. De hecho, Vital ha ido al Chas para intentar romper rápidamente Spiders, ¿no? 6 a poner más, va por la parte inferior, aparece ya VCM. El pez rápido, Vital en problemas nuevamente, la persecución, Daiveo, por ahí le cae el misil, la flecha, y están los Shadow Rays por parte de Anda, los castiga muy bien, pero no termina por caer, esa Maybe One termina por salvar la vida, Yuragi, la persecución nuevamente sobre la Brumoel, pero es demasiado difícil, traspasa el terreno como si nada. Bueno, por ahí Analog intenta un poquito más, por ahí de Infuse Raindrops, hace lo suyo, pero es el doble kill para Yuragi, falta uno, Analog, y no puede encajar el tercer Shadow Rays. Le ha significado el kill sobre la Brumoer. 5-2 el marcador. Cada situación que está viviendo la escuadra de Hokori. A la tumba. Tranquilamente Vistiem. Dagi. Está tranquila la jungla, ¿no? De aquí. Ya hay programa del error derecho. Debería. Vayas tranquila. Caos, ¿no? Por ahora. Una pérdida de tiempo más que todo para Analog. Porque es un shopping. Normalmente rápido la fisura. Analog en problemas. No puede hacer nada. Analog está contra el Spy, la pared. Y es el dominant para Yuragi. Ahora aquí podría. Hokori puede mover el juego si no lo hace Analog. Da una build, probablemente Yul. Probablemente sí. Lo que sería ya la arde no mordida. Estamos en el marcador. Taja para la escuadra de OG. Bueno, en la parte inferior tenemos ya a Vitali. Un poco más agresivo al parecer. Fue más rol disponible, pero. Bueno. El kill sobre BCM. Lo termina soleando Gardic. No te lo creo. Taiga llega para la venganza. A ver si lo consigue. Bueno, intentando farmear los críticos ancestrales, ¿no? Y Gardic, que un guarcito ya de support. 6-3 y es el tercer kill para la escuadra de Hokori. No parece los chicos ya de OG se dan cuenta de este war, ¿no? Además el guardé con la parte superior. Lumi ya va terminando lejos, pero Fe lo termina en 3 minutos. Ya hay colas disponibles. La escuadra de OG se pone a llevarse la vida de Lumière. Por ahí Gary llega detrás. Cuidado, se van en contra de Mardiev, colocar el Poison Touch, viene por ahí el fantasma, recuerda que hay Ecoslam, la fisura desapareciendo rápidamente a Gardic, quiere seguir avanzando, quieren problemas, aquí Oswald le cae todo el castillo con ese ataque del Viper, nada que hacer, simplemente el Viper Strike lo termina eliminando. Bueno, Misha lleva el kill, fuera de OG, consigue el Ecoslam sobre nuevamente Tío Licor, pero ahí no puede aparecer sobrevivir el misil que estaba a punto, gracias a la gotita, termina sobreviviendo. Pero por otro lado, Yuragi hace de las suyas en la parte inferior y avanza la vida de Vitaly. Comienza el snowball que la escuadra de Hokori no quiere que suceda. Está yendo por Orkin Malevolence, ¿no? Las últimas Brood Mothers que hemos estado han estado a la offlane, Waypack, Brood Mother Hard Carry. Malevolence va por... Van por Aganis Scepter, ¿no? Bastante la situación. Ya. Tenemos a Network en pantallas hasta era casi 6.000. Lo sigue por ahí con casi 5.000 a Martiev. Ahí Andelos luchándola 4.000. La diferencia es que arte hace mucho. Dagger te pues cada rato y bueno, te convierte en una verdadera pesadilla. Lo mierda caer esa torre. Deja caer la torre. Lamentablemente los chicos de UG van a inmiscuir más en la jungla. Tanto rápido parte sale en la parte superior con el smoke. Va a colocar el pamarrón sobre Taiga. Puede hacer el kill rápidamente. La fisura no sirve de mucho y simplemente caerá a manos de Lumiere gracias a la flecha de Tío Licor y su Mirana. De Analog intentaba llevarse la torre de medio. De hecho, Analog se está yendo por lo que sería Dragon Lance. Va a ser el show fin de ataque físico. Tras tanto, en la parte inferior, Yuragi ya comienza a dominar la jungla con Hokori, ¿no? Está expuesta a la tier 2. La escuadra de Hokori no va a querer acercarse de broma a la parte inferior. El Brumover buen subjetivo. Coloca. Lleva la invisibilidad Analog. El último todavía. El talento. Mardiev, tranquilo. Dragon Lance está ya con Ravens bastante. Tenemos al momento un smoke de 5 por parte de la escuadra de Hokori. ¿En qué podría terminar esto? Misha, la primera víctima, están invisibles, no lo ve al parecer. Misha está muertísimo. Ahí está la hacha salvaje por parte de Vitaly. El Hanos God por ahí intentaba escaparse, pero no lo consigue. Misha termina por manos de Gardic. De rutina para la escuadra de Hokori. Un smoke de 5. Llevarse solamente al support quizás no sea la mejor idea. La tiro en la... TP rápidamente. Toma Torre Lumiere. Esto va a favor de la escuadra de Hokori, aunque el ya no le es favorable. En la parte farmeando. Por ahí se sacaría ya a la escuadra de Hokori. Problema por las manos. Sally. Vale, de OG quiere responder. Se va en contra de Vitaly. Malévolas lo podrá salvar. Por ahí viene el fantasma para limpiar rápidamente a los Spiders. Tuvo vacía para poder salvarlo. Y simplemente hacerlo durar en pelea. Hasta el 9-5 en el marcador. 2000 de nuevo que beneficia. Una pelea algo cancelada, ¿no? Algo arriesgada para la escuadra. La fisura impacta, se va contra lamentablemente Core, una Orchid Malevolence y para casa nada más. Y ahora sí se llevan rápidamente a la tier 1 los chicos. Mapa para invadir totalmente a Hokori. ¿Cómo Hokori podría responder esto? Shaofin que seguía al principio sea tan fuerte, sea tan liner, ¿no? Partida clásico siempre a asegurar el farm por la parte algo seguro. Tanto los chicos. Lamentablemente el equipo de... Hay center parecer, el Prime Roll le cae encima, la flecha, el combo. Yuragi podría terminar cayendo, el Shadow Ray, el Hanoko te dio por salvar la vida y se va a escapar, no te lo puedo creer. Mientras tanto por ahí cae Misha, pero ahí está el kill de Hokori. Yuragi se lo lleva a Vitali. Es el pick-off más preciado que has tomado en esos 15 sobre Yuragi con su Root Mover que ya está terminando. Mante Style. Esto podría significar Roshan minuto 15. Roshan Cool Bet para la escuadra de Hokori. Bien para la escuadra Dragón Rojo. Obviamente. Se va a llevar la escuadra de Hokori un poquito más. De Roshan. La fanaticada sudamericana obviamente lo celebra. Y esto es una luz de esperanza para la escuadra del Dragón Rojo. Obviamente Roshan Coolbet que cae a manos de Analog. Quiere tomar lo que queda la runa de ilusión. Por ahí la molesta. Tiene para detener a Lumière. Que molesta a Partida. Bastante cuidado. Esos 7. Está en contra. Es curioso, ¿no? Por rato. Pero es una que era lamentablemente. Ya Yuragi va por lo que sería en la parte inferior. Las aguas se calman un poquito. El Nebor baja 1000. Simplemente farmeando ese nivel. A lo que sería. Ya. Arctic. El Nebor, ¿no? Está con 7000. Play está con 10. Alto de farm. BKB, de hecho, Mardiev. Y esto va a ser muy complicado para los chicos de Hokori. Darse ahora. Bastante caro. Él rompe el smoke rápidamente. Tío Licor hace el trabajo para escautear el smoke. Y bueno, que los chicos de Hokori en su mayoría. Buen trabajo parte de la Mirana. Termina lo más barato que puede. Dolphin. Ya va terminando la BKB. Caso de Lumière. Tiene su Echo Saber. Caso del más haciendo drums of it. Caso de todavía Partida en la parte la Hokori ir avanzando. Hay quien lo podría tener. La pregunta es la flecha que cae y hace la oportunidad a Hokori. De hecho, toma el TP rápido Analog de manera muy agresiva. Aunque le cae todo el castigo. Tiene BKB, no lo tiene, pero igual tiene la Isis de Immortal. El Scanos 2 colocado. Se vale en contra de Yuragi, pero no cambia objetivo. Y por ahí pierde la primera vida. Analog enciende la BKB a duras de perder la primera vida. Pero ahí sencillamente Lumière está en problemas. Tienen que salvarlo. Retrocede a Cuare Hokori. Buen recaudo. Y evitan sobre todo perder esta primera vida de Analog. Lo malo es que no tienes BKB. Más de un minuto parte de fin de la escuadra de Hokori. Más colocado nuevamente. Agui lo van a encontrar. ¡Mira cómo lo revientan! Termina porque hay Yuragi. La escuadra de OG no puede hacer absolutamente nada. Simplemente tiembla y corre por su vida. Y ya tranquilamente se van caminando y los TPs. Yuragi, favor, hazte otra. Y los chicos de Hokori aprovechan la ventaja. Todo el pick-off de Yuragi. Un error que no puede dejar pasar las cuales Hokori. Y si lo va a convertir en la Tier 1 en la parte inferior. Va muy bien la escuadra del dragón rojo. Cuidado la escuadra de OG, aunque Hokori está arriesgando, ¿ah? A ganar quizás. Con Master pueden ver ahí, así que es una Tier 2 gratuita para la escuadra de Hokori. Talon 11 a 8, la escuadra de Hokori se lleva la Tier 2 en la parte inferior. Vamos en la parte superior nuevamente a Mar 10, podría ser la siguiente víctima, probablemente que sí. Cerrito está invisible, no tiene de a Mar 10.
My thrift rewarded.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Taiga. Ahí está colocado rápidamente el Requiem Soul. No es tan buena la fisura buena de Taiga que divide a la escuadra de Hokori. No proceder nada más. No puedes ir avanzando porque te puede costar bastante caro. Laggy lo solo. Taiga. Nada que hacer ya. No hay Requiem Soul durante. Pero sí, la escuadra de Hokori está dando. Sea cual sea el resultado, están por ahí. Mar 10. La play. Yo quizás no le encuentre muchos.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Cierto, que te. Y bueno, ahora va por Link en el field. Fuera de OG toma un smoke. No sé quién puede tomar en la casa, la pregunta. Hay Arcane Room para las manos de BCM. Esto es malo para Hokori. Por la parte superior rápidamente. Van a encontrar, aparecer con Tío Licor, que podría romper el smoke, pero el que rompe lamentablemente es Lumi, que se expone demasiado. Colocar el castigo en contra de Tío Licor, el Ray Pack, para reducir el castigo que recibe la escuadra del dragón rojo. Aunque por ahí Lumier con la última Legolas activada la beca Virtrocé nada más. Pierde la vida Tío Licor. El TP del Shadowfiend es demasiado tarde que lo pueda tomar y simplemente va a caer. Los dos caídos para los chicos de Hokori. Para la escuadra de OG. La agitación. Bastante complicado porque sí, la baiteada de BKB sobre todo. Hokori está entrando a la zona de OG separado. Shaker que puede prácticamente dividir la pelea y Hokori se viene con todo. Hokori viene con todo. Misha, al parecer, va a ser aquí el chivo expiatorio. Rápidamente colocado el Reality Rift. El Chaos Ball. No hay nada que hacer. Kill rutina para la escuadra de Hokori. Va en contra de Misha. Avanzando un poco más de visión. Está el Chain con sus towers para dar, obviamente, la visión. Tal cualquier gang, ¿no? Ahí.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ya el blindar sobre Taiga. Ojo con él. Darte mucho ya fácilmente cuando la presión cae ya todo el ya rompe. escuadra de Hokori es muy fuerte su tierra. Traje pick-off y así creo. Bueno, también la buena noticia sea que no tienen Roshan los chicos. Uy, cuidado, se lanza. Ay, Lumiere casi impacta el stand. El Sile es muy molesto. Ve cabeza día, se va en contra de Tega rápidamente. Lumiere en Kill Spree. El fantasma colocado ahora por quien se podría lanzar. Pero nada, simplemente el combo de stun que recae sobre Analog va a reventar rápidamente. Ahí está, de que no soy, pero igual simplemente de manera defensiva. Pero el objetivo es amar 10 y lo consigue. Double kill para Lumiere. Aunque Analog está en la mira. Tema de los centauros que le está dando visión y los misiles comienzan a castigarlo. 14-11 el marcador. Intercambio positivo para la escuadra de Hokori. Cerca Hokori.
Allies disappear.
El Mula Shadow por parte de Tío Licor, que busca un poquito más de agresividad. Farmeando en cansa. En la parte de medio, Yuragi que la flecha, pero simplemente le impacta un Spider. Y Licor acaba de perder su curre que traía la Play Med. Esa es la parte del Lotus. Roshan aparece en 20 segundos aproximadamente. Van a saber de Roshan la escuadra de OG. Creo que los primeros en saber de Roshan va a ser los chicos. Quedando por ahí el águila o el hawk. Sally.
Out of my way.
Hawk. Tomás, ya saben de Roshan. De Roshan, Cool Bet. Puesta en ese International en Cool Bet. Con el código RIFADOTA, participando por 6 smartphones, 5 watch y más de 2000 bonos. Vive el TI con Cool Bet. Finalmente, Yuragi. Un poquito más la jungla, ¿no? Mientras la escuadra de Hokori dice, allá, ¿estás farmeando mi jungla? Pues yo me farmeo a Roshan. Para OG parece que se da cuenta de esto, ¿eh? Se da cuenta, la pelea podría armarse ahora. Este podría, si gana Hokori la pelea, se lleva a Roshan, es el inicio de la victoria de Hokori. Dale mal. Ya bastante. Más de lo habitual. Amar-DF quiere aparecer por ahí para molestar. Lo sabe la cuerda de OG, pero está listo para entrar. Taiga está pendiente para colocar ese Eco Slam. Está casi a la mitad de la vida de Roshan ya.
The prize is mine.
Dagi. Hokori va por la espalda. Hokori va a ir por la parte posterior. Colocado el smoke. También los chicos de OG se van a encontrar. Aquí se va a derramar sangre. Se va a derramar bastante sangre. Ya los chicos de... Ya reveló. Ya reveló sus intenciones. Cuidado, los chicos de OG no se junten. Hokori, la fisura colocada sobre Lumiere. El Echantote molesta un poquito más. Fantasma por parte de Lumiere. Se va en contra de quien la pregunta sería. Los chicos de Hokori dudan bastante en entrar a Roshan. Sabe que hay un shaker, ¿no? Acaba de poder invadir. Aparece Taiga. La fisura impacta. Por ahí el Enchantote. Comienza la molestia en contra de Tío Licor, que termina cayendo lamentablemente. Por ahí todavía quiere buscar el tema de Roshan. Amar-DF entra a la cueva de Roshan. Colocar el sol defensivo por parte de Analog. Pero el castigo no es el indicado. Para de Hokori, lamentablemente podría sufrir la baja de Analog. Lamentablemente ya está la tumba vacía. El TP colocado. Escapa rápidamente. ¡No! Faltaba un microsegundo para el TP. Termina cayendo y bueno, termina siendo Roshan para la escuadra de OG. Y esto los adelanta con 7000 de network. Roshan Cool Bet para la escuadra de OG. Se desesperaron mucho la escuadra de Hokori por querer llevarse a Roshan. Por ahí los cautearon un poquito, pero lamentablemente lo consigue de manera efectiva.
Radiant's courier has been
Está cayendo, cuidado en la parte inferior. Vitali, BCM hace lo que le da la gana con el Riar. La Sivasgard, Killing Spree para BCM. Y su Tinker no puede pararle la blindada, lamentablemente, con la Raid Pack, que es mínimo. Fue Fence Matrix, no le va a romper. Otro haciendo ya de OG con...
is under attack.
Ah, mira cómo es la estructura, como si fuera papel mismo. Ya rápidamente Hokori
Dire's top tower is under
avanzando por el momento y está nuevamente el Spider Web. Se van encontrándolo, quizás de Tío Licor podría buscar un poquito más el Shadow Race de respuesta. Ándalo, termina a Yuragi. No le importa mucho porque ellos simplemente se van a llevar la Tier 2 en la parte superior del mapa. The Basher, Mantide, Orky Malevolence. Respeto, ¿no? Más. O simplemente un pick-off, quizás para poder entrar. Taiga acaba de tomar el TP. Esto puede ser buena pelea para la escuadra de... Taiga avanza con mucha confianza. Se van en contra del Dazzle. La guarda que colocar rápidamente. El que no Sol anda, lo que hay problemas. Por ahí el problema es Rod, pero igual no le bajan nada. Mar10 está demasiado tanque. Y bueno, lamentablemente sin BKB no puede sobrevivir. Analog está muy muertísimo. Que va a explotar la cara a Mar10. No hay nada que hacer. Vitali también tenía por caer. No, es lamentablemente Gardic. Gardic tenía por caer. Y su Dazzle. Del 20 a 11 el tip a su compañero. Cuidado, Tío Licor nuevamente escapa nada más la fisura de Taiga, termina eliminándolo. Entonces ya podría hacer el fin. Podría hacer el fin. Y cantado por Analog, no hay nada que hacer. Segundo, ¿es una pelea por Roshan? Termina siendo... Hokori no quería, ¿no? Throw quizás por... Ya se daron por Tamar-chan. Bueno, en este caso tocaron a la escuadra. Dos, esa ya dejo.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? 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 They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to
Hokori's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban. Hokori's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban.
Bueno amigos, estamos nuevamente de vuelta para la escuadra contra la escuadra de OG. Va lamentablemente ganando, ¿no? Bastantes están sufriendo. Vamos a ver qué tal va, ¿no? Va a ser negativos, hay que ser positivos y positivos, gente. A ver rápidamente. Ha decidido el juego al héroe que yo la victoria, ¿no? Cuando SG en el caso ha sido caso Marcy.
10 seconds remaining.
Ya banea de Viper.
5 seconds remaining. OG's
Hacer
turn to pick.
Esto
OG's turn to pick.
con el pick de Undying. Imaginaba que iba a ser. Estaba todavía el pick de Rector de Amardi. Era de venirse en realidad, pero la pregunta es más tedioso? No pelea hasta minuto.
5 seconds remaining.
Hokori. Pero en general la partida adaptarse al juego. Un par de errores que acaban de tomar el que la de OG, Razor y Fire y los Dying, ¿no? Gardic
Hokori's turn to ban.
Faceless Void.
de Feles Void. Como no hay Morphling, Feles Void con mi Time Walk. Y la mente voy a tener el salto, cual me va a alejar del Razor. Salto no distancia, pero dar cierta,
10
creo yo.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Void
remaining.
lo es todo.
OG's turn to
Usted.
ban. Ten seconds remaining.
De esta manera va hasta el momento.
5 seconds remaining.
Uy, la gente está apoyando
Hokori's
bastante.
turn to ban.
Dicen. Ganaron chapa, creo. Así que amigos, vamos a ver va esto. Saben que con pies
10 seconds
hay que
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
OG's turn to ban.
Va a crecer más. Hecho.
Hokori's turn
Por la
to pick.
vendetta.
Ripper.
Vamos. La próxima. Bueno, pero quizás.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
OG's turn to pick.
Brood mother.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
OG's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
Hokori's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
OG's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hokori's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
OG's turn to pick.
Da Deus para Analog. Iron para de Hokori. KD.
10 seconds remaining.
Ahora es bastante bueno.
5 seconds remaining.
Acá yo creo que el factor
Void
You may now select your heroes. Prepare for battle.
Ahí está el stun colocado y Vitali no puede ayudar lamentablemente. Simplemente va a caer a un solo golpe. Y cae la mano de Misha. Primer kill para Tuara. Verdes. Porque va a morir.
The battle begins.
Hasta final.
Thunderous applause.
¿Y esto nada?
Set in stone. Denied.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
스캔 돌려야 돼요. 스캔 돌려야 된다고요.
like a good bottle.
My creep, my responsibility.
Death tax. Bounty.
Down no good.
Dismount.
You'll need more eyes to catch me.
Haste set in stone.
My brood will avenge me.
Thank you. I shall reconsider your worth.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Double damage. Escape. I return.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under
A
attack.
fitting bounty.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Ever seen someone bleed out in the Let's get started. See a more beautiful corpse.
Novel.
We owe you one.
Your kind is lost on a grim shore.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You're right.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Return you to the spur.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I guess they took it personal.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Cannot be.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Unstoppable. Death comes, so birth may follow.
Could have had your waist back, but I always pick my spots. Well, I could have been invisible.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
To the narrow maze with you.
Hey, how you going in there?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What's wrong?
Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bounty.
You're a tree
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
I always like creepy frogs, man.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
My path leads to riches.
Guess it's my shout.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
That was a close one.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Set.
Bounty killing! Mortimer, get away!
But the flesh is weak.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mirrors of my delight.
Dire are scanning. Is under attack.
Something nice. Out of me.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Illusion.
Dire are scanning.
Didn't you hear me telling you to throw it?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Fear not the journey ahead. Perfect location.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Man proposes. God faithful.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Set in stone.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
Regeneration!
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's a hell of a dancer.
Caught you in this.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ages of preparation to this.
Zap your ass! Will return! Watch my head!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under Shaman has fallen to the dust. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tree.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Got ya. It's more for fun than sport.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Vanished. but
Radiant's
not
bottom
gone.
tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Bounty!
Get a bit caught up here?
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's not even my birthday. I guess.
Not quite as slow now.
What have we here?
Hello, Soniqs.
Just keep it loose.
throw it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Set in stone.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Set in stone. By the bolt! Does immortality work for both of us?
It better.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks is fallen. Dire are scanning.
I return.
Triple kill!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Unsinkable!
You distilled to your essence.
What are you waiting for?
I'll get over it.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower has fallen.
It's more
Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Illusion! Thank you so much.
Radiant are scanning.
We'll take that.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire are scanning.
Earth's bounty.
Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's structures are falling. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Dos cronos dentro de 20 segundos. Es todo medio. Lo sabe la escuadra Hokori. No hay buyback en la Snapfire de Misha. Nadie tiene buyback en el juego, de hecho. Ya consiguió su buyback por fin, Amar. Es el todo o nada. Es un minuto antes que aparezca Yuragi.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Hokori. Corazoncito, Hokori.
Radiant structures
Había que
are
ir avanzando. La estructura fortificada. Todavía lo lucha. Todavía. El Thunderbolt.
Radiant's middle tower is under
¿Ha utilizado
attack.
refresher?
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
What?
Radiant's middle
¿Por ahí?
barracks has fallen.
Barracas para la escuadra de Hokori.
Radiant's middle barracks are under
Creo que es
attack.
vaquear o tomar 12 de barracas. Es vaquear o tomar 12 de barracas. Hokori deciden 12 de barracas para equilibrar la situación. La cara fría colocada. ¡Ya es ahora, nunca! ¡Venga, no! ¡Miso! Termina salvado, pero lo va a encerrar. Termina muriendo BCM. ¡Es ahora, BCM! ¡Termina por caer! ¡El doble kill para Lumier! ¡Se queda sola Mar 10! ¿Y a dónde va a escapar? ¡A ninguna parte! A Mar 10 está bien colocada. Pero no es lo que le dice. ¡Ay, a mano! ¡Tengo mi Iron Disc! Y simplemente a pegar. ¡Es el doble kill para Vitali! ¡Se paga Mar 10! Es ahora, amigos. Hokori está por dar. Ahora está por dar sorpresa. Falta poco, 90 segundos. Toma TP defensivo. Cuidado con la base. Cuidado con la base. Aún todavía. Esto no acaba, amigos. Garganta, por favor. Que tenga piedad. Ahí está, se lanza, la segunda vez colocada, Lumier, desde mucho cuidado, se roba el daño, va a terminar por caer Yunari, y sin Byron, se queda solo lamentablemente, el Razor, cántalo OG por favor, está solo Mar, no puede contra Hokori, tiene que caer, pero ya tiene que caer, se rápido el TP parte de Analog y lo sabe Mar, no hay beca de parte de Mar, lo sabe muy bien, cántalo Hokori, esto es tuyo su partida, OG lo sabe, son 5 caídos. Tiene que lanzarse y sí. Ahí está el GG. Por favor, garganta. Recuerda vocales porque ya me quedé sin voz. Emocionado.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. supposed to feel.
Talon Esports turn to ban. Beastcoast's turn to ban. Talon Esports turn to ban. Talon Esports turn to pick. Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Shadow Fiend.
Pero bien con Talon y
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports turn to
Clockwork!
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports turn to
Morphling.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports, turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds
Talon
remaining.
Esports, turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports, turn to
Crystal Maiden.
to pick.
The undying waits.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Face the light! Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports turn to
Naga Siren! Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to ban. Talon Esports turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Queen of
visage.
Choose your hero. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
终于等到你。
服啦！
一拳超人他来了呀
It feels good to be this good. It feels good to be this good.
Thirty
这大概就是
seconds
年
to
轻人的
battle.
操作吧。这大概就是年轻人的操作吧。
The battle begins.
一拳超人他来了呀！
Did this sun catch your eyes?
I'm cold, I know.
First blood.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's structures are fortified.
Could you not feel my ring?
Radiant are scanning.
This'll come in handy.
There's a pun here somewhere, Nevermore.
Jackpot.
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh no! You're playing.
Denied.
I'm burning up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The spot.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Rock it on.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Backwash.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mind and body.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Illusion.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tribute.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Not to be expected. We're too overdone.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Regeneration!
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Do it with flair.
Death tax.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Coming in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Coming in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Incoming.
This'll come in handy.
Boom, there it goes. Do it with flair.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And it's up.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Incoming!
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Blaze here!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Heavy armor.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Boom! There it goes! And it's off!
Radiant are scanning.
Homing in! What time?
This sun sets in discretion.
Whoa!
3、2、1。
Incoming!
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Le pertenece a la ola. Cuatro.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
¡Wow! Todo debió doler, amigo.
Dire's middle tower has
Manto
fallen.
Castillo acaba de caer de 23 Sabas, va sobre tier 4. ¡Cántalo, Talon! Ya esta partida está por sus últimos segundos. La Rape para intentar defender la sutura. Cuidado con Mikoto. Se lanzan en contra del shopping de mal, pero tiene segunda vida. Te la creíste, amigo. Ahí está por revivir. Se lanzan en contra de Whisper. Con la beca encendida, pero Whisper como tanquea, Dios mío. La ilusión parte de 3 no es suficiente, pero ahí está el doble kill para él. Pero ahora, ¿cómo puede escapar si no tiene BKB? Avanzando al parecer. Para cancelar. Adiós a la Marcy. Ahora sí. Cae el castillo sobre el ancestro y ya lo acepta Talon. Primera partida para Beastcoast, pero antes me vengo de Smile. Ya está el GG cantado. Pasó, era 40 kills, partida bastante inactiva en tema de kills. La escuadra de Beastcoast hace lo suyo. La victoria. Así a la escuadra de Beastcoast, así que estamos Hokori.
always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said.
How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports, turn to ban. Beastcoast, turn to ban. Talon Esports, turn to ban.
Seconds remaining.
Beastcoasts, turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports, turn to pick.
La primera victoria de la ola. Talon, ¿no? Que
Beastcoasts, turn to pick.
Enigma.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoasts, turn to pick.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports turn to
Shadow Fiend.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports turn to
Dusk.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports turn to ban. Beastcoast's turn to ban. Talon Esports turn to ban. Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports turn to
vengeful spirits.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports turn to
Bad Rider!
Crystal Maiden.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports turn to
Naga Siren.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Talon Esports turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Monkey King.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Venom.
Choose your hero. 30 seconds to battle.
I'll be signing autographs out front.
It's true. I have the soul of a poet. I just can't remember where I put it.
I have punching for you! First blood.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Come and fight me!
Denied.
Come and fight me!
You're not getting what you came for.
It is you. I have not seen you for... Oh, it's been so long. punching for you. This is outrageous.
No necromancer shall
This'll come in handy.
I see my best. Materiality is fleeting.
Let us fight!
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Always ready for a fight.
Illusion!
I'm a brawler in his prime.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Fight!
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Loaded to the gills.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Killed
Let
you
us
without
fight.
batting an eye!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No! Out of your depth!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
This was over before you expected.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No school like the
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
You were out of your weight class.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I just gold for me.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Come back for vengeance, and I'll do that again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Come and fight me!
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The pain!
My social ends here.
I'm burning up.
Put some room.
Bravery earns death.
I just can't remember where I put it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the dark. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Would have been a contender.
I die in service to the demon.
You've sang your last song, Siren.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Loaded
Got
to
it.
the gills.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Fight!
Dire are scanning.
Feels good to be this good.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Double damage!
I have punching for you.
A gift from the goddess.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That went swimmingly.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It can't be.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. The Dire now have mega waves.
always ready for a fight.
Radiant are scanning.
Haste.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Return to the great spirits.
Radiant's Ancient is under
Beastcoast victory!
哇，我看短视频。
我是一个没有感情的花钱主
简单配合一把，然后就也不要怕输。
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said.
How's
to pick.
Disruptor!
10 seconds remaining.
It's just a really nice hero against Silencer because either end of your kit is going to be used before global can be committed, right? So if I glimpse someone back, it doesn't matter that you global now, they're being glimpsed back. Like maybe they get out, but they're now already... You can global, but I've already done my equivocal global, right? I've silenced whoever's inside that static storm, so I once again don't care.
Enchantress is another hero that comes to mind here for Hokori potentially, especially for the laning phase against Enigma, but they already have the silencer support. That with an Enchantress feels maybe a little underwhelming. From that perspective, not as likely. Yeah, they're going to go the Clockwork deck.
The Clockwork was slipping hard on the win percentages. I think Saxa was one of the people working hard to recover that, though, so I think he's probably up at like a 40-45% win rate at this point.
Yeah.
So,
10
at least on that
14. Remaining.
Yeah, so that sounds about right. So he's slowly crawling back up, and I can kind of see the value in this draft. You don't get that old cheesy value anymore. I'm pretty sure they fixed it so you can't hogs and give souls to SF.
Turn to pick.
People don't care about that anymore. It's more about what this hero offers with a combo like this. We've seen the Pangolier Clockwork coupled together multiple times here. It's a high skilled combo because you have to time it right. And oh my god, RNG are doing it. Bloodseeker, we haven't got to see it in this so far, yet we've seen so many Pangoliers and so many games where the Bloodseeker doesn't even get banned.
Yeah, that's why I said ouch right off the bat. I think that's the obvious and perfect answer for RNG right there, even though we haven't been seeing a lot of it. And one other thing I want to touch on real quick with the Clockwork and kind of going through, looking at even more further stats. As far as played with for Clockwork, he has played Shadow Fiend and Pango are actually his most played with heroes.
RNG's
2 and 4 with Shadow Fiend, 1 and 5 with Pango. It just hasn't really worked out as planned on paper, is what that screams to me. Despite what should make sense, right? It's one of those cases. So I'm not saying that means auto loss here for Hokori, but perhaps they're thinking a little too much into this.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the stats, Fialakor he's not turned up with Clockwork. He's played it 7 times in competitive. He's got 1 win and 6 losses. So it doesn't seem to be working for him. We have seen some decent performances on the Clockwork. I think especially once they get the Ags, they are a phenomenal split pushing piece in the team lineup, right? They don't have to go to the lane to do it. They can essentially just ensure that lane pressure is always in favor of you, and that offers up more options for lineups that are about hunting and killing, which is why I'd love to see Hokori round out their draft with a hero that does exactly that. They're, funnily enough, going to be the ones that ban the puck in the end, but that's the type of hero I'm talking about. Someone who can go in, seek, and destroy. And just one more layer to that Bloodseeker. It's not just the Pangolier he counters, it's the Clockwork. You get ruptured, you can't hook shot. So you always have to be leading the way. Counter-attack is going to be very difficult for Hokori.
I mean, you can see how quickly they picked it up as soon as the Pango happened. So yeah, even more to that, it's like not only good against the Pango, but the Clockwork. So that 3-4, and RNG was sitting there like, yeah, thank you very much. We'll gladly take Bloodseeker. Feel really bad about those 2 picks Corey, a little bit of a hole perhaps when it comes to this draft, even though they do have that Shadow Fiend opener that we stressed is a very, very, very good one. Now, meta, and it looks like it's going to end up in the hands of Lumi this game, where Analog will play that Pango. That means likely neither off lane final pick, and Brood Mother is already taken away at cheese option. Yeah, no good homage today. This could still be a Pangolier free. Maybe you just accept that, like, you want to relegate his priority because he's now hard counted.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll see which way they want to play in that regard. I think it's a lot harder to make the raw right-click Pango work compared to the older days where you used to have the slow with the disarm. And we remember how absurd it was seeing the mid-Pangos constantly in the American regions especially. But like rounding these drafts out, looking at what RNG don't have, the Enigma provides a decent push. They have really great team fight with the Disruptor plus Enigma, not to mention good saturation between the Tiny and Bloodseeker. I wouldn't mind seeing just another kind of frontline brawler that can go in, that can kind of body these fights alongside the Bloodseeker. You could also see them go for an amped up type of carry out of the mid. Something akin to the Templar Assassin comes to mind, and I think considering a lot of the bans that Hokori have done already, they somewhat enable that TA pick.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds
final
remaining.
pick for RNG there, but I also, again, love to analyze this, the player cams, and it may be overthinking it too much, but I saw that Brewmaster ban happen, and then the disappointment look almost came up like, dang, we were planning to play that. But they're not going to get the Brewmaster, they're going to get the Mars instead. Still feels pretty strong.
The only tough one about Mars is when you do this against Bloodseeker Disruptor, I think these are two of the best heroes in the game to counter Mars. Like, what you have is this issue where you commit with an arena, and if the Disruptor's quick with his fingers, he drops a Static Storm, you probably don't get the Spear out. Bloodseeker can also get delayed silence on any follow-up coming into the arena. One plus side for Hokori is that Pangolier, he'll be magic immune when he does follow-up. The downside, once again, comes to the Bloodseeker with the Rupture. So RNG, like, their draft looks more well-rounded, and yeah, nothing too cheesy, nothing too risky to round it out. They go for a tempo type mid that's able to get around the map, be present. It's not that juicer I was expecting where Bloodseeker will amp up this other person, but I think what the Ember Spirit offers you is a good lane against the Pangolier and also a way of matching and actually exceeding his rotations across the map.
Yeah, I'm just fine with that. As you said, it's kind of just a out there finish. I think RNG definitely drafting very well. That Bloodseeker specifically was a great one. There is the silencer factor into the Enigma, but we've had a conversation over and over about that already, KP, throughout this event in terms of why that doesn't necessarily matter in the... Gonna have a great landing phase. Still build those items, and there will still even be the black hole threat as a possibility. So I do like RNG's lineup. Hokori, it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for them. Much they are up for
the holes against these bulky heroes, that's going to hurt. The bright side I see to Hokori, before we get too much on the RNG wagon, is that they've finished the draft off with a way that enables the silencer aggressively. Because I mentioned all those counters to Mars going in, but when he goes in an arena, you global silence, and then you're set up for a fight. The global silence will buy enough time for the Pangolier to hunt for more, and there's always going to be a clockwork looming. So I think while they were drafting from behind going into this final phase, they probably got one of the best ways to round this out. An initiation type hero that brings the silencer back into the picture. And to a positive note, it puts Hokori in a position to play the game aggressively instead of reactively, which I think is where we see Hokori look weaker.
Worth pointing out, too, as far as they do that silencer, Theolacor is going to be playing the silencer. He is position 4. A little bit more farm priority, I suppose, over the Clockwork, where it does feel like Clockwork himself certainly got, dare I say, a hard game. I mean, yeah, he got pretty tough. Between the Bloodseeker, even there's a Disruptor. It's going to be a difficult game for Clockwork to be as useful.
Are you ready to rumble?
I like that change up here.
Look at that.
There are hopes for his usefulness. There's something he can do as we hop into the first game between RNG and Hokori. He can always just blindly hook shot, close his eyes, go towards that Enigma knowing he's going to die, but knowing that he stopped the black hole. I think that's what he's been relegated to for the most in this game. Smoke movements out by both sides. You can see, actually, Hokori should be more confident about finding a fight. So I think RNG are up to fire there. Like, if you think about the level 1s on these two sides, Hokori definitely have a lot more kill threat.
Yeah, yes. Like that.
It was about the vision for RNG, actually. I think they only got one of their 2 wards down. That's why they were moving north so aggressively. Yeah, Kaka's still got his wards. So, unfortunate for them, you can see Hokori beat them to the punchline. They got a nice deep ward near the high ground of the Radiant area, and then they also have coverage around the mid. Take
Vision for...
Take it.
Oh.
No, they just dropped on the sentry. Okay, there we go.
D4 just placed, meanwhile, by Kaka. Sit in there, and I don't think that was necessarily seen. Suspicious of it.
He came from the right side, right? Yeah, so he's fine. Because they warded, you can see they warded on the slope, so they would have seen him if he came along the river. Yeah, so nice little sneak in the end. Does get one down. And you'll notice that once again, they've done this ward that I think RNG do more often than any other team at the moment. They drop an observer on the central ramp. Logic here is that they're able to move quicker to the runes than their opponent. So whenever they see, for example, Analog going north, they'll follow him and then root him and then pass him.
Oh, off the bat, Analog jumping in with a shield crash, and of course, right off the bat for Somnus, he's got the Flame Guard and sitting on top of Analog. Trade some damage early on in the game. Noticing the top lane there too, by the way, Lumi, the races, of course. It was a good job by Chalice of actually spreading out the Eidolons and not giving the free CS to the Shadow.
Yeah,
when it came to those races.
You need to be very careful. Like these Eidolons early on, you can just escalate the Shadow Fiend problem once he has level 2 Necro Mastery. Key thing to keep in mind with the mid lane, we've seen this matchup once or twice before. As long as you level Flame Guard as fast as possible, you can never be purged until level 6 of the Pango. So I do expect Somnus to get a more comfortable start to this lane than Analog. You see again.
Quite a bit of a start over him.
It's so annoying. Like you can't walk in. So some heroes have this ability to get rid of that Flame Guard, right? But if you shield crash in, you'll damage reduce, but you won't purge the Flame Guard.
Seems like we've been seeing a fair amount of these Pangos mid that are in a bit of a not ideal matchup, or have a bit of a struggle in another case here, but still ultimately able to recover as a level set up, and then hit level 6, rotate, set up.
Yeah.
Be very useful.
It's just kind of weird, because usually what you'll see is level 1 will be Pango favored because Shield Crash will at least break Flame Guard, but now we're reaching this point I'm talking about where you level Flame Guard twice and then all of a sudden Shield Crash doesn't work anymore. Funny detail though is Somnus, because he's confident, because Analog keeps using Shield Crash first, he sticks to a level 1 Flame Guard, and as I'm talking about that, it's like Fear the Core, it might be hemorrhaging first blood in the bot lane, you guys.
Yeah, Ghost is able to get that last hit on him, the Thunder Strike, keeping the vision up if anything, as well as assisting with a bit more damage to make that kill happen. So yeah, Silencer having some trouble down here at the bottom lane. The Bloodseeker is not afraid to fight. Top lane, there's Hogs going out. Blocking into some Eidolons, trying to help with some CS, yeah.
It's a cool way of actually playing the Clockwork in this lane. I mean, like I said before, in the old days, you would have just dropped cogs and said, Lumia, hit these, but you can't do that anymore. So, nice way of still using cogs to get souls. Indirectly, of course.
No more of the cog denies.
Yeah, I feel like I have to keep reminding people because it was such a central thing for so long in Dota 2.
Oh yeah, seeing that right from the beginning of the game, it's the cogs going up in the fountain and just sitting there. All right, let me add up my souls. Let's go.
Yeah, it's like I mean, is that like meant to be a message on AI sentience or something? I mean, like cogs really have souls. I'm just asking the philosophical questions.
Analog's actually,
he's catching up.
Doing not too bad. Yeah, 21. No, against 24-1. Shabby.
I think what I like is his choice to go Blightstone. So the Blightstone, instead of him trying to find a way to deal this Flame Guard at all, he's like, how do I just do more raw damage? Well, in a lot of trouble here. It's going to be brought down, and not the start you really want to have if you're RNG. Felt like this should have been a safe lane, but got to give a lot of credit to Gardic in his positioning so far in the early phases.
That kind of goes back to, again, putting the Clockwork in position 5 to play with the Shadow Fiend. And he is being very useful at the top lane. And again, overall, the game has maybe a struggle for him, but he's making the best of this lane. Really securing the victory for Shadow Fiend. Trying to, what do we talk about? Enable will get his farm no matter what. Well, still getting farm, but he's making it at least a bit more difficult.
And there is a problematic knock-on effect from this. Like, when you drop Bloodseekers, you're relying on your other lanes to brawl successfully. But if you just start hemorrhaging kills and always retreating against this type of heroes, your Bloodseeker doesn't get empowered. So it's much harder for him to win his lane, and it makes it much easier for Hokori to just cruise through this laning phase that should otherwise be uncomfortable.
Ghost is so fast down here at the bottom of that thirst.
Alright, Kaka's just gone. There's no way to get out of this. They ignore Charles and walk past him. Hokori are starting on this top lane.
Bottom lane. They're going for the kill on the Core. Going to pull him back with a glimpse. Trap him in. The dome. And the Core is going to put the curse out before he dies, actually. Maybe set up a turn for Vitaly, but it's not a... It is a... yeah, they get the kill on Disruptor as well, but while that was taking place, there was also the turn kill on the Clockwork, as you referenced there.
Yeah, I think that was somewhat intentional. So Chalice could see the Clockwork, but he didn't kill him straight away. Partially because Clockwork backed away with the cogs, but afterwards he just kind of hung around but didn't insta-kill. because Ghost was benefiting from that via the first in the bot lane. Just great coordination from RNG to get kills on both sides of the map.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Wrong funnel. Okay, yeah, Analog knows that's a bit too ambitious, but after all that, due to Kaka coming in the mid lane maybe a little bit too soon, it's a slower level 6 for Ember, which means that Theo rotates in and Analog is now able to pressure onto the tower.
Gardic on that clockwork. Tiny meanwhile gets a combo though on the silencer. Yellowcore going the wrong path right there. Feeling extra safe for some reason. And Kaka says, you're on our side of the town now.
I feel like Padme in that moment. You're on the wrong path, Anakin. It's the path to despair for poor little Sansa. It's not. It's kind of a weird feeling when you rotate like that. Like, you know you shouldn't be that deep, but you see that you have level 6 before the Ember, but able to snatch 6 off one of the creeps just behind the tower. At that point, you shouldn't be in the area anymore. Good rotation out of RNG to punish an overextension. Chalice is in trouble. A lot of trouble.
In fact, he's dead trouble. I saw Lumi there. He was the one that's gone him initially, but with Pango showing up, there was no chance that RNG was going to win that fight. So the Haste coming into big play for Analog. Help save the Shadow Fiend team in. Look at this, though. Pango's going to sit top, and Shadow Fiend will now TP to the mid lane. So we got our rotation coming out. And
there was a counter-attack on the other side, so RNG did pounce upon the Mars in the bot lane. They were able to run him down, so Ghost does get a kill to his name. 3 kills already for the Bloodseeker. This Brawl lane is going incredibly well for the safe lane of RNG.
And the glimpse back. Oh, no, that's the... Yeah, you got to keep that in mind against Disruptor whenever you TP in. He gets sent right back to base.
I love that idea, actually, that one thing that makes this combo on the lane really good is not just the fact that I'd say Disrupt is one of the better boss fights in the game, one of the best boss fights in the game at trading out efficiently. It's that you are able to be deeper because Bloodseeker's always pushing in. Speaking of pushing in, 4 heroes bought for RNG leads to this kill. And the reason that push is important, by the way, is it means that X-Nova is parked in position to do those glimpse backs that you just saw from Mars. Like, it's such a fun way of playing this hero. I still remember one of the most infamous matches, I think it was one of the Chinese events several years ago, where a sniper kept TPing back to lane and getting glimpse back to base, and the team eventually lost because of it. And I think that was the moment in Dota 2 history that really embedded in people's minds, be careful where you TP.
Yeah, when a Disruptor's in the game, absolutely. And I guarantee you, Vitaly is not... He won't do it as just, willy-nilly moving forward. I mean, it still definitely could happen, because it's hard to really ultimately play again sometimes, but know that is the possibility. And when it happens at first, that kind of reminds you, oh yeah, I got to really look out for that, as far as being said, in fact.
Yeah, their heroes just have that impact. He's having a great start. I think, you look at the CS as deceptive. You look at the net worth and you realize what's really happening here. Dota is the name of the game for RNG, and so far Ghost has been ticking that box.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hunted, Gardic's trying to find him, but there is a TP already coming in. Kaka. Now Gardic, he's in a bad spot. Another TP. This one from Mines.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not needed, exactly.
He interrupted it. He used the spear, but the price might be his own life. Rupture's going to be thrown out. He uses the arena. If Analog doesn't get this kill, it is totally not worth. Ghost is going to be slowed. I struggle to run away now because all the remaining heroes in Hokori are full health.
Well, I mean, it was definitely an if, but on the other side of it, if they get the kill, absolutely worth it. And so it was sure kind of a high risk, high reward that play, but hey, they get the reward. They get the turn kill out of the Bloodseekers. We're just constantly talking about that, how great of a game he's been having. That's his first death, at least.
Radiant's
yeah, it's one of those games where Analog rotates in and he yells in the VoIP, nobody get hit. You all must remain full HP. Otherwise, this guy's just going to run away from me and I'm going to look pretty dumb. So Analog gets a very casual kill leading into a tower push. They need some damage done because something remarkable is RNG, with all that overwhelming pressure, already took the bot tier 1. That's not something you see frequently. Usually the offlane tower is the last one to fall.
It's gonna be unsuited in!
It's gonna be walked out by Somnus. There's the glimpses, and we'll bring him right back in. Once again, the trap of the kinetic field. Eventually wears off, though. Mars, though, you're not getting away from this Bloodseeker. He's got the level 3 thirst. He is zooming around.
Yeah, the rules of circles dictate that RNG wins, right? You've got Mars Arena, which is cool. You've got these small little baby cogs. But then look on the other side. You've got the Kinetic Field, Static Storm. You've got the Black Hole plus the Midnight Pulse. You've got the Blood Rai. It's just actually so difficult for Hokori to approach these fights before BKB territory.
Shadow Fiend, though. Dressing him. He's got his Mask of Madness. Now working on the Dragonlance. So Lumi understanding that big game out of him. And so far, he is getting the farm with it. So that's out of Hokori.
Got the best item in neutrals as well. For a Shadow Fiend like this, the Possessed Mask is so nice. Even more so since they nerfed healing off of creeps. Like, I think that was an indirect buff to Possessed Mask. It just means that you can farm more confidently in the jungle and not be one of these low HP Andes that would enable the Bloodseeker further.
Going up there with his Falcon Blade. Pick up some farm. There's been a bit of rotations coming out from the Hokori cores and where to farm come. As that Shadow Fiend poked in the little. So to go top lane.
Yeah, he got the roll. He got the shield crash off really quick, and now I think he wants to go for a Roll Thunder play. But X-Nova nearby has got the Static Storm. But does command time. Wrap around from the Tiny. Toss back, and they'll at least be able to find the Disruptor. Rupture is going to come out, and Analog, he's experienced the pain, he's experienced the counter. He'll give the TP away with the Blood Rai, and the Avalanche will stop him in his tracks. To get the big kill, Lumiere at least secures the area with Requiem. Lumiere Requiem to walk away.
Dire's middle tower.
Defensive. I mean, it had potential to go in for some more kills, but just wasn't to be. But you already see again off the bat, as we're expecting throughout this game more so, is that pain going, how it's going to be troublesome as soon as a Bloodseeker especially shows up, and death right there. So yeah, they killed Disruptor, but clearly RNG getting the better of that exchange, and RNG wants to keep fighting. Somnus, he's back up here. Their cooldowns not necessarily the longest, and thus they're in. Tiny, speaking of being in, he's in too deep though. He did not maybe expect the Shadow Fiend to still be around. I don't know, but
nice dodge.
He gets killed. Nice dodge, exactly, with that sleight of fist, avoiding the spear, and Gardic likely gonna fall because of that. Another slight take him out. Somnus, he's taking some good physical damage though, and you gotta respect those right clicks.
Just imagine that feeling of confidence on you. Yeah, what do you want? You want to bring some loot? Oh, that's right. You hit for almost 200 damage at right click. I should probably leave at the stage. Yeah, it's just Somnus restraining from getting too aggressive there. The reason he was looking for more is they rotated the Bloodseeker to top lane. And at that stage, you know, you've got multiple cores farming the same area. Their goal was to push Lumiere out of the lane and take the tower. But credit to Hokori, they hold their ground. I'm sure they lose a hero or two there and here, but they don't lose the tower, which is more important.
Do it with flair.
Bottom lane, Kaka. Trouble, Gardic. Hook shot at 1 second. Pain goes nearby. The Cog is pushing him out, actually. Not necessarily intended. Does it?
It does. Kaka's going to live. Moves away. Rupture's going to come out, punished with the Pangolier and Gardic. Rocket Flare, not enough. Kaka saves himself with the stick and Seeds of Serenity, and ends up 2 go in the way of RNG.
Okay, never mind. It definitely mattered. Kaka living, the Tranquil Foods gonna start walking away. The regen kicks in. Oh my gosh. I mean, what a supporting cast from RNG. And by supporting cast, certainly the Ember Spirit showing up at the right place, right time. Save his teammate to get those two turn kills, and he's now back to the mid lane. He's going to get this mid tier 1. That's going to help finish his Maelstrom. Go with the Orb of Corrosion out of here.
Nice double Maelstrom, so they're going to farm up a Storm on the side of RNG. And, you know, here's a fault for you if you're Analog. Like, you notice that he came out the Swashbuckle very early. A lot of Pangos would have probably continued the Rolling Thunder back towards the Cogs to get a rebound slot onto the Tiny where you can't be stunned. The reason he hops out of the Swashbuckle so quickly is he's panicking. He's rushing that kill because you see what happens when it takes too long. A Bloodseeker shows up, a Rupture comes out, and you end up just killing yourself.
I forget, I don't know if we've had one yet, but a Global Silence is online from Field of Core. Speaking of, that is going to be going out. Marshall Reedus. Yeah, the glimpse made it difficult. X-Nova, though, still might be in trouble. Rolling Thunder forward, though, they catch the Enigma. And Enigma, really no chance of a good cast right here for a Black Hole. He's just dead as well. 3 dead on the side of RNG. Both their cores survived, but ends up being a great fight for Hokori, and they still have Global Silence.
Yeah, that's an important detail. They didn't even need it. And in RNG, they were trying to minimize casualties, actually. If you look at where all three of those heroes died, they were more or less a screen apart. So they were trying to split up the fight, and then that's the more impressive part, is that Hokori just split up as well. Confident in how strong they were. They noticed that neither the Bloodseeker or the Ember were anywhere near the area, so they knew that they didn't need to dedicate all their resources to one kill.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
Cheeky little denial.
Take those. Is it going to come at a cost? No, he's fine. Just taking some more damage, though. Really, not.
You got to show some respect, though. This Ember hits hard. I mean, you saw how much damage he lost to the proc, so he will await you. I think the goal for Hokori in these fights is just to go in off the back of the Mars time and time again. You can see how RNG benefit from poke. This is definitely no poke, though. Poor little Theo caught out in nowhere. No one to help him. Will go down.
Yeah. Up in about 30 seconds, but still happy to make. And also Tiny being a part of that gets him one step closer to that blink. He's going to have it. In fact, there you go. He fight. Tiny now. So
cool little detail that just happened in the Radiant jungle. Gardic was dewarding, summoned for Clockworks to keep in mind when you feel a little bit helpless. You can use power cogs to check high grounds for dewards. So that's a little tip for the clock players out there. Also, try not to get caught like this. It's almost impossible this type of game.
Oh, we're going to get it caught. Global Science. We are going to see it come out, but more so hear it come out, or maybe not. Anyways, you get the point, Tiny. He's just dead. The arena on top. So, yeah, a lot committed for that kill. They do kill Disruptor as well. That was a 4 versus 5, considering Clockwork was dead, as we just saw prior. But, yeah, quite a bit committed. That time, again, the Global Science being the big one.
Yeah, they do get the Disruptor on the back foot, which makes it somewhat worth it. And, you know, considering the Clockwork had his imminent death because he was busy dewarding, you know, this is the type of death that happens. And I think it's a good fight for Hokori, especially what it set up. Like, although Clock did die there, notice the wards he got down. He's got some deep vision now. This is because they want to try and find either the Bloodseeker or the Ember split and look for kills on them. And they definitely have the resources to kill, especially Ghost. If Ghost gets found first and he gets permastunned, you don't have to worry about your Pangolier being counted.
Permastunning Ghost is going to be extra difficult with that BKB finish. Lane's going to BKB Shadow Fiend. BKB Dragon, that's mid lane though. That's a find on a Mars. Collapse, and as a team,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Credit for it. There the John goes.
Did someone say collapse? Mars? Oh, okay, no. Literally not having the collapse level of Mars performance so far. 245 has had a rough start to this game, it's got to be said. And that's slowed him down a lot. Look at his item choice. Doesn't feel confident about initiation. He's going for a BKB first in this game. So Hokori, until he does get Blink, don't have a primary initiator still. You can even see that on Analog. Like, he's not providing that initiation. He's been forced to go into a Linken's first.
To the Radiant. Radiant's top tower.
Not the most ideal. I mean, you do have Clockwork, but very farm Clockwork and died quickly. He does engage, and speaking of that, he is going to engage. He finds Ghost. Ghost is low, and that platform's a BKB. So is this it? Oh, what a toss on this Shadow Fiend. The Black Hole lockdown, and there's no stopper currently. The Global Science not off cooldown, so they kill the Shadow Fiend. And RNG hunting for more. Italy, he's caught as well. In place. Out comes Bloodright, and that'll secure the kill for Ghost. A double kill, just as we're talking about. I mean, Clockwork, he does have that initiation, but the follow-up not enough. And there's a blink on Tiny, which proved to be, once again, the big item.
Under attack.
Yeah, honestly, the patience there have Ghost. No hesitation to stand his ground, low HP. Most people in that situation, they've got an Aegis, they won't commit the BKB, but he baits them in deep enough, and the setup is beautiful. The toss back to get the prime target, the Shadow Fiend, into the black hole, and they just throw every spell at it. They don't hesitate. Static Storm, black hole, every piece of damage to make sure there's no turnaround opportunity for Hokori, and there wasn't. Like, there was no way they could intercept, stop the black hole from occurring, especially when you use the hook shot this early. You mentioned it just before that fight went off, they still have hook shot, but that's the issue with it being your primary initiator, your quick initiation. If you use it straight away, Enigma's going to get at least half a black hole for the remainder of the fight.
See that again right here. It felt pretty good off the bat, but as you said, I think it was certainly the bait play coming in. And yeah, Chalice confident he can get a full black hole off, and he was absolutely right too. Arena ain't stopping that, and knowing that the Global Science was like still on cooldown, and it was off cooldown now. Speaking of that, and now it's Hokori's turn to hunt for a kill, right? Because a similar idea. Well, black holes on cooldown. Let's go for a big fight ourselves. Ooh, hook shot, just missing.
That read was perfect from X-Nova. He took out a sentry and then felt like something wasn't right in the area. Immediately runs away with the haste, and Clockwork just whiffs it. Man, there's something about the senses of these players that sometimes seems godlike. That was a brilliant read by the support of RNG. Mind that he didn't get the D-Warp, by the way. Like, his sentries are not in the correct place to find the Observer. And I wonder, considering that hookshot did come in what should have been a theoretically blind situation, he might come back and find that ward still.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Yeah, I mean, I want to go back to that Pangos you were mentioning, the Lincoln Sphere pickup. It's one of those cases. It sucks that he has to, but I mean, he has to. The Bloodseekers. Well, you don't want to pick it into Bloodseeker, but he has the Lincoln damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That was weirdly comedial to me. Yeah, so I just noticed that. I heard double pig. Even though they couldn't see each other, Disruptor and Sansa used the pig pole at the exact same time.
Dire's top
I know it's something trivial, but it's just hilarious that they're just in sync with this item. Lumia? Don't feel like there's anything down here for you. The good news is you forced RNG to come back to this area, but you also force your team to bodyguard you. So it kind of feels like now, for Hokori, it's like Lumia gets gold and nobody else does.
And it's up!
Way gonna realize it's just the Eidolon slip. Counter-warding attempt as you were talking about.
Smoke play.
Those cogs.
Are scanning.
It's just a really efficient way to play Clockwork. Or little piggy. Potion me.
It's got the mech, but that's the same in there. And he's dead for 30 seconds, by the way. No global signs because of that. Guardix also in trouble.
You can't even leave. There's no way you can get out. Like, if you hookshot, you get glimpsed. Yeah, there's potential for rupture as well. Yeah, it tanks the gank, but the problem is, like, what is Hokori doing with this? They've got two cores farming the same location. Only Analog is really doing anything on the map.
Arcane Rune just bottled up by Amber Spirit. He's going to love using that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There are 50 seconds even remaining on the Aegis 2 for Bloodseeker, so they're going to get tier 2. Not long enough.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Could try to probe for it, but I don't think there's a rush for them. I think they see just how far behind Hokori are, how much they're stagnating. I'm especially looking at this Mars. Like, every time I look back at him, this BKB feels a mile off. He finally has it, but how long ago did we talk about this item? His item progression has fallen off the side of a cliff.
It's if he had a blink and now this BKB, it'd be like, okay, yeah, he's farming pretty good, but no, the fact that he just finished, now he's still... I think that one saving grace is they do have the Clockwork. As long as they can get a target there, and then he can... I mean, he still needs a blink. Hokori certainly needs... at least Lumi is getting his farm, though. There is no doubting that.
Definitely. You know, you could argue, oh, Chalice isn't that far ahead compared to the Mars. Like, this is unfair, like an unfair highlight of how Vitaly's doing. But I think the important difference here is how much more important Mars's initiation is than Enigma's. Free kill on a tiny bot, you know, Kaka doing Kaka things, great space, but like just think of what the initiation is. Like, RNG have this weird probe initiation that's very effective with the Ember. For Hokori, you just need everyone to be able to go in.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Top lane now. Interesting stuff here. Is he going to Kaya into a full ethereal blade?
Regeneration!
Softness. Play that heavy burst to just blow somebody up. Even that Shadow Fiend is.
Dire's top tower is
That's a pretty cool idea. Especially if you get prolonged fights, which if you look at RNG's lineup, they're designed to do that. They kind of go in and out with this Ember and this Bloodseeker. So if Lumia misuses his BKB, our game goes on, you're more and more reliant on that physical output.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Seeker? Yeah, Scotty's
yeah, Scotty's really good this game. He just sticks on top of Lumia, and I mean, it ruins the lifesteal element of this hero, but it's also you're a ranged hero up against Scotty, so you get slowed by a hell of a lot here. He's already completed it, so that's going to be a 40% movement speed slow on the SF.
Shot in, Somnus. Pumping BKB off the bat, and he can silence up Clockwork, and not much more he can do. That's what we're talking about. I mean, he had that initiation, but he's just going to die shortly after. And now, speaking of initiation, I mean, yeah, saw this dodge the slide into black hole, but the global silence, they did have to play. Enigma regretting that decision. He goes down. Ghost, he's in trouble. He needs to run. He can't fight this. Put the rupture up on Illumi, but Illumi just stands his ground and put the right clicks back in. Buyback from Clockwork, by the way. So that's hook shot, but they're chasing. They already killed Ghost, and they want more. They may get more. Especially Soniqs would be the big one, but it's not going to happen. He TP's away in time, but Kaka will be left behind. So the fight very successful for Hokori. The initiation was a little bit awkward. Not necessarily in their favor, but RNG, they then overcommitted. They thought that they had the play. Hokori stood their ground.
Yeah, I think this is a classic case of overthinking how strong you are as a carry and underrating the power of your opponent's boss one. Lumia hits so damn hard. You've got this idea of Skadi, which is great if you're both on even health and you reach him. The problem with Bloodseeker is you Blood Rage and run towards him. Well, yeah, great. Now you're going to get the crap kicked out of you. You're not actually returning any damage until you reach your target. It feels like a little bit of a whoopsie daisy. It's a type of play that makes sense if you have, for example, a stun from the Tiny or the Black Hole's obviously still going on. But we're getting caught out so early, you can see how detrimental it is. And I almost feel like RNG got baited in by this arena. This arena being a fail led to everything else. Just watch what happens here. Lumia stands his ground, BKBs, and it's almost like Ghost is just not a hero. Almost like he's a ghost.
And that's a good one. Honestly, the biggest thing for me, though, is it was the Enigma. Putting himself in that position, knowing that the global silence was up too, obviously his black hole was going to be stopped. And he put himself in a very awkward spot, over the hill, right? Where his team then kind of had to follow it and go through the arena being finished. It was a little bit, on different pages. It definitely seemed like. So I'm with you there it was kind of that they got fooled into thinking they had certainly a much better chance there of winning that fight than they really did. And props still to Hokori, certainly, for standing their ground like they did and obviously ground. Favorite.
I agree with you. I think you're right on the point there. We've talked about this idea of black holes and insurance policy before, and you need to realize that sure they're going to hold you hostage with global silence, but you hold them hostage with black hole as well. It changes the dynamics of battles when you throw it out like that. Also, another little detail in that fight, I'm pretty sure Chalice didn't drop the Rig factor, so there wasn't even any damage reduction coming back the way of Ghost.
Trying to figure out how to continue now as the Haste Rune by Analog, and he'll buckle out. Catch happens. Mars is... He had the blink? No, he went Vlad's. Okay, so he's actually going to Wraith Pack, so they're not even going the blink on Mars anymore. That's how confident they are that, I suppose, with how the last fight went, and if they're just going to run into us, then we don't need the arena jumps here.
I mean, if we can whiff the arena like that and still win the fight, who cares? This doesn't matter. I'm just going to be on Aura. Much better.
Yeah. And I think a bit of that, too, has to do with the fact of Ember Spirit, obviously not the easiest target to catch in the arenas, that being one big core. Maybe there's some of that logic as well. Not go all in on that mentality, instead build the Aura. That's certainly a very valuable item.
Scanning.
Yeah. I think it comes down to the confidence of the Mars player as well. That's not to say Vitality doesn't think he can pop off Mars, but there's just some players that we've already seen it here in the TI group stage have that overwhelming confidence to spear into arena. Not everyone is comfortable with doing that. It's a very high risk, high reward type play, because if you miss time slightly, then the arena just misses and you spear them out of the arena.
Hokori going for Roshan. It's not going to be easy, though. In fact, Somnus Paced in, the Blood Right going out. Kaka jumps in as well, but the Rolling Thunder immediately getting bought the right way. Miss Lumi gets the kill, but the Aegis is stabbed by Somnus. He's now going in. He's still alive. Meanwhile, Lumi, he's just stuck in the pit for the time being. Fiddly. It's arena down. Bloodseeker locked up on his Spirit, and now Lumi's coming in for some auto attack. Gonna get the kill to Ghost, and they get the Aegis kill as well. Somnus does get out of this. Bloodseeker's staying there for 60 seconds, by the way. Kaka going for the top skill onto Pango. Will make it happen. Dies himself, though, in Somnus to escape at least. But Aegis burnt, and I think you've certainly got to get that to Hokori.
Most definitely. There's no denying that's a win for them. You feel the Aegis gets taken away, but you force a lot out of your opponents. You still have your global, so you don't have to worry about Black Hole in the follow-up. Just a really good fight. I think what really mattered there is as soon as that Aegis was snatched, no hesitation, they commit onto Ghost. Ghost had to commit his BKB very early in that fight, which meant that Vitaly, with the delayed arena, gets maximum impact, traps this poor Bloodseeker in. A Bloodseeker that otherwise would have been running rampant around the fight, picking off low HP heroes and sniping the supports. That detail was most important to me. Vitaly getting maximum impact out of a spell that usually requires a lot of mobility to do so.
And he's level 20 on Shadow Fiend. Now I keep stressing this every time we have the Shadow Fiend in the game. Point, the +3 damage per soul. Those right clicks even hitting that much harder. With the shard, and you see right there, Disruptor nearly 3-shot basically was. Clockwork may end up dying for this. Somnus wants, does he go back in? That would be risky. Yeah, he's not going to.
What a hero. What a fun hero. Oh, this poor Disruptor, man. He will die in 3 hits in these situations. BKB gets forced out, but Lumi baits Kaka in. So that's going to be TP out of the Black Hole. Global to interrupt, but Lumia now stuck. He has to fight, gets bashed up as well. No longer has the magic immunity, and Ghost will run him through. Good counter-attack by RNG. Good bait with a Black Hole to force the recommitment. And Hokori will struggle to get anyone out of this rate. Soniqs is going to be found. Mars at least completes the TP, but the big dangerous demon Shadow Fiend gets found.
I understand why Hokori felt so comfortable and pretty confident, but yeah, you're right. I mean, it's not often where a Black Hole stopped immediately by Global Silence, and we can still say how awesome it was for RNG, the fact that it happened, because, yeah, as you pointed out, it stopped the BKB teleport, it forced Shadow Fiend to have to fight, and we saw the end result from there. Yeah, you're going to see here, in fact. He goes to the TP play, and then Enigma's like, nope, got stopped immediately, but they stopped the TP, and there was no chance after that. Even with the arena coming down, Somnus jumps on top, Ghost doing the damage that he... And that's a dead Shadow Fiend now, even for another 20 more seconds. So that's got to feel good for RNG. Bit of a comeback, in a sense, as far as after what happened previously in the Roshan area. But this definitely is shaping up to be yet another one of these games where initiation going to play a big factor, and certainly still anyone's.
I think the crazy part about that sequence of events is that Lumiere starts off baiting Kaka, and then they end up baiting themselves into a bad engagement. I mean, this one's at least more free. Kaka this time won't bait a big follow-up fight for RNG. He's just going to tank it death. But just incredible plays from both sides. You know, the kind of big brain thinking. You see how these high-risk, high-rewards can pay off. And like you mentioned, you know, Black Hole getting cancelled instantly. Where is it valuable? Well, it's definitely valuable when the enemy carry is panic TPing out in front of you.
Shadow Fiend looking to build a Satanic next. He did end up getting that Butterfly. He had that in the fight, of course, but understanding that bulked up a bit more. There, and even the Eye of Scotty to follow if you manage to expect that to be the case.
You can see the Bloodseeker, he's on his way towards an MKB, still what feels like a mile away from it. I like that he went the Basher first, though. I think the Basher was the key detail there. If Lumiere wasn't being bashed at all, he maybe just stands his ground, right-clicks down a Bloodseeker that's going to take more damage.
Yep, 5-player smoke from RNG. Up, pocket, flies on over. He's on this. He's going immediately. As he does, the chains. Catching the Clockwork, but the cog play is making this funky. I mean, Clockwork's dead. Pango rolling around, though. He's going to roll out.
Yeah, I think someone made the call, like not only is the Clockwork dead, but they've got Black Hole coming off cooldown. Just get out. You could see, actually, like when that fight started, Enigma had Black Hole in 15 seconds, so that was by design for RNG. So, good play there, gets rid of the Clockwork, and we already mentioned this before, that if you want to initiate Hokori, it's Clock. Sure, Pango's got a Blink Dagger now, but I still think Clockwork has to be your primary initiator.
So, KP, we talked about how Theodore is playing this Silencer over Gardic, kind of the position 4 players, so prioritizing farm on Silencer. You look what he has. He's got an Octarine Core to go with the mechanism, but obviously the Octarine Core is the massive item.
considering this is a possible Sansa in a game where he couldn't easily farm anywhere and everywhere he chooses.
Miss. Yeah, the BKB there.
Going towards the Axe next. A lot more mobility in these fights. I like that idea. It's just about finding and hunting the back lines for him now. Like, his primary goal is to seek out the Silencer if he can. Because if you remove that from the equation, it's even higher value because of this build we just highlighted. You know, Theo offers so much more, and this Clockwork offers so much less compared to your typical game.
Now, though, the Satanic finished on Lumi, and immediately Hokori is hunting for more up around the Mars. Mars does have the blink now.
Of regeneration.
We'll have blink initiation. They also scan the jungle over here, and they're going the jetpack and Clockwork flying in the hook shot on the Soniqs. They have enough follow-up to start off the Basquiano attack. Now with the Ethereal Blade. That's going to save him. Never mind. It's just not enough of a save. He has buyback. The arena did not catch.
And that all happens because of what? They forced the BKB and they instantly found the correct target. They hunted him purposefully. Gone for 80 seconds because BKB was still on cooldown for about 50. Just great strike by Hokori, the one target they could have went for like that. And now, as a result, you can see RNG just shrivel up and try and hide. Say that, Ghost and Kakra making a play on Analog here.
Of course.
They don't get the toss out in time. They didn't pop the Lincolns. Ghost, he gets back! Oh no, this could not get much worse. Tiny's gonna go down, Ghost now dead. RNG are crumbling.
Definitely one of the, potentially the worst target that showed up to try to jump right there for the Tiny Bloodseeker combo, and that's exactly why. He's just tanking up. The fact he was able to get off Rolling Thunder in the first place too was of course massive, and they just so happen to have heroes nearby, specifically Mars, to set up the immediate turn. And then, yeah, you got the RNG in your favor, sure, but at Basher on Pango with the Swashbuckle, you're bound to proc it when using that. So that's big.
Yeah, the crazy part is that they got greedy. So they wanted to avalanche into Bloodbright, but he's going to get the roll-up off in time, right? He's going to be protected. The way they could have done that is if they used the Force stuff, they would have popped the Lincoln straight away, then they can Rupture, and maybe they have a better opportunity, but it's still a high risk, I'd say medium to low end reward. And now you've just lost full map control when Roach is coming up against this godly Shadow Fiend that you still don't have a direct answer to in these engagements.
Radiant's
I don't think they're ever really going to have a true answer to the Shadow Fiend. It's going to continue to come down to they need to get the jump first, whether it's on him or just a cast and a fight from there. But Lumi, he is the beast that we expected. Shadow Fiend, he's got an Eye of Scotty well in the works. Roshan's up, and there's a double damage down here. I don't see it yet.
Radiant
he has a tingling feeling. He's like, wait a second. It's the 38-minute mark. Something spawns every 2. Oh, look what I found, guys. But, oh, Lumi, yeah, you always get the best runes.
It goes to Roshan. Yeah, it's already half that time he shows up.
Oh, look at Gardic. Oh, he tanks the gang. He's going to waste too much of their time. They're even going to try to counter-attack this. Analog now moves in. Buyback comes out of the Clockwork. Roche has been claimed by Lumiere. Kaka in way too deep. He's going to be pinned to the tree. He's going to be brought down. Now the arena as well. Across onto Eganova. Has to commit the static storm. All it's going to do is delay the follow-up kills. But both supports on the side of RNG dead. Yes, it's a buyback out of the Clockwork, but definitely worthwhile to secure the Roche.
I mean, that was massive by Gardic. We mentioned this is going to be a very difficult game for him on the Clockwork, and Clockwork in general as a hero. This event has been fairly underwhelming, but that was a hell of a heads up, and tanking the gank, as you said, was perfect. The timing was right. It allowed the time needed for Lumi to secure the Roshan kill, get the Aegis, and by the time Clockwork dies, the team is fighting. Analog had to win in with a Rolling Thunder. Great execution from Hokori. That was some honestly impressive play as a team from them, and they have a massive lead now to work with, pushing into the base. How do you stop this? They have still 2 dead, 1 dead in a second, but they're going to try. Jello stuns, and it's going to heal right back up, though.
So just thinking back to that fight, I'm pretty sure Clockwork intentionally wiggled his buoy out the side of the trees. Like, he has vision in the area, so he doesn't need to reveal beyond the trees. You can see they had the ward in the radiant area. So I think he done that intentionally to make it look like he'd accidentally revealed himself. He's looking for a wraparound. And at that point, you know, RNG's like, we got him! He's an idiot! What's he doing here? Garnic's like, ah, ha, ha, yeah, you got me, guys. I totally didn't want you all to jump me. But just, man, just those type of plays, those are game-winning moments, right? Like, they're the small element that builds upon the foundation. I'm always reminded of like, Solo was one of the classic guys that done this with support class heroes. I will walk in, I will make you deal with me. You will pay attention to me while something else is happening, like a magician performing a sleight of hand.
You know, I feel a little more comfortable saying this now, especially with the praise that we're giving to Gardic, very deservingly so. There was a stat posted by Knoxville in terms of like leaders for a lot of these individual stats, and Gardic was up there for the most deaths in games, the top 2 in fact. I think it was like 19 in one game, 18 in another, and that kind of stood out to me, like, oh, that's it, you know, that's the next. And didn't really want to necessarily bring that up for obvious reasons, but, you know, plays like that though, the point being he has 10 deaths this game, but a lot of them, especially that one, is a very, very worthy death on the Clockwork.
No, it's just like sometimes that's a role. It's very hard to kind of absorb. You know, I play a lot of, you know, when I play POS4 a lot, I play elusive type heroes like Hoodwink. So I don't want to die. But you have to accept that. If you ever want to be great at playing POS4, you have to accept that part of your job is sometimes to just take it. You know, people think that's always the POS5, but sometimes the POS5 is more important. And we talked about how like, in this game, you know, he's playing what looked like the POS4 switched into POS5 role. So it does kind of tick that box, but unorthodox to see it on a Clockwork, considering most of the time, you know, you'd expect to see it on a worthless CM or something.
Shadow Fiend with the refurb in the backpack. Going that over the eye of Scotty, by the way. Arcane Blinkies about next. We've seen that a couple of times.
Yeah, just look at Ghost's item progression as well. How long ago did I mention that MKB? I feel like it quite some time ago. He still hasn't got it. And he'll have to save for buyback as well, so unlikely he buys out on this item mate. Especially considering SF has 2 lives and the MKB is specifically to counter out Lumiere.
Minute and a half remaining on the Aegis, so Hokori is going to make a move into the base. Melee Racks exposed top lane. Spot 2 fight, but
and it's
the way RNG is playing, especially, and we're seeing this a lot in these. We're in that mode now. One team, in this case RNG, they're just turtling in their base, making it very difficult to high ground, where the other team is just cleaning up more and more objectives around the map, but basically just stretching the map and getting even further ahead in net worth. I mean, a 25,000 net worth lead right now, Hokori, and it's just going to continue. They're going to make a smoke play, though.
Yeah. For RNG to come out, Hokori have to offer something up as tribute. Like, if they don't see a target, they're not going to move out blindly. Moving in, not so blind. Guardian goes in deep. BKB gets forced out. Goes hookshot on the backside. Enigma cannot participate in this fight. They'll hunt for more. X-Nova's going to be forced far deep. Analog is on top of him. Now the Clockwork does go down. Static Storm is going to be dropped, and it is going to clip onto Analog. Liquids will be popped. It would have been when X-Nova dodges death. Glimpse back is not going to be success, though. Analog rolls up to save a life. Save his own, in fact, and Ghost in the end comes out for double kill, but the lane is gone.
Yeah, well, Shadow Fiend pretty much that whole time, like he went in initially to maybe assist for a kill, but then realized quickly, like, okay, let's just get the melee racks and get out. And so yes, Death of Clockwork is not a big deal at all. Did his job. The pit, it stings a little bit for Hokori, but I still feel like they got what they came for, and that was the melee racks. And Pango is level 25 now as well, and I want to bring that up as well. Shadow Fiend also 25 even prior to that fight. The Shadow Rays applies hack. No reason to be very confident about where you're at for.
Yeah, and just actually good value in the Aegis in the end, right? When they went in, it had 40 seconds left, so they needed to do something with it, and you know, you kind of get the best of the situation, just taking out the melee racks. Just so much space and such a nuisance, man. It just shows you what you can do with this Clockwork with the jetpack. You know, it kind of looked like a meme when they first introduced it in the game, but you just see how powerful it can be.
Oh yeah, no, it's a great tool if you can manage to farm it as he has here. Get 5 roll that with the low top, and a valuable tool of course. And not bad. Him, pause coming out. That can hopefully not long, but Bloodseeker AB is now there. Missile Blade even, which would be great to have. What did Pango go, by the way? Minus 22nd.
Yeah, it's all about his ultimate. Like, if you try to play this, I mean, it's tempting, right? You feel like a god when you get a good swashbuckle build, but, like, this is not the game for it. It's weird, though, to see that it's come round to this, but because of the itemization, the Rolling Thunder build is the right way to go, because Bloodseeker doesn't have the answer. You know, he's not level 25 yet. When he has the 2 ruptures, that changes, but he's still got half a level to go.
So, going to be crucial there, but again, with top racks being back to it, they have the answer to deal with the Shadow Phoenix. Go in the back lines and phrase used, create that chaos. Silencer, the double silence is also on. He's got the refresh.
The hilarity is that he didn't even have to use it in that fight just because of what Clockwork done. It's like, oh, look, there's the Enigma. I'm just going to stick on top of him. It doesn't matter if he BKBs now. That's the beautiful thing. Like, what do you do in that situation? You get hook shot. You get BKB, but you can't blink now because the Clockwork's just going to keep right-clicking you until he dies.
Pause.
Dire are scanning.
Pretty aggressive out of their base. They understand that Hokori is somewhat dead right now. Oh, they get scanned, though, as they're running at them with the smoke. Hokori is very aware about this. Look at Garden.
Look at Lumiere. Yeah. Gonna be tanked by Clockwork. Lumiere's gonna come on the tree line. Glimpse back. Initiation darting the black. Oh, no! Dallas! He whiffs! He almost gets 2 hit. He has to refresh up just to blink away. And Vitaly is still hunting him. Spear is off cooldown. Chalice will try to save himself. Blink Dagger still on cooldown for 5 seconds. He'll get out, but mistakes made. Only 1 black hole to work with, and there's still a global silence to play around.
Yeah, he used it. To be fair, it would have been stopped anyways pretty quickly, so I don't think the whiff is necessarily that big of a deal by the Enigma. It still is just a somewhat embarrassing, sure, but the point is, both of those heroes use their abilities, right? They have another one, though, with the refresher on both the Enigma and the Silencer. And it is kind of interesting to see how that fight did play out when it's all said and done, where both teams losing that support on the Tiny and Clockwork, and both using that big ultimate and the pressure. But no one else dying, and ends up being a full reset from there, time being. But yeah, that was I go back to, it started with that scan. Gardic is like, all right, here's my time to shine once again. He just stands out in front and just waits for the inevitable jump to happen, even tanking the gank and allow them to be successful, at least after her.
I think the more ludicrous part about all that to me is, like, it's not as much just the black hole whiffing like that people like say, what now? It's the fact that Lumiere took half of his health with a single attack. It's a Necromastery attack, sure, but a single attack. Like, that is scary. Like, what do you do against that? Because you need BKB, you can't have an E-Blade. So you've got this issue now. Like, if Lumiere's in call, everyone else is dead. And speaking of Lumiere, he's hunting. They're looking for kills. Clockwork once again just going in deep to sacrifice himself. Bash comes out to Vitaly. He controls up the Disruptor. Abyssal as well. Everything for the Mars, but everything lost elsewhere. Lumiere able to recover quickly here. BKB, but dodge out. It's going to be a rupture usage here. Now he will go for the refresher. Pump on the Requiem. BKB's running out soon, though, and he's just going to look to escape.
He's going to go for the TP play. He popped the BKB immediately after a refresher, and he does get out. That was a close call, but Shadowfiend escapes, and a lot of that comes down to RNG did a great job of capitalizing on the isolation of the Shadowfiend. He was actually to the left in that fight, away from where the Mars Arena and everything, and I believe it was the Ember Spirit specifically that was on top of him, kind of keeping him at bay, and yeah, the Hex, exactly. So Shadowfiend really wasn't able to do the most damage. He almost died, but the Satanic, of course, kept him alive. It was just, without his damage, though, that's a Hokori, you know, they're not going to be able to really finish off these kills. That's just obvious there, and RNG knew that. Well played by them.
And you can just see the replay on this one. He's ruptured from the get-go. The Hex comes in and gets him so close to death. But good coverage coming in from the Pango save of the day, making sure he can definitely get the BKB off. And I mean, this was incredibly well played by RNG now. It just leads up to a Roche, which they're definitely getting their hands on. It all comes down to that vision. They had vision in that ancient area that meant that their opponents could do anything. But jumping, hook shot, he gets it! He snatches the blade, and the black hole gets forced out. Globals are going to be there, but Aegis will not be in the hands of RNG. Gardic has been a forward in RNG's side this entire game.
It's still flying around the jetpack. I mean, he's definitely going to die here. It's just making it take forever at least. So he is out for 80 seconds now. So yes, he does deny the Aegis. Cheese was picked up though. Bloodseeker going to be the one to play with that now. And all 5 are still alive on RNG. So yeah, it's one of those cases that you like what happened, but at the same time, Hokori still needs to be worried about defending their base. They do have a top lane push going in though in their favor.
Oh, Gardic is blowing my mind right now. This is the standout Clockwork performance of this tournament so far. What an absolute god. The nuisance has been from start to finish in this game. The way he enabled SF on the lane and continues to enable his team through the game is a work of art.
Is under attack.
Now, Global Silence is ready. Black Hole, only one of them. Rush Orb ready for Enigma. So that's a big factor coming up to the next fight, right? Because it continues to be the case of the classic Silence of Prince Enigma. We could see there all the top. No, not going to happen. Lumi able to get the BKB off. The Rupture was up as mentioned. The Yule's up. Makaka, he's certainly dead. So he tries to get the jump they're looking for. Not going to happen. And now it's Analog's turn to go in. Glimpse back on Mars. But Analog is reaching. Who can he catch? Looks like he's going to be fine just rolling back to base.
Things keep rolling, goes back in. They're going to be content with that. Analog, like, yeah, he gets forced to buy back. Not ideal given, but like overall, considering how that went, I think you got to be happy with the fact that you didn't lose more there. Like that was a very uncomfortable situation. You see how the dynamics have changed. Rupture is never intended for the Pangolier anymore. It's always for Lumiere. They only have 1 Lincolns.
To that point, I feel like the other core could be a bit more aggressive with using that Global Silence early on in that fight, because again, he should know that he has the 2 compared to the 1, if anything, over the Enigma. We talked about earlier, it's also only a 75-second cooldown right now for his Global Silence on top of that. So obviously not the case there as far as he didn't use it, but I'm going to look out for that as far as his future fights. Now 19 seconds remaining on the Black Hole for Chalice, so he will have his doubles.
Well, they found X-Nova. That's actually a big kill to find. Not quite the Axe yet, but he's making his way towards it. There is a gem on the ground, but Analog didn't switcheroo the bottle quick enough, so won't be able to pick it up before leaving the base. Yeah, I get what you're saying around the silences, but I think for him, the pressure is like, he always wants to just mirror the black holes. He needs to see more being committed. I think we talked about this idea of being proactive with silences, but in these situations, it's more like, no, you need to show me more, because to them, the SF didn't seem that threatened. And it's interesting to think that they value these global silences that highly, considering they were willing to commit Analog's buyback instead.
25s we're talking about on the course of RNG, just to worth
scanning.
To be certain that it is the 2 ruptures for Bloodseeker, as you mentioned. Flight of Fist charges coming out for Embers for level 25s. Clockwork up here. Happen though.
It's always hunting. Fly where they are. I'm ready to go. Yeah, I'm overclocked. So I think did he get the Axe?
I was just thinking that. I think so. There's no way he
focused on
that.
the Aegis that he got. Yeah, so he because look at his net worth when I was bumped up, because I never saw him grab this. Yeah, so what a play, man. We thought it was godly before, but the fact that he got the Ags as well, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, the Aegis is certainly huge, of course, and a bit more noticeable. But yeah, the Ags pick it up. That's pretty solid on him for sure, especially like I say, playing this position of 5, not as hard heavy farm priority. He has the Axe now, too. Looking online. Corey continuing to kind of restrict RNG from feeling comfortable in terms of moving throughout the map. The Shadow Fiend has an Arcane Blink. He's even queued up the Scythe now. Pick up eventually.
Oh, they found the Ember.
Massive. The Abyssal Blade. The Ethereal is going to keep him alive. The Global Silence was used, but the BKB immediately comes out, and he's able to Remnant away.
That was fortunate for him as well. They didn't quite have enough damage to give him down, but now a follow-up fight coming out. They do find the Clockwork again. Gardic is everywhere and anywhere, including in the afterlife.
Oh, I love this. Again, this is so classic in Dota. The Enigma versus Silencer, it's kind of being brought back for TI-11, and the mirroring of one another. The double ultimates, a refresher on both, and now the Octarine core on both, as Chalice picks up his own right there.
Dire are scanning.
Went from RNG. the global's used. Like this build, just look at the cooldown. It's off cooldown 10 seconds, so you don't even really have a window of opportunity. And you can see that Hokori are giving them the appropriate amount of respect. They're not getting too far out of their base. In fact, they're fully huddled inside it.
Captured in the flame.
Jumped initially the black hole, and there's the first sign. It's a double black hole chalice. He will use it. There's the second sign. So the mind games continue. Mars, meanwhile, bulwarking, protecting himself. But Shadowfiend's well alive. They killed Enigma. He's now fighting back. The rupture onto Mars as well as Shadowfiend. No, Shadowfiend doesn't have one actually. The Requiem going to be used in the backline zone. Ember Spirit going in, but Lumi is godlike right now. So Mars is dead. Somnus needs to run and survive his name in the game. But Clockwork, Gardic is in the hunt. The hook shot ready as mentioned. Is he going to get a good one off? Yes, he is. He lands it. Is there enough lockdown here? No, there's not. He is going to be able to remnant away. The player's coming out, but he survives.
Damn. To your Clockwork, you wish you had the old bags where you could just refresh your hook shot. And I know it is there. Nice get out by Somnus, but overall just a rough fight for RNG. And now you see how they've reached their peak, the apex of their draft. That Enigma committed both black holes, and he used them simply to keep SF away from the other side of the fight, and yet it didn't matter. Vitaly, despite the brutal start of this game that he's experienced, has turned into a god, as is appropriate for Mars himself. He stood there. He tanked everything. The rupture comes in on him. Everyone's wailing at him, but the bulwark allows him to stand and fight long enough that by the time RNG realize it's not going to work anymore, Lumiere is already on his way to the main battle.
That was impressive. Yeah, the bulwark from Mars was massive. That's allowing him to live as long as he did. Really just playing that true barrier, really representing the ability proudly for his Shadow Fiend, helping to keep him alive. But again, it's the Enigma Silencer interaction. That worked out, it played out even as you would expect. There is a part of me that's like, is that what Chalice should be doing? I mean, I understand the concept here of just trying to lock down Shadow Fiend as long as possible, knowing you're going to get interrupted. And I guess you really just don't have a choice, but it certainly did feel bad seeing him jump back there, get stopped immediately, pop his refresher, and just go for it again out of desperation, and then get stopped immediately again. But that's just what you got to do, I suppose. You got to get those globals out.
It's just a really rough game for an Enigma. I'm glad to see like the Silencer having a solution. Just to quickly bring it back to Phosphor, Silencer doesn't feel like the best solution to Enigma as the game goes this late because you just can't get the items. But the way that Hokori prioritized Felicor in this one has paid off in dividends. Now with Roche possibly coming up, looks like it's going to be a long spawn this time.
Yeah.
We don't know yet. They haven't checked it. So they're going to be baited in. Clockwork in a bit too deep. We'll get the hook shot out. That's going to initiate the follow-up. Stun comes out to Tiny. And Somnus is going to be in. Requiem has been used. Lumiere is going to push forward. Look at the kill of Tiny. And the stun control to Somnus. He can't move. Ghost has to commit. Buyback's coming out from RNG. They need a good black hole. Global comes out, but too late. Lumiere is down and gone. Forced to commit the buyback. Because Hokori, I don't know if they realize still Roche isn't up yet.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, the fight breaking out. That's what he's saying. It's going to be a long road shot, and apparently the teams didn't care. They wanted to fight anyways. Clockwork, obviously, as we've always said, is the one that starts it. But what I saw there, I mean, I know we know this, but just how impressive. The raised damage of Shadow Fiend now with that level 25, it's insane. He's going to pop his own refresher, by the way. So another Requiem in play. Both the Black Hole and Global Silence will be ready in 20 seconds. He has refresher, but Silencer are going to try to hold on to it if he can. We'll see if that's possible. But there we go. Kaka jumped in first. Got a bit awkward as Pango went to the backline. Somnus, he's trying to run. He kind of jumps back in, but it's just going to be a free kill on a Tiny for Shadow Fiend. Yeah, it's a dieback. He's out for 100 seconds. And you can just see RNG just retreating back to the base.
Well, it's really bad for them as well. Charles had to use the BKB just to get out, so he doesn't have that magic immunity to go for a black hole. He's still also up against the double global of Felicor. And they're once again confidently going to run over the pit like, yes, it's finally time. Boys, I got some bad news. It's almost the longest spawn it could possibly be. You're going to have to wait long enough that the Tiny's going to be back, and also Enigma will have double black hole again.
KP, we've said it several times. I'm going to say it again, not to curse it, but maybe, who knows? 60 minutes, it's coming up. Tier 5 items. It is very possible this game for both teams.
And think about the time of the Roche coming up as well, just before it. So it's likely that the Roche could decide it before you even get your dream of Tier 5 items again, Breaky.
I don't even know who that is. I really don't. I guess, again, it probably always favors the team that's behind for the most part, and right now that is RNG, so if they can tank this out long enough to get to 16 minutes in tier 5 items, now perhaps that's their win condition, but Karnak is still going to keep going in division. But there's a jump? No, maybe. Bloodray just put down.
Ridiculous. Roll for the mid. Annal's going in, gets the stun out, follow up with the Mars Arena, connects onto the Bloodseeker here. Somnus will be able to use the BKB, as will Ghost, but that's bad. That's bad news for them. Because Lumiere was waiting to go in, and now they realize that this is as free as Roche is going to get.
But he's not up. They keep checking it. They're like, come on, just spawn, dude. Where are you? 3 seconds. Just be patient. It'll be there, I promise. Remnant put in, but there. Oh, he ran out when he. Oh, he spawned. He ran out. Second.
I mean,
there you go.
Every second matters. The BKBs are ticking down. 60 seconds till they're available again. They've got double black hole, but if they don't find that silencer, they can't take this.
Silence. Play. 59 minutes.
I love how he's close enough to be useful. Shot in! They found the Enigma! Okay, well, he's going to be moved back towards safety for the moment, but they found the Enigma still. Nice force stuff to dodge out the spear, but it won't be enough. Chalice is down, does have buyback. We need to use it.
Yep, you got to use it. So still, double black hole ready, just as the double global silences.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Roshan, not going to be committed to for Hokori. They don't feel like they need to stress for it. But I think it's a place to fight around.
What's crazy about that fight is I'm pretty sure Gardic dies if he doesn't get glimpsed away, and he doesn't have buyback. So in a way, true, RNG just kept Hokori at full strength.
I mean, it's one of those, you can't blame X-Nova. So, obviously, that's just kind of a natural reaction, but... Oh yeah, that's worth pointing out, speaking of X-Nova, he does have his Ags. And this is one of those items that in a game like this, that can absolutely turn the tide, right? In terms of the muting the items.
Yes, it's a game with multiple refreshers, right? That's what makes it feel even better. It's like, well, you know, if I find anyone here, they're screwed.
We made it, KP. Let's go.
Done it. Oh, Arcanist armor on both sides. Hello. Okay.
That's a start.
Thinking like who gets more value out of that? Like the damage reflect hurts a lot for RNG because they have so much AoE spread. So like maybe Hokori having that feels better, especially if you put it on the Mars. Actually, yeah, I really like it on the Mars.
Shadow Fiend gets the force boots, by the way, so get the spell.
Yeah, but this is a situation where, like, now you're even happy as a disrupt. You're like, now I get additional value out of my Ag Static Storm because that's another item you can't use.
Yeah, that's true. Does buff up that even more slightly. Yeah, with the disruptor. But yeah, both teams, we actually got to a point where you could tell they were just content on, okay, let's get these tier 5 items. Let's see what we're dealing with. Let's see what kind of chaos is going to follow.
But like, look at the paranoia. RNG aren't farming as much of the map, so they're getting the items slower. Hokori's so confident they've spread out to get every camp possible.
Seer Stone, that's a big one.
So Clockwork took the Arcanist armor in the end. Okay. I can get behind
He's in front. Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely using his whole HP pool, that's for sure. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, Vitaly's taking the Apex. Do I even want to know what his number... Oh my god, he's almost 5,000 HP now. Look at him!
I just love how absurd these items are. It's just so good.
God, it's like, oh yeah, here's just 70 stats out of nowhere. You've been trolling by on 6 items, let's just add this one in, which is like 2 items in 1.
Look at this Pango. Good old Giants ring. He's just massive Pango now. That Rolling Thunder, man, it's going to just be insane.
It's like his legacy, his story is one of how he ate all of his siblings, right? At this point, it's like I'm the only Pangolier left. God. Going in though, hook shot through, and they found Disruptor, the perfect target. He doesn't have an Aeon Disc. He has no way of reacting, but with death.
The back is ready.
Unless Lincoln's gone, perhaps your follow-up, but it's a giant Pangolier. I don't think he cares. Requiem, they're in. They found him. The X control room. Somnus is gone.
No buyback.
No buyback for 2 minutes, and the follow-up on the Ghost. He's also going to be going down. Global interrupts the BKB black hole. Chalice with a secondary, but they just don't have the damage anymore. They can't win the fight. Lumiere is taking on everything that RNG can throw at him. Chala's also gone. Buybacks too slow from Ghost, and it looks like this game is going the way of South America.
Hokori just likely did it. The tier 5 items come out, and certainly they helped play a role right there, but really that catch initially, and especially to blow up Somnus without a buyback, that was the key, obviously, and the GGs are officially coming out. Hokori will take game 1 over RNG here in the group stages. Big win for them. That's a feels good, man, coming out for Hokori.
Absolutely incredible showing out of Hokori. You know,
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win at life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
ban. RNG's turn to ban.
Ten seconds.
Oh, you know, we talked about the idea of whoever doesn't have the first pick probably wants to think about banning that Shadow Fiend in the first game. They did not on RNG's side, and Hokori is like, thank you very much. And, well, we saw what happened with the Shadow Fiend in that game number 1. So I was going to reiterate that here for game number 2. But as you can see, KP, we are already into the draft, and there is the Shadow Fiend banned by RNG. But there is something else to point out here, though, too, as some may notice. RNG did receive a level 3 penalty. We're not exactly sure as to why, but we were informed of that, which means they only have 20 seconds of reserve time here in game number 2. And that's, I mean, that is a big deal.
TikTok, don't waste any of it. It is a pretty rough one as well. Like, especially if Hokori optimized this correctly. Like, before the first picks come out, like, if you really want to exploit this, you could try to prep your first 3 fours with minimum deviation, so you just quick spam them. At that stage, RNG are going to struggle to correctly find the solution in just 20 seconds with so many heroes in the game. But man, let's not ignore the important detail, Breaky. We finally done it. We finally got to cast a 60-minute plus game. And it was a close one. Such a close. Like, RNG, make no mistake, Hokori were ahead, right? They looked dominant, but you could always see the way RNG could find their way back, which is why I'm excited for what I expect to be another very close game. Especially when RNG do this. They open up with the Broodmother, Hokori with plenty of picks to try and counter this.
Even it is again talking about the fact that they only have 20 seconds reserve time. So I gotta say, I don't know if I expected the Broodmother opening to happen for RNG. Knowing that, you figured they would have gone maybe a little more traditional with an opening, but no, not the case. Especially with heroes like Primal Beast, for example, on the board. But they go the Broodmother, and immediately, not really immediately, a little bit of time, but Pango does eventually come out for Hokori. Already a decent answer to the Broodmother in the Pango pick.
Yeah, and they're like, please, come pick Bloodseeker again. Let's see how that works out for you this time. Because you already picked the Broodmother, that should be one of your cores gone. You're going to make him carry again? Like, they're kind of just forcing the choice out of RNG now. Oh, wait, they banned. So they banned it out. I'm kind of surprised. I felt like Hokori found a good solution to the Bloodseeker last game, but maybe they just want that opportunity to pop off, right? Like, if you think of how the early game went, I think that's what made it feel so tight, is that for Hokori, it was more or less, what does the SF do? Because everything else can't do anything.
5 seconds remaining.
As bans to follow now. Hokori taking away the Bloodseeker, of course, a factor last game for RNG. That was picked up, and not going to want to deal with it here. And naturally, they do have the Pango, as you're talking about. So, Queen of Pain, though, the follow-up to that. Who do they ban to help protect this Broodmother a little bit more? Like we talked about, though, you already got the Pango. Mentioned the Primal Beast still on the board, and so is Tiny. That's another hero that certainly has to be addressed here with these bans. And if not, definitely high pick up.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking what RNG want to do with this like Brood, like how you can get the most space out of it. Because usually when you draft this early, you're trying to force your opponent to react to Pangle is the start, but to really justify this, you want to see 1 or 2 more picks targeted at it. RNG done this intentionally to try and make up for the lack of reserve time, because if you're able to set the tempo with the opening picks, it's rush to respond to those initial picks, and it gives you more freedom to quickly gel together the rest of your lineup.
Sort of looking at those stats as far as pairing with the Broodmother, and the top pairings are Undying, Shadow Fiend. Obviously, neither one of those are possible. Hoodwink would be the next list. Hoodwink and a Jakiro. A couple of heroes that have been ran with the Brood, and to decent success with the 2-1 record. In fact, Leshrac also on there, of course.
Yeah,
he's still available too. So
I was about to say, like, I was about to say, no Lesh there, because I think Lesh works really well. It's just naturally the way the two heroes start to pressure lanes, it's very difficult to stop, right? It just comes fluidly from the way these heroes scale. To the earlier idea of Hoodwink, I quite like that. I don't think I've seen RNG run much Hoodwink. But the cool thing about Hoodwink is when you pick these offlaners that become independent, the best people to pair with them are supports that can go do things elsewhere. Hoodwink is a gank and spanker, low cooldown across the board and a lot of burst damage, compared to things like Shaker, where they are actually happy when they're able to leave the lane to get more done elsewhere.
5 seconds remaining.
Final ban to come for RNG before they go with what will be their third pick. So
turn to
one of those options, Magnus ban. That's an interesting. That is not a hero.
That's. I mean, it's not bad against the Brood,
though.
Yeah, but more importantly, I think it's an SA specific ban. Like, we've seen Beastcoast run Magnus drafts before. I wouldn't be surprised if Hokori have done one or two. I think it's a hero that's still relatively popular in the region, not so much in other ones. Opening up this phase, RNG likely to lock in their support and then come back with probably Somnus' hero. And I love this. The Bane, actually incredibly impactful. Great counter to the Pangolier. And we watched Asta run this yesterday. The final series up against Beastcoast. Siamese C had one of the standout performances in the group stage so far as a POS 5 Bane. This hero is slept on. I think he's only been played maybe less than 5 times in the group stage. But every time I see him, he looks dominant.
Yeah, well, it's even further to that point. Yeah, you were right on the nail with 5 games. 3 of those 5 games were against a Pango, and he's 3-0. All 3 of the wins up against the Pang. So yeah, natural counter, similar to the Bloodseeker idea. Now, to be fair, we said that with Bloodseeker, and sure enough, Hokori was able to pull through the victory for obviously other reasons too. But it doesn't make it impossible. But you're addressing the Pango, sir.
Yeah, so the issue, like in comparison, right, is the Bloodseeker was them committing their carry to the counter. And thus they removed their ceiling. They basically stopped themselves from scaling as well. And you saw that as the game went on, where Hokori, it became more, what do we do to enable Lumiere? Well, RNG were like, I need all these heroes to do things. And looks like we are going to get to see the Hoodwink. It is, of course, now, as a result, going to come out on the side of Hokori instead, considering RNG already have their 2 supports. And I actually quite like this. I think Hoodwink is a good ambushing type hero, and you need to be able to catch Broodmother off from afar. Another cool thing about Hoodwink, she's the type of hero that can go to a dangerous area of the map and shove it out quite safely. The amount of times I watch teams chase a Hoodwink for a minute and still not get her, and everyone's just left face palming, I've lost count. It's ridiculous.
It is. So, yeah, Hoodwink definitely feels great. I love the Titan, though. Again, it's just kind of yet another tool for that Broodmother, as we were talking about. Void Spirit, as they do start dipping into that 20 seconds of reserve time that they had finally. RNG, again, a reminder, they've had to pick very quick. But, yeah, only 6 seconds, but still. But, yeah, they're confident with the Void Spirit pickup, though.
10 seconds remaining.
At 4th spot.
I think the discussion was like, how do we catch these more frustrating heroes like the Pangolier, like the Hoodwink? And it's a decent answer to it. They don't necessarily have the cleanest way of killing the Tombstone if Snapfire's nearby, but Snapfire should always be able to get in range, which is why they've given no more notice to the Undying. Void Spirit isn't the worst idea if you're looking to just stop the Hoodwink altogether. Obviously, you know, you're not just going to invest the Void Spirit to stop a support. This is still going to be a decent lane against the Pangolier and one that can rotate just as much. But I like the fact that they found a way of finding something that can hunt Hoodwink without being one of these drafts that overcommits to finding the squirrel.
Primal Beast is still on the board, but neither team need to pick him up at this point because of what both teams really need, that safe lane hero, you'd assume. And safe lane Primal Beast, although possible, is probably not the direction.
Is that the new direction for TI that we're looking for? Yes, just the Primal Beast boss one. Why not? We might as well go there. Yeah, unlikely that we see it. Even though it's a hero that can farm really fast and stack camps, you know, and clear them, it doesn't give you that high ceiling we talked about. I think most of the successful drafts we've seen at TI, even though they find ways of getting these high ceiling heroes involved early, they're still a hero that can scale incredibly into the late game. You've been seeing that with these SF drafts especially. Obviously we won't see them in this game, but you know, think more akin to things like Lifestealer comes to mind. Bloodseeker has kind of a weird pivot point, so maybe that could have worked for RNG last game. Obviously not this one because it's banned. I do like the Sven ban from RNG though. It's just a natural way of eventually dealing with the Brood, and it's another SA favorite.
I'm kind of starting to go through more and more of list of potential carry pickups. Lone Druid is still on the board. And
yeah.
Well, I think Hokori could also.
10
the Lone Druid themselves.
It's that push issue, right? So I don't mind the idea. I just don't know if you want to play Lone Druid against these heroes. Like, you can interrupt the Bane's Fiend's Grip more easily because you have another hero with a stun, right? Like, you've got the bear and then you've got the bear. Just thinking on the lane, like, I don't think you pressure the Broodmother much, and I think you kind of lack clear ways of denying the Brood. Do love the TA pick. I think, like, Hokori could have ran something like a safe lane TA or maybe flexed like the Pango's positioning, but I just want to see someone with scalability. And so far, these final bans on both sides make sense because, like, those 4 picks all go into the late game comfortably.
10 seconds remaining.
Want scalability, decent against Broodmother as well. Let's go, Legion Commander. Infinite scalability over for Hokori. Let's go. Let's pick it up. We're going game number 2 now.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Hokori have no more fans. They've all gone back to Beastcoast at that point. The Legion's a big oof, especially in a game with Bane. So instead, it's going to be the Snack Lady. Can do reasonably on the lane against Broodmother. It gives that scalability we talked about, and heroes around it. Like, this is a 4 protect 1 strike type strategy. It's all meant to be on the Medusa in the late game. Want to see RNG's response? You know, we've seen some anti-mage from the Chinese teams before. I think the Chinese teams are the only ones to actually pick anti-mage so far with 1 game, 1 win. It is one of the classic counters, but you would be picking into Hoodwink.
Anti-mage.
Yeah, and they pick it into Hoodwink.
Yeah, well, it's Hoodwink, sure, but I was just thinking, I mean, overall, there isn't the most lockdown from Hokori's side. It's also evasive lockdown, right? The Rolling Thunder and even the Titan or Rampage, you can ideally predict it if it possibly happening. So I can see why the anti-mage is just so tempting here, especially with that Medusa final pick.
So the only thing that spooks me a little is something to keep in mind with Hoodwink. As a Filthy Hoodwink spammer, I can guarantee you it works this way. Every time I see an anti-mage, I've got a smile on my face because the break applies before the damage, so you get maximum burst when you hit him with the sharpshooter. And then, of course, you're talking about an anti-mage that's broken against a lineup that has 4 heroes that dish out a decent amount of magical damage. So it could be a spooky start. I think if Raw Never Give Up can get past the initial phase of the game, anti-mage can come into his own. It's a great matchup against the Medusa later on. I'm just very fearful of how this game begins. I've got a big question mark on whether Somnus is going to be able to do enough in the first 20 to 25 minutes with a Void Spirit. I think what's going to come down to is what Chalice can do instead. If this Broodmother can soak up a lot of the map and draw attention, then anti-mage gets his game. But if Hokori play fast aggressive, everywhere at once, I struggle to see a world in which Ghost gets farm.
We'll say RNG, the only team to pick up the anti-mage so far in this event. I believe, yeah, it's the one that we did cast earlier. And it was, of course, a victory for them. On the other side, Medusa has only been seen twice so far this event and is 0-2. Again, this is the anti-mage versus the Medusa matchup here, and Mage in that individual matchup on paper does win it, so it's successful game, despite knowing that you're likely going to get a bit of counter, because I was even a second pick Broodmother with it was a third pick Broodmother, right? In the sense that there is still a reaction to be had by Hokiro, but before they even went to the banning phase, and that's where the Pango came out. So it's not going to be easy for Talon.
Yeah, we do get the El Clásico matchup of the Medusa versus the anti-mage as a result of that. And, you know, we said that the idea of this Brood was it was going to try to create space for something else. It was going to be this vacuum of distraction so that something else could exist in the game. And it makes sense, the anti-mage. I just think, like, something that's maybe slept on a lot is the impact a Hoodwink has in this matchup. Like, yeah, you know, the anti-mage can chase some tail. He sees you, you're insta-dead. But the cool thing about playing Hoodwink is you have so much range for initiation, especially with a typical Aether Lens build. So I think this is a game of jump or get jumped. And I think what could really be the saving grace for RNG is X-Nova. This Bane, to me, has been a standout support pick so far. Not picked that much, but incredibly impactful when it.
Yeah, and it makes sense here, absolutely. They're going to be involved in a little bit of a clash at the bottom room. Both runes, in fact, having a bit of back and forth. X-Nova is going to be fine, but getting low.
Yeah, it's one of those awkward ones where you can't harass the Pangolier because his shield crashed and the other hero is ranged, and also the Acorn shot just adds a lot of damage in while controlling you. It's going the way of Hokori to open up, so nice start for them. And a nice little bit of harassment back and forth. You can see on the bot lane, Vitaly has already started with double Mango, as you should, which means that after this initial harassment is experienced, the pain should be less coming.
Port's not here yet, so Ghost is going to walk right up, burn the rest of that mana for the Tidehunter. He's got a couple of mangoes, of course, but here comes Bushwhack, and so will Bane as he TPs in. Generating 3 different lanes, so you see on your screen that mid matchup, Pango versus Void Spirit. Spirit having that level 1 Resonant Pulse, of course.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Against Pango. Courier kill.
So the thing about this mid lane is it's interesting when you think of the dynamics of Pangolier. Like, he has this way of reducing damage he's taking. He also has a composite damage of physical and magical. That's why I think both spirit types work reasonably well, because you're kind of offsetting half of what the Pangolier does. As an Ember Spirit, you offset the magical damage, and as a Void Spirit, you offset the physical damage with the pulse. So I think Somnus should have a comfortable lane, but the issue is how does he make Analog uncomfortable?
Definitely keeping his distance. Gardic doing what he can. Top lane. Well, excuse me, you were talking about the mid lane. Apologize.
Oh, yeah, the mid lane. Yeah.
Looking at the top lane, though, we do see Anti-Mage. Medusa all over the place. It's been a long event. A lot of webs, though. A lot of
there
webs
are lanes.
There are lanes. Yes, that's what we're talking about, lanes. Oh, but I've been noticing this up here at the top lane. And speaking of that, I've been watching it, and yeah, Medusa's 8-1 right now. It seems like he's been having a pretty freak time, thanks to Gardic. But they're kind of just lane pulling from one another, and Palace is also getting us decent.
Yeah, Gardic isn't on that scalable hero in terms of annoyance like the Clockwork this game around. It is going to be Undying. Definitely going to be an annoying hero, but if we get to that late game, it's very difficult for an Undying to position correctly. At least from what we've been seeing the POS 5 ones so far this event. But we'll have a lot more pressure early on, and then this just goes to that idea, you know, the difference here is not meant to make kills happen, not meant to necessarily make these flashy plays. It's just meant to give Lumiere a free lane. And if there's anything that people tell you about an Undying, when you pick it as a support, you tell your carry, I'm picking this so you have a game. Full stop.
Again, so far, certainly having that Undying, couple more mangoes even. Spam going up, but mid lane matchup, as we kind of seen that trend of Pango a little bit behind in the CS against his opponent. It's 15-0, Pango 10-4.
Yeah, I kind of like the Void Spirit slightly better than the Ember, just because you have a little bit more instant burst damage with the Resonant Pulse, the way it interacts compared to a Flame Guard, and also I think you're just a much easier hero to right-click walk with, even after the movement speed nerfs, so not surprised he's coming out ahead slightly. Cool thing about this bot lane, by the way, like all the trees got cut down, so you see how much harder it is now for Field to make any plays. Ghost is going to be less pressured, and especially with the assistance of X-Nova, I feel like this is a comparatively Undying idea. Like, I am picking this hero so you have a free lane. Statement that the Undying makes is, I'm picking this hero so you can have a game, followed up by, why couldn't you have picked a hero that has a stun though? Because we can kill a lot in this lane. It's always the feeling when you have a Medusa, like you don't expect the other side to lose heroes. Your goal is simply to make sure that the Medusa gets farm, and so far he's ticking that box, third in the CS charts.
Did not catch you littering, bro.
Ghost down here at the bottom is actually managing a very good CS. It feels like, especially with Tidehunter, you're usually one of those heroes. You talked about removing a lot of the trees though, so Hoodwink isn't necessarily able to do as much as you hope for. X-Nova, I mean, you just see how aggressive Bane is playing at this bottom lane. Of course, he's got Brain Sap, one of the best trading supports in the game, but through the trading, Chalice gets a kill, and it might not even be a trade. They're marking both. Lumi, he's just dead.
Is under attack.
Wow, that type of dive. Wow, very impactful from RNG. Just noticing that they're playing a little bit low HP on the Undying, and he's running out of mana. In fact, if you look at Undying's inventory, he dies empty. Had nothing left to contribute. He bled himself dry in that top lane. Great patience coming out from RNG, and we see the beginning of the snowball effect we were worried about. Chalice, if RNG want the space with his anti-mage, Brood needs to be off to a good start, and it doesn't get much better than that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Love to see that if you're an RNG fan. Chalice. I don't know about doing combat here. I mean, he's going to throw the tombstone down, but Chalice, okay, it's going to take a little bit too long, and he's realizing with the tombstone down, he's going to have to retreat from that. That seems Gardic is not afraid to man up here, that's for sure.
There's still a wand on Chalice, so he should be fine. But you can see how confident he feels, like even up against a bully like Undying. And this is early on. This gets more spooky with Insatiable Hunger being leveled into. Like once you get 2 or 3 points in this, it feels like Gardic has to run every time.
Zombies. It made it a little bit threatening for Chalice, but he is finally going to get regen. He'll be good to go. Bane, at the bottom rune spot. Double damage was top. He's trying to buy time for his teammate. Rolling Thunder knocks him over the edge, though, and he is good to go. Great positioning. We've seen that before. You're going to get Rolling Thunder on. Get next to that cliff. Get uphill.
Kaka? I mean, Kaka's a gun. There's no way he gets out of this. Lumia getting the kill, and Chalice is also gone as well. He hung around. They got greedy. They thought they could get the deuce, and they paid the price.
Trouble grasping cause and effect.
Huh. The other core also fallen though. Double damage Void Spirit, so a lot of kills taking place.
He gets the hoodwink.
6.
Yeah, he did use both Astral Steps though, which is it's a bit annoying. Usually you want to keep one in reserve in case it's a gank. The nice thing for Somnus in this game is like you're not up against a ganking combo. The hoodwink can come, but if Hokori bring all 3 heroes to the mid lane, right, both supports, the Undying hasn't got an extra stun to lock you down. So pretty safe game to just spam Astral Step in.
I'll say, picking a mid lane, Void Spirit, he'll crash in.
He's fine.
Got that Resonant Pulse though, level 4, so yeah, he's good to go. Enough.
It's also he has Astral Step again. Like if they made this play when he doesn't have Step, I'm concerned because if you look, he hasn't got a single point to simulate yet. So that's a very threatening situation to be in. But yeah, this is a type of gank that will always work once you have 6 and Feel the Core. That's why I like that he's parking on mid now. Just let Hoodwink get the XP and Analog go do some activities. You have got Rolling Thunder off cooldown.
So going back to the top lane though again, Medusa, very good. We mentioned how Chalice doing pretty good on the Broodmother, specifically after that double kill happened as they dove the tower, but then getting double killed against you, and Lumi's been having great CS, translates into this top net worth for the Medusa currently. So yeah, Lumi doing what he needs to be doing for Hokori.
Yeah, despite the death, like it's kind of wacky when you look at the net worth as well, because you expected Charles to make space. He's struggling, Tide is ahead of him, and there's still Ghost failing to really get ahead. Anti-Mage hasn't died in this lane, but hasn't been made easy either. Anytime he lets Vitaly get an Anchor Smash out is a time that he's going to struggle to get his own group score up.
So just in the jungle currently. Levels to be had for Gardic, but Gardic is by himself as we mentioned this, and they're going to understand that that's the case. So that's the dead Undying, Tombstone, and I don't know about that.
Somnus found Lumiere on low mana. He can die here. Good thing Pango came in. Like, genuinely, he could die there. Mana was running out. There was still a remnant to work with, so good quick rotation out of Analog to make sure they don't lose their core.
It's still going to harass Analog quite a bit, but yeah, definitely no kill coming from this. So Medusa, she's good. Now on the low ground. Continuing her jungle, in fact, going to do a stack here. As Pango's going to make his way top, though, now and try to deal with Chalice. There.
Yeah, someone
push him
has
away.
If these towers start to fall, like there's a knock-on effect. So Medusa needs the jungle, but if this tower goes down, Chalice moves into the jungle as well. So you aren't safe anymore. Chalice is diving. Analog. Oh, the Remnant too late. The Rolling Thunder will come out. Bushwhack is going to connect as well. So Chalice stuck next to a wall. The worst place to be up against the Pango.
Well, nice kills by Somnus there. Take a jungle stack, but still losing his teammate in Chalice. Nearby. Great rotation. And specifically the Pango able to get the rolling center off.
Is under attack.
Set next to the wall. Not where you want to be for the Broodmother. So he's going to have to wait to resurrect, come back in. And this transition's been great. As you pointed out, they needed somebody to keep that Broodmother in check, especially with Lumi going into the jungle, as he's over here now. And Pango really is the perfect hero for it. That's why they drafted him after all. Italy, though, he's dead. Mana Void.
Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm actually impressed that was enough in the end. It looked like he was just going to walk it off, but they were relentless. Also, check this build on Ghost. Goes in for the Vanguard early, so not just naked rushing the Battle Fury. I like this choice. It allows you to actually be somewhat present. I think there's this overwhelming threat to Hokori's heroes, like Ravage, Tombstone, Pangolier. Like, you just want to be able to, in a very sticky situation, provide for your side, and in the meantime, ensure that they can't gank you.
Oh, makes sense. Of course, transitioned later on as well, but it's just a matter of bulk up earlier on, so makes a lot of sense there. Pango, Fusel Blade in the works. It's this Broodmother gonna take that push back. On the Hoodwink once again, there is Pango. He comes in with a swashbuckle, the shield crash, and all the Spiderlings are gone. Not happy.
Yeah, I just love the tree instantly out from Fielako. It's like none of them leave. I hate spiders. Could end up being the bane of their existence soon. I mean, he's almost got level 6, at which stage, you know, if you look at the heroes on RNG, none of them are safe. Fielako alone, with his burst, would take over, well, over half your HP.
Fiend's Grip is ready. They're smoking in.
Oh, nice move
Gonna
away.
be exposed. Yeah, he's good.
Analog. Oh, no, don't walk back for the south, sir. Okay, that is actually quite fortunate, because they could have remnanted into a Fiend's Grip there.
Behind in the trees, though. And I say, if you're going to fight us, you're going to have to fight us back here. Where definitely we can expect some TPs to come in.
They seem hesitant for good reason. X-Nova's around the back. He has vision as well. They see Fielako.
Pango TP'd out. Fielako, he's still hanging around. As he mentioned, they see him. They know he's here. They're acting like they don't.
He's not in range. That's the problem. He's not in range for Nightmare or Fiend's Grip. Instead, he moved towards him and oh no! He just feeds over the kill in the end, trying to make his escape.
If you look long enough.
He had a TP, but again, it's easy for us to say that he didn't understand that.
That's just
they were basically just waiting for him to move, yeah.
Regeneration.
Yeah, you don't necessarily expect that high ground board, especially when you're side with things like Brood Mama, but Hoodwink's a justifiable reason to get these wards in place.
But Medusa still has about 1,000 net worth lead over anyone else in this game right now. Just kind of been sitting over here in the jungle. We've seen her mid lane a couple of times. I mean, Manta style, it's going to come up very quickly. Another couple hundred gold and she'll have it.
Another game where you get the perfect tier 1 neutral item. Possessed Mask, definitely the one you want as Medusa. More stats, not to mention a cheeky bit of lifesteal. Which means you can farm the jungle without any risk whatsoever. You're more or less always going to be full regen. Uh-oh.
No way!
Oh, no. It wouldn't have been enough. I think he would have got out on 100 HP still, but
are scanning.
It's a confidence type thing, right? Like with Mirana arrows. If you start hitting them, you feel good. If you start missing them, you start doubting.
Dire scanned over here, and they are going to... Well, Dying's going to die. Void Spirit, the one that going in first, is Lumi. Scream. Somnus, though, nice cookie. Keeps him alive on the ledge for the time being. At least Vayne, though, he'll be the victim. Gonna put the sleep on Medusa just before Cock is running against those Ghosts. Ghost is here. No mana on the Medusa. Keep that in mind. Mana Void is ready. He's gonna blow up right there. Is it enough, though? It's not. Yes, it is. Medusa goes down, but a 1 Cock for Anti-Mage. Ghost in trouble. He is locked down for the kill. Ravage is ready, and out it comes. Void Spirit. He needs to get away now. Flesh Golem from Gardex, sitting on top of Somnus. Snapfire, though, he's the one that's low, and that's what Tidehunter wants, as well as the Hoodwink. They are going to get it. Dissimilate. Somnus, he's still in trouble, though. He does have that Resonant Pulse. No steps, though, as mentioned, and he's dead. Killing spree for Analog. So they lose the Medusa, but Hokori is just fine with the Plague.
Actually, really good plays there in the end coming out from Hokori. I mean, that looked dicey on RNG's end, the way they opened up, but I felt confident about the midway through that fight. Like, nice, they get out despite the fact they commit all those astral steps. They shouldn't be getting out. And then they just recommit. They go in. You know, the Fiend's Grip baits them into thinking they're safe. They get overwhelmed in the second wave, and I just got to give a lot of credit to Hokori in the way they played that. Like, that was a dicey fight, all things considered, with a Mana Void. The Mana Void should have just ended it right there, but the relentlessness coming out from the SA boys means that they end up coming out ahead of that. But think about a 1.5k net worth swing in their favor.
Thus the net worth lead overall for them. Medusa, she's now bottom lane. They're just running down this anti-mage. Of course, he is going to blink away. It's more of a get out of this lane. This is our now. And they're going to get the tier 1 tower pretty easily. No way that the resistance will come out from RNG. Instead, they're going to push the mid lane, and Pango's there, though, so it's not going to be a free tower kill. Maybe it will be.
Yeah, they don't want to defend it. It's just hit nighttime. If you look at their vision, they are limited in that area. It's way too risky to try and hold, especially when you're parking free heroes bot. You're going to be way too split no matter what you do. And let's move out of RNG straight up top. Analog. He actually rolling thunder, so he's going to yoink all the spiderlings. Let him move away. Now, if he hangs around for the kill, he's going to die here.
No.
What? Awkward. I mean, they just gave it away with the cookie.
Yeah. Got a swashbuckle and a shield crash. He's fine, right? Is he fine? There's no TPs just yet. He actually might be in trouble still, and he is going to go down. Okay.
Like, the crazy part about that is that he knew there were teammates nearby because Charles got cookied. I thought that felt like a slip up because Kaka does that cookie, and then Pango should know to just leave because he was trying to time it for the end of Rolling Thunder, but he didn't know exactly when it was going to end. Instead, after he sees the cookie, he hangs around and continues to roll as if anything but his death is going to happen there. So a little bit gluttonous coming out from Pangolier, and does get appropriately punished by RNG.
Yeah, I honestly expected TPs to come in and out. I'm not exactly sure what the others are doing. Obviously occupied elsewhere, maybe just TPs run off cooldown, etc. But yeah, both a mix of him, but also just the communication in general with the team. Not necessarily able to port in and save and perhaps set up a turn, but obviously good job for RNG. That's definitely an important kill to make happen on that Pango. Keep going back to this Medusa though, and the Manta style, the Eye of Scotty well in the works as well. The ultimate orb for 1 has been picked up. How's Broodmother doing, by the way? She has her Vlad, so working on the Wraith Pact.
Yeah, almost a Wraith Pact, just 600 gold away. But man, this Scotty is actually infuriating for the Broodmother in this game. You know, usually you can get to a point where you can kind of maybe just stand there and munch on someone on the side of the fight to lifesteal fruit. You won't be able to do that anymore, not with the Scotty in place. So it becomes a much more difficult state of affairs for this Brood pick. It feels like you're more or less going to be split pushing for a lot of the game. And, invasion. Somnus will look for a kill on the Guardic, and we'll be able to finish him off. Tombstone makes sure that they won't hang around though.
Yeah, the gaze.
They almost got Bane as well. 90 HP, sharpshooter not quite enough.
The all-important Battle Fury just about online for Anti-Mage, basically has it. I also think the really important item, though, to keep an eye on is that Void Spirit and going the Ag, so that Resonant Pulse much stronger.
Did you notice that little frame freeze moment? That's when you know Broodmother's losing all her babies.
I usually like
So it's like Analog just has enough damage to actually burst the entire group word there. Yeah, it just feels like there's never an army. Ravage is going to come out onto the big spider. Chalice stuck on the spot. Defusal means he can't run away. Right back to him, and now they'll move straight in for Roshan.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, Roshan's here too. Let's just kill him in the process. I don't even know if that was the intention or not from Hokori from the beginning, but it's gonna be. I mean, Battle Fury just finished on the Anti-Mage, but obviously, again, it's not like a tool of, oh hey, we got our Battle Fury, let's fight on the Anti-Mage now. So this is a tough decision to make for RNG, it feels like, in terms of defending this.
Yeah, it's weird because Anti-Mage TPs to the tier 1 top as if they were going to try and fight this, but that would be dangerous. You've already got Hokori set up with a Tombstone here, and you don't have the rest of vision, but Kisses is going to lead the way. That's a good way to open up this fight, but Analog instantly reacts with the Rolling Thunder. Somnus moving in to try and snatch the Roche, but he hasn't got enough damage. And he just used both his Astro Steps, did not hang around. Instead, Lumiere will get his hands on the Aegis. RNG will count their lucky stripes. They didn't lose anyone in the process.
Yeah, and also the Tombstone placement was clutch as well. It's going to wear off here in a second, but with the Tombstone be down, I know they didn't have Ravage, but you mentioned the Rolling Thunder too. They still had more than enough to make it a point of, if RNG was going to commit there, it was going to be very risky. And that's one of those, if you do commit, it doesn't go your way, all of a sudden you are a lot further behind than it feels like you should be. So I respect the safer play, certainly, from RNG of not overcommitting to that. But you have an Aegis now in Medusa, and that Aya Scotty is going to be basically online in the next couple of minutes now.
Yeah, and then we have to compare to the Anti-Mage. Sorry to do this to you, Ghost, but not exactly looking spooky in this game. He's on his way towards his Manta style. Even then, I don't think he's ready to now take on this Dusa, not with the Skadi factor. Sure, you can talk about the Manning and Burn, the Mana Void plays that can come out, but I think RNG lack the ability to 5-man, whereas if you look at Hokori, not just the Medusa, but all the elements around it is designed to fight 5-on-5.
Yeah, and it's not that all-in 5v5 like, oh, you need to wait for all these big ultimates. I mean, yes, Tidehunter's Ravage is, of course, the big one, but Rolling Thunder, Tombstone, a bit shorter of cooldowns that they can rely on for these fights. And speaking of Rolling Thunder, again, Broodmother, the awkward spot. The Bushwhack comes out, though, and there is the Sharpshooter.
Silly Spooter, what are you doing here? Rook's already been taken. He's just trying to get back to that top side, back where he felt he belonged. Someone's at least tried to claim some vengeance for him, but unable to do so. Guardic will walk it off. Wraithpact Aura is just proving frustrating for both sides, but more frustrating the end for RNG is Lumineer is in place to take out that tier 1 top.
Yeah, so he has that axe on a Void Spirit, but
Radiant's top tower
I feel like it's as potent of a tool as he hopes for, as unfortunately unable to even kill the support and Undying there. Speaking of Undying, again, Tombstone's ready. Ravage, is also ready to go for Vitaly, so they have that tool and the Stone Gaze.
And just to your point around, like, they're not all in on teamfight, it's not as much an issue whether they are or aren't all in teamfight. It's just more to do with how not on teamfight RNG are. They have one hero that likes teamfights, the Snapfire. The rest of them are these pick-off type heroes. You know, the Void Spirit, the Anti-Mage, the Bane, the Brood. They don't want to encounter 5 heroes. They want to snowball one kill after another. Gotta give so much credit to Hokori in the way they don't enable that. There's always 2 to 3 heroes together at any given time.
Love this medallion pickup from Tidehunter, and he's going the Solar Crest on top of that. Of course, for the upgrade there. Hold on, thought though, Anti-Mage. Another stun, it hits. He's gonna Ravage for this. No, the Bushwhack comes out, he's actually slept though. Oh, maybe? The Ravage reaches! Out comes the Stone Gaze and a Mystic Snake and the kill. You knew he wanted to Ravage. The Nightmare almost saving him, but he says no, no, no. The maximum distance, it connects, and Anti-Mage is dead for 40.
And that Nightmare almost saved the day. Bane, he came in X-Nova, managed to get the Nightmare off onto the Tide, but you just see the impact I'm talking about, this Hoodwink. Once you fully charge that Sharpshooter, which you can easily do in that situation, that damage, essentially, it's close to pure. Like, you don't have that magic resistance anymore from the counterspell. That gets removed first. You get broke, and then you take the damage. Now, look what they've been forced to do to defend. Committing everything here. Guarding is going to be brought down, but Somnus in too deep. Dissimulate coming off cooldown soon. Instead, the Cookie will save him. Medusa does still stand, though, so RNG need to be careful about hopping out of their base here.
Corey just going to go for the reset. Medusa, just a minute remaining about. Dying, of course, trying to resurrect. Chalice, he's still chasing. It's going to slow down the Hokori. Spider Sting on him, but Broodmother. Uh-oh, I don't know about this. Yeah, he's in trouble. Analog goes back in now with the Rolling Thunder. Another bounce, maybe going to be the kill. They will get Bane in the process. Anti-Mage is back in, though. The Mana Void, he's still out about half mana left, so not the biggest explosion. It goes, is dead. No, the counter spell still keeps him alive barely. But the shell crashes. Gets the kill. TP out at least for the Void Spirit, but Anti-Mage, that was a ballsy decision that did not pay off. And now Snapfire, also in trouble, is dead, in fact. A triple kill for Analog. RNG trying to take advantage of these cooldowns, you know, not being ready necessarily, but it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, if that was a ballsy decision, they are now they've been neutered. They can't take fights at all. I mean, the RNG even thinking they can for a second is surprising. I think they get baited in by the fact there's no Ravage and they want to make a play, but there's so much that you can still utilize around this lineup. Not only have they still got that Aegis on Medusa, which ends up getting the best value possible that now expires, you're still dealing with this Sharpshooter factor. In fact, the Bane would have been gone instantly if it wasn't for the beautiful Nightmare dodge at the start of this fight. One small detail, they were doing a good job of stopping Hoodwink from hunting. Chalice kept cutting down the trees before the follow-up Bushwhack could connect. But it's still just cute plays in an overall bad fight to take. I mean, you just see Ghost comes in, and it doesn't matter that you have this Mana Void at all. Lumiere is so tanky now with the Skadi that won't be enough to kill him on its own.
Well, and like I said, he used it when he still had a good half mana bar left anyway, so yeah, it really just didn't do nearly enough damage that it needed to, that he certainly hoped for with how confident he was kind of jumping in right there.
Yeah, it's a case of he can't stand there long enough to take all the mana away. Just look at his items. I mean, he's irrelevant. If he had a Manta, sure, but he's not there yet. And, oi, oi, oi. Speaking of not there anymore, X-Nova just gets deleted in the mid lane.
This is all Hokori. We mentioned game one, you know, fairly even. And yes, Hokori started to take a decent lead. And eventually we saw what happened in the 60-plus minute game. This is a game where right now, I mean, on paper, Medusa versus Anti-Mage, a 60-plus minutes wouldn't be out of the question. But with the way we're looking right now, Hokori, they could finish this sooner than later if they are looking to do so, at least.
Yeah, they're setting themselves up for a situation where the next Roche could end the game. This is the last outer tower for RNG, and they are lacking map control. It's crazy as well, because they have heroes that can split push, but the problem is still they can't directly fight. I do like that they have started to do this, by the way. Like, RNG have to just spread out and push the lanes out. Your job is to delay the game until AM exists as a hero.
He is here, but he needs to farm. BKB is what he's looking for next. 2,000 gold saved up. Ghost, what he can to get there, but Hokori smartly has been restricting the map quite a bit. As I said, that they're on their side currently, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them about, or perhaps they're going to position around Roshan as, yeah, it's about 45 seconds for the red timer. For that when he does eventually come up. But Medusa, does she already have? Yes, she does. She has the butterfly coming out. That is a massive item as well.
Yeah, so the other interesting thing I was looking at is RNG, like, Chalice is going towards this Axe. I do like it. I think the idea of it is you're meant to just detect early ganks and get out. Problem is, like, Hokori rather playing so quickly that that's not going to matter. Like, you know, you could split push what you want, but I'm more concerned the damage they'll do in one lane compared to you and two. Chalice. Okay. Yeah, he thinks he's running towards safety. He's running into the waiting arms of the rest of Hokori here. They go left.
Yep, they thought he went left.
Dire's top tower.
So he is in safety. He manages to get out, and the Axe, he needs 15 more golds.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that gets dewarded. Like, I'd be very surprised if Hokori don't sniff out this vision now, because that was just, like, it's weird that you see these heroes up here and they just naturally get out like that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Look at Gardic just being the Roshan spawn guy. Unfortunately, he's gonna have to wait a long time if he's gonna notify his team of Roshan, because he's 2.5 minutes. And I mean, that's to the favor of RNG. That's a little bit of that RNG, well, go figure, going in their favor in terms of the Roshan respawn, because the longer that takes, the more time is being bought for this Anti-Mage and the Void Spirit, of course, but specifically the Anti-Mage, who he now has the BKB being delivered.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going to get RNG like that in their favor, they should probably just start picking crit-based heroes in the future games. Maybe a little PA comes out. But in this game, they don't really have that big crit. They don't have that big hitter. Instead, the big hitter's on the other side. Limir moving in, starting to poke and prod his way through the tower. And you can see they have no intention to come back. Anti-Mage is going to turn it into a trade, but he's going to be slower.
Top tower has fallen.
Yeah, and how much slower is the question? This is a range Rax kill, and they don't even get tier 3 because of the glyph on both sides. I mean, it's going to be a melee Rax kill by the time the tier 3 tower is dead at this point.
So take a second lane. Like, I actually don't think that RNG, like, I don't think that Hokori have to leave. They could probably just go mid as well. You can't do the same. Like, look at the difference. Yeah. Like, RNG, even if they get the lane, which is taking a long time, the tier 2s are up. Analog, he's up to no good in the mid lane. Somnus has been found out. Now, for him, no reinforcements are coming, but looks like that distraction might enable someone elsewhere. BKB comes out from Ghost. He'll look to make his escape, but the Stone Gaze is carousing him. He can't get out. Bushwhack is coming off cooldown, and they did click with the slow. Oh, so close!
Missed. Oh, he's gonna escape, isn't he? Or is he? Analog? Diffusal? Oh, they're trying, but they just don't have enough to stop him. Okay.
I mean, Ricky, that was like, I think that was less than 50 units away from that Bushwhack connecting.
Well, so to that point, though, I feel like RNG is actually very happy with what happened right there. Because, yes, they lost their top racks, but they got a tier 3 and a melee racks in return. And when they're down as much as they are right now and trying to play the recovery game with an Anti-Mage, you certainly take that.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go for a second set. They're now going to go looking for heads. Pings are coming out around the Roche. No one knows if it's up just yet. See, they're just dodging Lumia the best they can. The spit comes out, Cardic almost going down to the Spooters. Chalice not able to convert that kill, and Roche is now up. RNG yet to gain that information. They do have the level 2 kisses to play with.
God, that damage. Solar Crest.
So, yeah, Solar Crest plus Gush. Nice armor. Ronfun has been pumped. Ghost, he wants to go in here. He's going to blink it pretty early. Ronfun now coming to the counter attack. Ravage Ball, a nice stack by Lumiere. They don't get the kill of Roche, but they get the key objective. Aegis now gone. The RNG need to run because Hokori are on the hunt. Chalice is going to be slowed down. 4-star through. Broodmother is gone. Kaka is being hunted for as well. They do at least eliminate the Aegis straight away, but they still don't get their hands on it themselves, and Ghost is going to have to buy some space here.
There is a double damage rune in the bottom. If there's any way that they can see that, which it doesn't look like it's going to be the case, picked it up and then go just push into the base would be massive. But yeah, it's just going to sit there. In fact, over here, Bane is going to be the one that ends up picking it up for his side. So a bit of a takeaway there. But yeah, this decision certainly makes sense for Hokori with Void Spirit especially being dead for another 25 seconds. But yeah, I mean, it was the play of trying to snatch the Aegis. Lumi just a little bit too quick to pick it up. And even though it was burnt right away, it's still a big victory for Hokori there. However, the initiation, the cookie's done in. The tombstone's put down immediately though. And as we've seen before, RNG is not the biggest fans of taking a fight into Hokori, especially when they're all ready to go at the base. And that's exactly what's happening here once again. This time they do not have the counter push happening other than a creep wave that's pushing the bottom lane a little bit. So they might get a range racks down there. But the range racks in the middle lane, dissimulate in. Here we go. Titaner going to be pulled in. But back in line, Snapfire. Rolling Thunder through from Analog. Snapfire being heavily sold thanks to the eye of Scotty. Oh, the Nightmare saves him, and it's going to save him in the end. With the cookie away as well. Some way, somehow, Snapfire stays alive.
This snare is baiting them in because they keep ruining them on the exits. They're looking to fish for a kill, but they're unable to do so. It's taken way too long to even try. I think they just need to let them leave. Vitaly's going to have the Ravage in 45 seconds. You just have to accept you're fighting into that. And you know, back to that Roche bit, one key detail is like when you still pick up the Aegis, the Mana Void is gone. That's what allowed them to go into the base. That threat was no longer there. But this anti-mage is still threatening to other beings. Gardic will at least keep them from chasing further as he retreats. But the rest of Hokori will get out.
We saw eventually when Hokori went back, and another big reason was because that creep wave was becoming a factor. You look at the tier 4 tower in the Hokori's base, and it's at half-life just about. It's just before it. So that's how much that creep wave was able to do. Hokori is going to constantly have to pay attention to that. Now, I will say we saw once Medusa got there, she cleaned it up pretty quickly and easily. And got plenty of efficient farm out of it, sure. But Anti-Mage, he is the next in line in the net worth. He has definitely recovered as RNG needed him to. And he is working now towards his own Eye of Scotty next. So he does continue to be an item or even two behind the Medusa. But RNG, it's been now for pretty much all this game. They're needing to play the longer game because Corey got that early lead. And that's just where it is at this point for RNG.
Yeah, it's one of those things, like, if they didn't contest the Roche and it come out the way it did, like, this is not just one lane, this is probably game. So they kept themselves alive, but RNG, like, they got a very limited time to get Ghost fully online. The Skadi, I think, is the go point. Once he has Skadi plus the Mana Void, Lumiere can't get away. It's very difficult. You can see, actually, Lumiere, he's playing for aggression, which I do respect, but it's a dangerous game he's playing. He went Blink Dagger instead of Hurricane Pike, so doesn't have a way of disengaging from this anti-mage. It definitely has a strong way of engaging, with his intent being to get their Swift Link.
We did see in the previous fight, and noticing here, Hoodwink does have a Force Staff. He also has a Ghost Scepter himself, but yeah, the Force Staff is, of course, going to be one of those tools that it's where, you know, in these coordinated games, you're relying on your support to, you know, play that role of Force Staffing if need be, but yeah, I certainly see what you're saying there. More aggressive playstyle himself. They're smoked up, by the way, going into the Radiant jungle.
Is under attack.
I wonder if it's like the idea that the anti-mages often get nullifiers in late game as well. So like, if I put a Hurricane Pike, like my spot's kind of wasted there, right? So like, that supports do it. If it's good, it's good. If not, what to do. I do like this idea on Tide, though. I don't know if he changed it. He was heading towards Tendrils of the Deep. I think he changed his mind. It's still a good game for it because RNG only have one hero in their lineup that has a BKB.
He's not doing it right now, as you mentioned that, but the pipe is also pretty good value here.
Yeah, a lot of magic damage from RNG. I think especially if your goal is to win with Roche, then the kisses have been annoying the pit. And it's like Void Spirit's going to try to be annoying. Has to instantly leave. Already used both of the Astral Steps though. Will be clipped onto. Sharpshooter. It's Lee. He has got the Ravage and anti-mage. He jumps into it, but he's safe with the fact they didn't get the pushback. They cut the trees with a tombstone, so Ghost gets out.
Finley's like, yeah, I meant to do that. Oh boy, I mean, they kill Sapphire as well. We already see the buyback up A, but yeah, he was trying to hit the Void Spirit clearly, who just simulated away, but instead he happened to catch the anti-mage right as he blinked in before the BKB. Or you know what, maybe we'll just give him the benefit of the doubt. Well played, Finley, as far as the timing goes. Now, they don't kill him no matter what, but still, they made it damn close because of that. But yeah, that was crazy.
And you can feel the shock and the surprise in that moment. What ends up happening there is that the bushwhack gets thrown out by the hoodwink, but as soon as that happens, the tombstones drop. The tombstone deletes the trees, which means you don't have the follow-up stun. That's why Ghost is alive. He BKBs, gets out at about 400 HP. This man has no right to be living.
That would have been a hell of a way to go if it actually was successful. But, it's an analog, and analog's dead. He has buyback at least for the side of Hokori, but he's out for 80 seconds, and now it's RNG's turn to capitalize on finding a hero that was somewhat isolated.
'Tis mine.
Yeah, Pango, a decent one, right? He's been, I'd say, the best initiation. He's been the initiation. You see how confident he is in the way he's rolling in. Definitely expecting the roll and fun to come in, the cooldown rather, when he gets to level 25, if he gets there before this ends.
Dire's middle tower is under
Talbert on Broodmother. Go with that Wraith Pact. You talked about the Ags a bit with the Spinner Snare. It's been very utility heavy on the Brood. Vitaly doing what he can to push this back.
Just love the idea of cooking in the catapult, like, it's done firing, let's just throw it at the structure. Let's see if that does any damage. It doesn't, but medial fort there. Minute and 20 seconds away from Roche potentially being up. Everyone will be available for this fight. I think the key detail that's going to matter is having buybacks. And you can see the Ghost is not saving for it whatsoever. He's fully committing to each item as it comes.
Yeah, and this would be the time, obviously, for Hokori for a fight and get the kill on him. But you're said and done now with that Eye of Scotty. He's pointing in that. I think that's, if anything, why he's confident to get that, of course. Especially knowing Roshan could potentially be up, but it's still a little bit longer, so maybe Figures has enough time to farm the buyback before a Roshan is up, and naturally the next fight would take place. So for what it's looking like, about 35 seconds on the red timer. We'll see what happens when it turns yellow there. But yeah, level 20 on Anti-Mage as well. The decent one there is a 250 blink cast range going around. You just pick up what, but
that's very good. It means he can blink into a Ravage from further away.
Jeez.
There's no way it happens twice, right? That was so unlucky, the timing. Like, you don't want to BKB straight away, but you definitely got a feel for him. Like, you don't expect things to erupt.
His heart
like
skipped a little bit there, for sure. He's like, oh no, not like this. But no.
He's like smashing his keyboard, like BKB. Okay, it's gone off, thank God. And it's crazy as well, because if he died there, I think he was like 50 gold away from buyback. That would have been the end of the game.
Could have been. So Roshan, about a minute and a half more remaining. Tier 4 items are starting to come out as well. Both teams postured around the Roshan pit for the time being. Two subs, Swift Blink.
It's like you get Havoc Hammer, but I don't feel like you have any hero you necessarily want to have the Havoc Hammer, which is annoying, because I've always rated that item highly. Basically since its inception. Like, it's such a good item to have when you have this bulky strength offlaner. Like, heroes like Centaur can just insta-clear creep waves. No hero on RNG that wants it.
It's not even my birthday. Well, I guess it could be.
Towards the mid lane, but Hokori's sitting on their jungle currently. Obviously waiting for that Roshan spawn, the vision inside. But it's not happening for another 40 seconds. Both teams understand how much of a priority that needs to be. If anything, to force out the fight.
There's an air of confidence about RNG's positioning here. It's like off the side, but it's pretty wide and out of position. They are playing around their vision, but that means they've got limited vision around Roche. And the reason they get away with this is that they have this Axe Brood Mama. The spinner snare, like, it's just signaling. So there you go, it roots. Like, okay, well, they're at Roche. Why are they at Roche right now? Is Roche up? Spider's instantly going to check. And a new line gets built.
Bottom lane, you cannot forget about this. Now, Medusa did a good job of setting the illusions down there as mid lane to simulate away Void Spirit. But yeah, she set her illusions down there for the Manta style to push out the lane because Anti-Mage was pushing it in. And eventually it did get him to fall back. Now another creep wave is coming in, but Roshan is up. So this is the timing now. Corey's in. You look at this positioning that we've been referring to from RNG. It's been much more on the right side of the map. But they need to start running over now, yeah.
The spinner and snares are actually getting them in position quick enough. That's a DD on the Medusa, but she got slowed down. RNG are hesitant, however. They've got the level 2 kisses, but no entry, no info right now. They'll try to get him, but nice use of the Stone Gates. Lumiere will secure the Aegis, and Analog will push back any attempt to RNG from responding.
Yeah, not only the Stone, it was really the Rolling Thunder coming out from Pango, especially with that axe and the shield crash effect. If you fight into that with the Tombstone down, the Stone Gaze, etc., you are losing that fight if you're RNG. And of course, they completely understood that. So goes to show you that how much of a priority that was, certainly for Hokori, but understandable. As yeah, the Aegis and the cheese in the hands of Medusa now. Yeah. Gonna start making away bottom lane to push this out, and understandable because that's the one set of racks, of course, that's been destroyed on your side.
And it looks like Vitaly does now have the wonderful Tendrils of the Deep. Like a mini Ravage. It's quite impactful spell in this type of game as well when you consider what I said before, that there's still only one BKB in play. There are now, however, 2 Aeon discs. Or will be soon. Somnus is holding on to buyback, but heading towards it, and Snapfire does already have one.
Might come into play here soon if he's not careful. Yeah, that was close, but turns around, going to be fine. But you see Lumi, again, we mentioned at the base, pushing out the bottom lane. Or now they're pushing towards RNG's base down here, and can RNG actually defend this time? Well, Anti-Mage is going to cut the creep wave way over there.
Still a second wave, though. And yeah, that Wraith Pact Dora stopped them instantly killing the first wave. Lumiere's just going to park here. They want tower, that Tifri Tower will be gone. No matter whether we can get more.
I love the Tombstone right on top of him, too. It's like, if you want to jump, you're going to have to deal with this right away. Oh, Anti-Mage in.
Well, they do jump. Ooh, Analog on the backside. Does get the Magic Beam just in time. Ghost able to blink out. They do find Hoodwink, but now pursuing deeper, looking for more control of the Void Spirit. Nice Ravage follow-up. Somnus now dead for 85. Hoodwink will commit the buyback. Anti-Mage now without BKB. The only thing he can do is cut the wave.
Yeah, then there's no way you can fight this now. With your Void Spirit dead for 70 more seconds, you just have to cut the wave and go for a counter push yourself. But Medusa's in. She's going to be nightmared up. They're just trying to stay alive on the side of RNG. Make this take as long as possible is all that you can do. Anti-Mage coming back in. No mana void even either. That's on cooldown for another 30 seconds for him. So the rack certainly falling, but Lumi trying to catch that pain. Continuing to be a little bit distracted by it. The Wraith Pact going away. There's fortification. I will say RNG is doing a hell of a job at preventing this push from actually happening, but eventually the damage is going to be enough. And down goes the melee racks. So mid lane is just this. This is mega creeps at this point. Can they actually hold it? Still 30 seconds. The cookie's done in. They're going in as Anti-Mage in the back lines is going for the kill out of the Hoodwink, but you can't even kill him. He's got a gold scepter. He's going to stay alive. Brood Mother. She's broken. Lumi just standing her ground as you'd expect. There's a mana void. Doesn't necessarily do enough damage though. Now Anti-Mage trying to run buybacks on both the Brood and Bane. The Rax is still up, but the heroes are dying on the side of RNG.
Yeah, they just wipe them out now. Tarka's in too deep. Charles can't assist him. You do at least keep the Anti-Mage alive, but what can you do with this BKB is a big question mark. Mana Void's still on cooldown for 50 seconds, and that's the only way you're getting through the Medusa once, let alone twice. Stone Gates will be committed. Mega creeps will be achieved, and they will back off for the time being, but it looks like Somnus wants to commit. He needs to find value here. Silencers are going to be spread out across the team. Cookie in deep. They do connect on the Tide Hunter. Buyback forced out the Undying, but the Bushwhack does connect. Ghost controlled up, and you see Lumiere is just going to push back the rest of RNG so they can separate Ghost and maybe take him out together.
I mean, Lumi still has the Aegis, by the way, so yeah. He's just fine. Gonna pop the BKB, and Brood will be able to kite away. And I think Hokori is realizing now they're just gonna go for the TP play out, and they are successful on Medusa at least. Now Hoodwink left behind. He's out for 90. No buyback, and neither does Undying, as that is a dieback for him.
Yeah, it's double dieback support, but like the more I think about it, it doesn't matter. How does RNG get down a lane quick enough? Especially with those cooldowns. Like, you look at the cooldowns for a dieback at this stage, you're like, how's that over 100 seconds? You know, these are supports, so they will be back in a relatively decent time. And man, the tough part for RNG is, in these type of situations, when you see a fight like this happen, your upside is like, oh, maybe we can take Roche. No, that was already taken before this engagement. The Aegis is about to expire. There's still tier 2 towers to worry about, which means you have to contest with Glyph. RNG now have to contest with Mega Creeps, and it has to be said, the push isn't that strong. It's more or less anti-mage. Even Somnus is going to struggle to push out these lanes consistently.
They are doing so for now. They see that double damage room, by the way, up at top. I'm assuming they're eventually waiting for anti-mage to go pick it up or something, but they are going to get tier 2 mid. And that is not the last Adder Tower. There is still the top tier 2 that is in favor of Hokori up there, so address that. But yeah, Ghost is going towards the double damage. We mentioned the supports of the diebacks, but Undying's up in 5, and Hoodwink's up in 15. Pango's up in 5 as well, so no buyback will be needed for him. They might get tier 3, but I can't see them getting more than that.
No, it's annoying for them as well, because Pangli had buyback, but they couldn't force it. Instead, Pendles are deep. I could get next to the Chalice. You see, they were thinking about going for that kill, but they're not.
And look at RNG's face, by the way.
They have to go. They have to fight right now. They're going to jump in. Ghost gets bashed, though. Lumiere is out of mana, but he has the magic immunity. Anti-mage has to leave. The attempt to get Medusa is going to be a fail. Somnus is brought down. Snapfire will also fall. Reinitiation from Ghost, but it's not good enough. He gets caught out. The Ravage is on point. Ghost will look to retreat, but even if he gets away, Hokori are now coming for your base. They get the vision. They get the big bad kill. No buyback. Insta-GG, and it will be a 2-0 for South America.
Yeah, RNG, they had to make the play, so certainly not going to fault them for that moment as far as engaging when they did, because as I was pointing out right as that engagement happened, their base was just being annihilated by the Mega Creeps. They had to go, they went for it, the all-in strategy. At that point, though, Hokori was just too big. And obviously, Medusa was the biggest factor there, but the ravages of Tidehunter are certainly massive, and Analog on that Pango doing what he needed to do throughout the fight too. So what a team effort though from Hokori across the board. And how about this result, KP? This is a team we've gotten the chance to watch a bit, especially here on Streamy, and I couldn't be happier. I mean, they are looking great.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back, they They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread, with every word that I've said.
How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said.
How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
interesting about this matchup is although they are both from the Americas, although this is an NA versus SA matchup, which we often have seen in various other tournaments around the world, this is the first official match between TSM FTX and the side here of Beastcoast. So these squads, although they probably have scrimmed with each other various times in the past, they've never met each other in official competition. So this is going to be where you bring all the aspects of practice into the real world and discover whether or not you've learned enough to be able to deal with the opposing squad. Meander, of course, is going to be helping with the draft with Misery right behind him. The brain trust here of TSM FTX is quite large, but that's also another interesting contrast here for Luke. TSM FTX primarily going to be operating on brain trust and on high skill. Erstwhile, Beastcoast have that high skill, but this is a squad that stayed together for 3 years. You know how long 3 years is in Dota? Like, how much time, how many tribulations, how many issues you have to go through to stay together? Most Dota squads seem to have an expiry date, but Beastcoast, after all that time, they're still here, they're still competing, they're still trying to get closer to the Aegis. So let's see if they can make it happen as we have a draft on our hands. Thank God we don't have Shadow Fiend and Primal Beast.
Yeah, the last 2 games that Beastcoast did play, they did play the Shadow Fiend and the games. Any access to that this time around? It's kind of interesting that Beastcoast are the ones that ban it out, so it seems like they want to have a little bit of a different first pick. They've been playing a lot of Naga Siren for K1 as well, so they might be leaning towards some of these other heroes. Crystal Maiden and Clockwork were the other 2 heroes they played, so they're just going to open up with the Clock. Now this leaves TSM to be able to pick up a few of the other different. Hate to see them maybe pick up, maybe like a Dubu and combine that with maybe lines of like a Brood Mother would be pretty good. Clock has a relatively hard time trying to deal with a lot of these Brood players. Use the babies as vision getters, right? Like you just see them spread out all these tiny little babies throughout the entirety of the map, and Clockwork wants to try and find those angles where you can get the next shot. But if you hookshot into a spider, you're going to feel really bad if you're that Clockwork, and that's why I think maybe TSM kinds of like an enchantress into it.
They have several options for that kind of strat. They've got Enchantress, they have access to their Broodmother, they have the Beastmaster still in the pool as well for Saberlight. So several things. TSM really considering which is the direction to lead with. Well, they get the Leshrac. I guess they're reading that if Beastcoast opened up with Clockwork, it's unlikely that they go Clockwork and Nyx, since these 2 heroes occupy a very similar role. So since they already have the Clockwork, you can take the risk of going for this early Leshrac, and if they don't pick it, then you can look towards banning it in the second phase of bans. I don't hate this. It's a little bit risky, but you have to be playing without fear, as Meander himself said in their documentary as to how they got here. Snapfire as a lead-in pick as well. We've seen how effective this hero can be. She struggles a little bit when there's no lockdown available, but Leshrac already gives you some of it, and then you still have additional magic damage to throw out on top.
Yeah, this Leshrac Snapfire combination has been exactly what they want. They're going to go for the Nyx anyways. Okay. Beastcoast, they're feeling a little bit of something here. I have a weird feeling in my body that one of these 2 heroes is going to be I feel like Core Clockwork feels pretty bad. Core Nyx feels pretty bad as well. So unless Beastcoast want to have this as their 5 and their 4, I wouldn't hate to see it. I feel like it's going to be kind of awkward for them to play around, but I think their jobs in the game are very, very straightforward for Assassin. Wonderful into Snapfire as well as the Leshrac, so he's going to have a pretty fun time about whoever picks that up. So he's going to be okay with this. It's a little bit of an awkward support duo, but hey, at the end of the day, Assassin looks good. You want to pick the Nyx Assassin, right?
Yep.
I don't hate it.
I would rather have the Nyx Assassin. Good. The Nyx is a pretty good hero, so no reason not to try and play it when it's available to you. I will say that Whisper does have games on both of these heroes in the offlane, but the more recent game is from Clockwork, which he played 2 years ago. That either of these heroes will end up being support or the core, but I would like it more because the balance between these 2 supports, we saw yesterday from TSM FTX what can happen when you have 2 supports that pretty much occupy the same role. When they played Rubik AA, and just felt weird. It just didn't feel like they had balance on their lanes. They didn't have balance in the mid game. So TSM FTX certainly know exactly what it feels like to play with a squad that has similar supports. So they should certainly have an idea of how to play against it. Second phase here, Beastcoast. Look what they're scared of now. They're just scared of being run over. They look at these 2 supports and they're like, you know what would suck for us, dude? If they were able to group up as a big ball and just come at us, we would lose this game instantly. So Beastmaster, Visage, Broodmother have to be banned out. There might still be space for the Enchantress for Dubu, maybe even a Chen, but the major pushes that we've been seeing over the last few days have already been removed by Beastcoast. it was necessary banning, it feels like, Fluke.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they're playing into a lot. That's why I talked about the Broodmother earlier on. The interesting tale for me right now is both these teams have been playing a lot of Naga Siren. So, like TSM are kind of tossing up about whether or not ban a hero that's good against Naga right now, pick the Naga for themselves and have to deal with goes. See if they can kind of get up for themselves. Enigma's still in the... By the way, going to have some issues against Clockwork Nyx Assassin. Same with the Morphling as well. Another hero that has kind of made it all the way through the draft. Snipers
turn to pick.
Going to go for the Omni Knight. So this is something that TSM played just before. They played it with the Leshrac, and this is kind of the...
These days, happy to buy BKB. Even in games where you have some degree of save, so once you have that plus the GA on top of you, you suffer pretty much no damage. But like you mentioned, Enigma's still left in the pool, so is the Morphling. I would not be upset at all to see Beastcoast just pick Enigma. This hero, right now, yes, they do have some wave clear to deal with the Eidolons and the Leshrac. Yes, indeed, they might have ways to keep whoever gets caught with Black Hole alive, but I have yet to see it. Unless you play the game extremely fast, generally these Enigmas end up coming good anyway. And so far, the laning phase doesn't seem all that problematic for that hero. That might be part of their deliberation. Is Enigma a debate? And also, maybe, and there's just so many things on the ground that Nyx Assassin can stun you with. But it's still Enigma. Like, TSM could still be talking to themselves about, do we maybe go 18th pick Enigma if they let it through the draft?
Yeah, that's the... I think that's the deliberation that Beastcoast are going through. So they've got the 1-2 punch, right? So they want to try and have heroes that can kind of figure out what they want for the 18th pick on TSM, and also I feel like they need to try and pick up one of their damage calls right now. They've got 2 supports, technically. As you said, Whisper has played both of them. We have also heard whispers about this mid-Clockwork, so C-Smile. I know these Beastcoast boys, I know they like to play some really weird stuff, so I don't think that's going to be out of the realm of possibilities. I don't know if it's any good. It is a very good play.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Puck!
Going to go for the Puck, so they've extra catch. I like the Puck to be able to catch out the Omni Knight. You can catch the Omni Knight and not have them be on the front. The question is now, what's going to be the K1 here? It's hard to try and play in towards this Omni Knight with the Guardian Angel. Maybe a lot of the illusion carries just feel bad now.
5 seconds remaining.
What else does he play?
Can't play TB, no Naga, no PL. I'm not complaining personally that we don't have to see illusion carries in this one. Beastcoast, they go for the Brewmaster here. So they get themselves some additional team fight, some AoE control. What I'm really worried about though, Beastcoast just seem to lack damage. To be fair, this has generally been the Beastcoast style that they'll have 4 setup and initiating type of heroes, and then K1 Hector will be the one that plays this uber hard carry. He's the one that just goes to town, does everything for the squad. Of all the teams that are at TI, you and I have spoken a lot about these squads experimenting with the dual core setups. This is the one team I'd probably have complete and utter faith in playing just with the solitary core of K1. But it's still, I would still like to have a bit more damage from the other heroes. I mean, TSM FTX, they don't have their safe laner just yet, unless Leshrac goes there. But just between the Leshrac and the Snapfire, I can see them outlaying quite a bit of damage themselves. But now is the deep part of the draft. Here's the important consideration, Fluke. Do we pick Enigma, or do we pick Morphling, or do we somehow get to the 3rd phase of drafting with both of these heroes completely ignored?
What I would like to see coming out of TSM right now would be a Chaos Knight. How strong Chaos Knight has been dealing with the amount of physical damage bursts that he can have early on is very, very hard for the Panda to deal with. Clockwork has troubles with him, Nyx Assassin has troubles with him. The only one that can actually kind of deal with it right now has been the Puck. Yes, you do have the Wind Panda that can deal with the Phantasm illusion. But I've seen a lot of work coming out of Chaos Knights this time around, so I wouldn't hate to see it here. They're definitely deliberating on what is going to be probably the smarter hero, whether or not they pick Sable at 0. We've seen a lot of Dawnbreakers come through. Enigma has been floating around. They're just going to go Slack. Okay, I don't hate the Slack here. It is also Nyx Assassin. You don't have to worry about him Slack carapacing you. Off. The Clockwork never really wants to be in the Rage Cage with you. It is a nice little pick here from TSM. They can also cover it with 2. Pick Saberlight's hero at the end, and you can have a fun little time. Unless Saberlight is here. But I think that's a Dubu.
That's. I remember MVP days. Every now and then they would bust out the Somni Knight for Dubu. So this is an outlier call for him. There's no way that he's not going to be playing this one. Still need a hero though for the off-lane Saberlights. Somehow Enigma ignored in the draft. Wow. No Enigma, no Morphling. This might be actually one of the first games that both of these heroes get all the way through and then don't get picked. I'm actually pretty glad with this Night Stalker ban. We've been seeing TSM FTX have had some difficulties figuring out where to pick the Night Stalker. This team looks incredible when they're allowed to play this hero, but squads have either done a good job of banning it out or just drafting in such a fashion that it makes picking the Night Stalker a little bit untenable. In this game, though, that was a very, very well-subscribed ban. Imagine Fluke if it was allowed into this game. You being Puck or Brewmaster, you want to do something cool? No crippling fear. Just sit down, guys. Can't do anything.
I think another hero that Beastcoast should be right now is Axe. Last time they played the Omni Knight, played Axe for Saberlight as well. I feel like Axe has been on a bit of the periphery. He has some pretty rough lanes as you go through it, but a lot of the heroes that kind of deal with him right now are starting to get banned out. A lot of these heroes, like the Shadow Fiend, is next to impossible for the Axe to try and play a lane. Terrorblade is very, very good as well. Pops the meta and off he pops. You can get rid of the Lycan here. One thing that I will say about TSM's draft is they are lacking lock. That's why I would like to see them try and pick something Saberlight that gives a little bit of extra catch. They want to have something that they're unable to get Saberlight to be on the front foot.
10 seconds
so far from what I've seen from the hatch is teams that are ones that are playing aggressive, playing around their own vision, being able to be proactive are the ones that generally a lot better about the game. So I think I'm just going to try and ban another one of these heroes that makes Saberlight's life a living misery. He's also been one of those players for me on TSM that I was kind of expecting a little bit more out of him. He's had a little bit of a rough go so far in group stages. But if/when they make it get to the Saber chat of old. What a
10 seconds remaining.
That's very true.
Damage, man. They need the Marge.
5 seconds remaining.
Morphling would have been great. TB would have been nice. I mean, in TB into Lash, we've seen it win out before. But I think Morphling would have been probably the best option for them. 30 seconds remaining. What other damage dealers have we seen this tournament? We've seen some unsuccessful games of PA. Drow is available. I mean, Drow Puck, not too bad, not too terrible.
Yeah.
Faceless Void, there's not enough damage inside the bubble. We've seen some Spectres, but there's a lot of lockdown for the Spectre. Go for the Bloodseeker.
TSM
Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see a Bloodseeker here for Beastcoast. They're just going to go for the Luna, so they've got this really nice kind of ball up for Beastcoast. They can kind of just run themselves into towers. They can play relatively fast pace. It also enables the puck there. The beautiful thing about the Luna, the Luna's blessing is once it hits that 5-minute mark, your mid laner starts to hit like a truck. So they're able to get further out on top. So now TSM, they need the Saberlight hero. They need a hero that has a little bit of extra catch. So something along the lines of like a Centaur, an Axe. What's another? Something with a Blink Star. Okay, all right, they're just going to go for the Enigma. So we talked about it. Yeah.
So
I thought at this point, Snare, that the fact that it got all the way towards the end after they just weren't going to pick it, that TSM would just out of the fight like this. But I mean, if you've got 24 pick Enigma, they do have ways of cancelling the BKB Black Hole, but I think it's one of those things where Stinger really has to be in a quad to cancel it with shot. So, I mean, I'm liking TSM's draft. They are lacking a little lockdown though. They have the Fire Snap Cookie and Black Hole, but easy ways of catching this puck. Very hard until tomorrow.
You're all on Tomato here on the slot, and of course they have a lot of lockdown themselves on the side of East Coast to be able to hold the slot in position even through multiple dog pads. He's going to have a bit of a rough go of things until he has Aghanim Scepter plus BKB. Once he does get to that point, though, things start to look a little bit dicey for the side of Beast Coast. An out-of-control Slock in this game would eat them all alive, Luna included. It's a bit rough for the matchup, because at some point, Luna's going to start feeling like, man, I just don't do enough damage quickly enough, because our lineup doesn't have out-and-out burst, unfortunately. Still, though, I think this draft fits comfortably into both of these squads' wheelhouses. Beast Coast and them, like you mentioned, able to group up at a point around K1 Hector when he's uber strong in the matchup. While TSM FTX can fight, create space on the map, especially utilizing the Saberlight Enigma until Tomato is ready to fight. A contrast in styles, a contrast in play and a strategy, but I wonder if we're going to have a contrast in Destiny. We'll be going home eventually, or potentially, we don't know just yet. Still one more day of groups, but losing here makes it very unlikely that you proceed in the TI playoffs. So who do you like more, Fluke? Give me a team and tell me exactly how long it'll take before they win out game number 1.
I feel like every time that I'm put these predictions up against the South American, always surprised. K1 has been one of those carry players that is very, very good and very, very efficient at finding farm. And Luna
is not
carries that. If left alone for a little bit too long, she can really kind of come out with 1 to 2 items. TSM, though, I think they have really good heroes at dealing with the loot. Shadow Dance is going to be very, very strong. This same with the Depth Shroud. So TSM, they've got really, really good heroes in the meta right now, and they've got their own device with
it feels
Knight.
good to be this.
I feel like this hero is probably going to be able to do a lot of work. The Heavenly Grace is good. Lark on the peripheries and able to have him get these multiple. You've got enough damage to try and kill through with a lot of heroes. But at this point, I feel like it's going to be 4 pick Enigma.
Let's find out if it is indeed going to be this last pick Enigma reigning supreme here for the side of TSM. We did see a pretty late Enigma earlier on today being beaten by OG. So the possibility is there to deal with this hero. To be fair, they had an absurdly high-paced lineup. But Beastcoast lineup is no slouches themselves. Let's see who wins this Ward War in the mid lane. Chrysler got there first. Oh no, I think they scouted him. They know. Yeah, they know. Who's got the sentry? Dubu. Ay. So World War won by the side of TSM FTX in this mid lane. And we've seen in the previous game with EG versus Game and Gladiators how important having this advanced vision can be for your lineup.
Yeah. And especially in lane as well, I think both these two to try and win that. It's been so important throughout the entirety of today as well. We saw, how EG were able to abuse, especially in the mid lane, is because the way that this patch works now, it's like, I think I said it the other day, it feels like classic Dota. Right? It feels like you've got these mid laners who have to try and play this 1v1. You've got your semi kind of classic off laners, like your Nick, and to come back into the meta, and then you've got your straightforward carries. So I feel like this mid lane is going to be a little bit more where the attention is going for a little bit.
The battle begins.
At the river. If you are able to come out on top with, taking 2 of the water rune, 2 minutes, is in a rough spot, but especially when it comes to the power runes, the 6-minute power runes, when you have these tempo setters like Puck and like Leshrac, they get that first power rune and they get that first kill on the side lane, then it becomes...
Nice kill for them to be able to claim. Look what they're doing top lane. They're just trying to grief Tomato. They're like, mate, you're not coming top. Like, make a decision. You're going to TP there, but you're not going to take the easy part. So that was kind of hilarious, honestly. They're trying to make him as frustrated as humanly possible to start with. In this mid lane, this is going to be very entertaining to watch. Puck versus Leshrac. As you mentioned, these tempo controlling. We're back to this old classic style of Dota. What do we anticipate happening in this mid lane? And we've also seen how important moving around the map is for these mid heroes. So who's going to win the matchup, and where does the Puck go when he feels comfortable to leave the side of the map?
I think this matchup is relatively Leshrac favourite. Got the wave. Leshrac is just happy about it. And the Puck wants to try and make the rotation, I think, to the bottom. What happens when a lot of these players have fun times, and I think that's going to be a big thing for the remainder of TI, right, is a lot of these offlane players, when you have a rough time, especially on heroes like Enigma, like the Panda, that want to try and get this Wraith Pack super early, if you miss out on that timing for a team, it feels very, very hard for you to try and win the tick fight. So if you're lacking a Wraith Pack for 2 or 3 minutes, that's a couple of team fights where you don't have that extra bit of damage mitigation. So if C-Smile is able to make his way towards bottom with the Supreme Coil, they can kill the Enigma. They've got a lot of damage with the Clockwork as well as the Luna. Whereas Brawl, playing the Leshrac, he doesn't really rotate as much as what a Puck does, because he doesn't have the same kind of abilities that Puck does at level 6, and he's more happy to come the kill. Nope. Yeah, I really feel like this first power rune going exactly what.
Up bottom, we have K1 active here. Playing with Saberlight, against them rather. Just trying to get as much farm on either side as humanly possible. Of course, because you are dealing with Luna and she's dealing with Enigma, she goes for these points into the young Moonglaves, making sure that Saberlight doesn't feel the full freedom of just positioning his Eidolons cavalierly in the lane. This should ensure that K1 gets his farm. They can kill him between Moon Meander and Saberlight, but he does have to be very poorly positioned, and Stinger has to be very far away. That's one of the things that K1 is liable not to do. Mess up while there's still farm available. No. That's not going to happen.
This scripts to be hit. K1 Hector is definitely all about that job. I do like the build that you said. getting a lot of those passes going. Mana's doing a really good job at pressuring Whisper. Once again, just in his face. A lot of good work. I said that I didn't really like their two spots. I'm going to stand by that statement. Still a little bit awkward with playing Clockwork and Assassin same game, but I think their jobs are very straightforward. Going to alleviate a bit of the Rubik and the Ancient Apparition combination from TSM yesterday. It just felt like neither of them really had a solid idea about, you know, their job was. Whereas in this game, Nyx Assassin, hey, can you cancel Mortimer's Kisses? Yes, awesome. Clockwork, can you cancel the Black Hole? Yes. That's, you know, when you have these defined roles, it feels a lot better to have these, might look very similar.
That certainly makes sense. This top lane, it's been very interesting to watch because both squads apply pressure in different ways. Tomato just goes in with hits. Oh, nice cancel on the pounce with the Impale. Bofield was able to read that movement coming in, not going to get himself caught out there. I think as long as they ensure that this top lane goes well for Whisper, they don't really care how they get there. Like you mentioned, we want the early Wraith Pact, SAP. But Gojira, now that he doesn't have the Impale, it's been used up. I was about to say, if he doesn't get both of them stunned, he's in danger. But he does, like a boss, because that's just what he does. Some contestation over a water rune here. Fortunately for the puck, he does have the Illusion Orb. Otherwise, there'd be some damage he has to worry about from Brawl here. Leshrac is no slouch. Although Puck is doing a pretty good job of keeping pace in this mid lane CS-wise.
The Puck's doing a good job. He is getting harassed a decent amount, and Brawl's doing a really good job at trying to pressure it, but the fact that C-Smile was able to come out on top with the water, that Brawl is now at 50% HP and 50% mana, and he gets very, very awkward. I think the Leshrac and the Puck combination is kind of player-based, and if you're able to come out on top with the regen battle, it's pretty easy for the Puck or the Leshrac to be able to kill the other. I'm going to look towards mid lane to see who gets this first kill, and especially now with, you know, the power ends coming up, and this is where I like to look at the wards coming towards this kind of... Get the wards up at the start of the game. They generally have dissolved by the time that the power end comes up, so I'm looking to see who makes this first support rotation, try and secure the power end and trans...
This Puck still just doing his thing. Also wondering exactly what's going to be the build-up from him. It's usually been the Witchblade build, but as you've mentioned before, Chris Luck, Smile can do some weird and wonderful things very often, so doesn't necessarily always play the same template of Dota. Just Beastcoast in general doesn't play the same template as Dota as everybody else does all across the world. It's still a nice, slow, early game for them. This is very beneficial when you're playing this ED Luna. You want to make sure that they don't start moving around until they're absolutely ready to do so. So having a relatively unpressured early game on all three of your lanes, I feel like if you're Beastcoast, you're ecstatic about this. TSM FTX, yes, they want their farm as well. They're actually going to try go on to Stinger down in this bottom lane. Fire Snap Cookie will connect. The Eidolon army dishing out damage, but just not enough at the end. And thanks for the Eidolon, says K1. Shout out Saberlight for making my game a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's a little bit of extra gold here, and what I talked about, the fight for the power rune. And Bryal, if you're paying attention in the chat, check rune. Forced Dubu to come bottom, but it was a nice response there from Gojira, right? Like, he understood that the power rune's going to be so important, and I think that the Puck is always going to win out the fight up against Leshrac. If they go towards bottom, try and play the 50-50, Puck's going to have the illusory a lot faster.
Thanks for that.
Leshrac. Beastcoast are doing a really, really good job right now at just making it annoying for TSM to play it. You play like that.
Oh my goodness.
You definitely feel
that
good.
Was so good. Yeah, great patience coming in there from the Nyx Assassin, waiting in the tree line. They had already cut down some of these trees, so he had clearer vision. Finds the Impale. He found it during the slog popping a salve as well. That's not just the kill, but a waste of resources in this top lane too. Beastcoast double the kill score all across the map. TSM FTX have yet to be able to mount an adequate response, and sadly, given that they are playing this Leshrac mid, it's a bit more difficult for him to make that response happen unless he gets like a haste rune in this early stage of the game. So TSM, not the laning phase that they absolutely wanted, but it's still not so bad, right? Slog is getting farm. That's the important thing for them. But down bottom, Saberlight's getting farm. Not as much as you want, but the most important thing is that he's getting levels, which will translate into farm a little bit down the line. So they're still okay. Like, it's not a perfect early start to the game, but it's a kind of a start that you can still wash off if you have a couple of key fights in the mid game once it rolls around.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're having like his Then if he can change the fortunes here of Beastcoast, they're doing a really, really good job. Plotted out some of these stacks as well. Oh, no, you're running into a
Shout out
friend.
Moon Meander. I think Moon Meander was coming to try and add to this particular creep stack you're talking about, as they end up taking him down. At the same time, though, Saberlight almost killed Stinger. Came very close to ending up tumbling over. You know, as much as they're very sad about losing the life of Moon Meander and losing the stack overall, it's a damn sight better than losing Saberlight, who was the target of this gank initially. So Moon Meander will hold his head up high and say, boys, I tanked the gank. I made a bit of space, don't worry about it.
Dire's top
tanked a gank, and unfortunately, higher creep stack here. Take that. Braal's going to have to do it the conventional way. What these teams really have been kind of relying on a little bit, I don't think we've teams maximum stack and really has kind of petered out of the meta a little bit too much now.
Just a mite.
They're just trying to hold on to a little bit of this map control they have. You know, Tomato's getting pushed out of the lane here by Whisper because of job in that top lane, just allowing this Panda to get to the point where he's 7 Luck level 5. Very, very scary for Tomato to stay here. Chris Luck did a really good job at making that rotation, take a higher stack as well. And now TSM, they're on the back foot. They're looking to try and find ways back into this map. At least they were able to push K1 Hector back all the way towards base. So at least a good spot here where he's getting closer and closer to race pack. But Whisper on the other side of things is not even going for the race pack himself. Decided, you know what, Burn is strong. I'm going to go towards an Aghanim Scepter very, very early on. See if they can do something on K1.
See that happening from him as we see. Yeah, and guess who it is that he finds? Moon Meander again. Moon happy to die for this one. Rotation is coming in from the Leshrac. Moon not even going to end up tumbling as he stays alive. That was a very long TP coming in from Braille. But now the turnaround potential is there. Saberlight nowhere near somebody to drop a black hole atop. Like this is Chris Luck. As Chris Luck goes back in for the quick kill. But black hole gets whiffed by Saberlight because C-Smile, Chris Luck outplays him. He's trying to outplay Braille as well. Can he guess right? Yes, he does. Will not be connected upon with the split earth. And now with the young Impale emerging from Gojira, the space has been created. Chris Luck is not going to die for this one. Oh my goodness. Braille came in, convinced he'd be able to find the punish, but instead, he's just able to demonstrate just how slippery and elusive the puck hero actually is.
Oh no, NA Dota fans, I can hear the tears from here. That's rough. That's a rough one. I thought Saberlight had the right timing on that black hole, but Chris Luck, man, fast fingers on this puck, and this is why I don't think you can ever count out this Beastcoast team. They are sitting towards the middle part of their, or you know, middle bottom part of the groups, but these guys, they have a lot of mechanical skill and they have a lot of outplay potential. They at least get the first.
They need that potential though. Yeah, they need the outplay potential down bottom, and they have gotten it onto Saberlight. They kill him. Moon Meander not going to be able to escape this time around. He attacked several ganks, but this time also tanked the counter initiation. They just smoke. They've got Dream Coil available again. And they still have Primal Split, so they don't have a smoke available though, so they can't go for that instant play. Very sad for them.
You can see the pace that Beastcoast want to play at right now, right? They understand how strong they are. They've got a level 9 Panda, they've got a level 9 puck, so I'm more than happy for them to just kind of walk in and try and create space here for K1. Getting close towards that Aghanim Scepter, I would be very, very scared if I was TSM at this Panda. Having double split would absolutely insane. But I guess the Spirit Companion, I haven't been all too impressed with it. I think if you're able to use it and abuse it pretty hardcore, you're able to, in Panda, to have this invisible ward walking forward, you know, have the Tornado, have the Rock Throw as something something that can patch out things like the Spark as well as the Left Track would be nice, but I don't see it being absolutely insane this game. I guess the biggest thing for me is the Wind Panda can purge off GA. So that's probably the reason why that he wants to try and rush for this Aghanim Scepter, and they found Dubu.
They have found Dubu indeed.
Okay.
And well, still gonna end up living though, because this is a Army Knight. So after you drop down the GA, He's able to stay safe. First one in the top lane. Stinger, he's going to get brought down by these Morty's kisses, but Whisper's happy to go for the counterplay here, going immediately into the primal split. They want the big target of Tomato. They cyclone up onto Moon Meander, holding him in position. Tomato is surrounded. Tomato's out of mana. Tomato is going to find himself getting corralled in, but they aren't able to find the final stun. Rock Throw will connect onto him with the Impale, but doesn't seem like there's enough damage here, Fluke. Tomato's going to be okay. Because they expended all of these spells onto him rather than Moon, Moon Meander's okay as well.
Yeah. I thought he'd done goof there on Tomato, but I realized that I am the wrong. Shadow danced and TP'd away, but
and it's off.
Nyx Assassin waiting in the foul. Obviously doesn't have. Tomato getting out of that, getting themselves a kill
Radiant's bottom tower is under
work
attack.
always do good here.
Middle
So
tower
whether they've been
attack.
working so far here for TSM, they're slowly starting to get themselves things back in towards this game, but I still think they have a long road ahead. It's going to be hard for them to try and deal with this, but once he has this primal companion, he's going to try and make a fight here. Black Hawk ready.
Indeed, but he's not going to be able to cast it though, because Stinger, they want the hook shot onto the Enigma. No black hole just yet. The magic damage from Brow will be able to chew through Stinger though. They have brought 5 heroes. Every single person is in the top lane. There's 9 heroes top, dude. It's only the Luna that's all farming elsewhere on the map. What on earth is happening? Top lane is where all the action is at. And TSM FTX, they want to take this action, but Gojira wants to hunt here. They still have access to the Stream Coil from the puck. Whisper, not that far away from having access to the primal split. Seems like TSM FTX, they don't want to take the risk of jumping forward. I suppose they also know for a fact that this Nyx Assassin is nearby and that Spike Carapace would ruin them if they overextend, so it's not the black hole, it's not the Spike Carapace, it's the threat of the Spike Carapace that forces them to give up on the push.
Yeah, they didn't have any reveals, so they had no sense to be able to play around. Also don't want to try and overextend because that K1 is a little bit of time to hit these creeps here. Pretty good with how this is, and they're trying to aggress towards top, but they can't kill just yet because they don't have the primal split. Saberlight's getting close towards this Wraith Pact as well, so if they can able to convert this with a kill with the Black Hole, they're going to feel pretty good about this.
Black Hole does come out, it goes onto the Nyx Assassin, but C-Smile and Stinger came in on the Assassination Smoke. They're going to be able to bring down this Enigma. I say that, but the GA keeps him alive a little bit longer. Doesn't keep him alive forever, but enables them to at the very least bring down the Clockwork as well. Yuhu though, his life is forfeit, brought down by the Thunderclap, and they're now turning their attention towards Moon Meander, who's not going to be able to catch the stun onto C-Smile. Can't find the escape with the Fire Snap Cookie. They will end up losing 3 in the top lane. And for Beastcoast, they had to commit the primal split for this, but got them to utilize the Black Hole. Cooldown for the Black Hole is longer than the cooldown for the primal split, so they'll have it available first. But like you mentioned, mid lane, they get a catch onto Bryle. Not enough damage to kill him off though. I don't think K1 and Hector wanted to run forward with the Eclipse, given that there was still quite a lot of creeps he could have bounced off to. Had he done so, maybe he gets lucky with the bounces, but maybe he gets unlucky, he gets stunned underneath the tower, and this ends up dead. So probably the right call not to go in for that chase.
Yeah, it would have been a little bit unfortunate if they K1, who's done a good job at just keeping himself away from all the shenanigans that has been happening. There's a whole lot of kills across the entirety of the map, and you can just see it starting to get to the point now where they're having troubles dealing with this puck. Yeah, this last pick, Enigma, has kind of gone all the way through the draft, but I don't think it's kind of as untouched as it was in that EG game, right? He still has so many issues that he has to try and play around with. It's very, very hard for him to try and catch the puck. Very, very hard for him to try and play around with things like the Midnight Pulse and all that kind of stuff. He does have the Wraith Pact available now, though, so at least in these team fights, Saberlight can drop his Wraith Pact totem down. Still happy with how the DR is going to be working for them and trying to enable Tomato as well. Off Tomato. Down Stinger.
They find Stinger. Inquire will follow up onto him as well. He is out of mana, but we've seen this story before where they just lack the tool to be able to kill him. And here comes TSM. They're smoked up. They're trying to go for this pincer. Puck might be exploited, and Brow will be able to find him. But C-Smile, the intuition to throw the Illusion Orb up the hill, but now the spell no longer available. Morty's Kiss is raining in. Gojira trying to cancel them. The Impale onto 3 heroes. C-Smile went to the left, but unfortunately he only finds Saberlight's Enigma. Brings him down at the Manifest Stun. It was a cute little attempt to try and save his life, but it doesn't succeed ultimately. As well, here in this mid lane, the TPs are coming in. They want to try and save Moon Meander's life by destroying this Bruling. They will be able to do so. And Whisper did get his Aghanim Scepter a couple minutes ago. Funnily enough, I was checking how fast it was going to be, so it turns out it's the third fastest in this iteration of the patch, but that's after the changes. This item doesn't get bought nearly as much anymore. So he gets it relatively quickly, but we're going to see how effective it's going to be as this game goes on and on.
I like the fact that, I like the idea behind it, him not having to the Primal Split. Guardian Angels have access to Wind Companion. They can at least try and AoE purge down the Guardian Angel. But they're going to have a little bit of time here where they're behind on the Wraith Pack timing. They've been able to utilize it not all too much just yet. They've really kind of just been walking around and Tomato's just been best to
a tithe to the impurities.
Upside dip. But Gojiro's been doing a really, really good job. It's just mana burning everyone. Like, it feels like that he is gravitating towards Tomato and just that he sees him come anywhere near him off the map. So doing a good job at least slowing down the pace of this game here. Have TSM, they really want to try and get their Bloodstone rolling. They want to try and get a few more mark. And, you know, if Saberlight gets a Blink Dagger here, then he'll be able to at least try and catch up this puck, which has been a bit of a thorn in their side. And you can kind of see where they've watered up their jungle right now is the fact that they want to try and farm up for a little bit longer, but also while they're playing on the other side of Tomato to feel safe to...
Dire's middle tower.
Spurring the boys. He's now
Stinger
going into the Dire jungle just to create an opportunity for Stinger to hookshot out to safety. Kisses rain in, but they're not going to end up killing Stinger. Young Porky Pig stays alive. Man, this Pigpool item really annoys me, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
Like, I don't like these. I don't like movement manipulating items for free. If you're going to get one, you got to spend the money. Mid lane, they're going on to Prowl. They have the Wind Panda on top of him, so they're going to Cyclone him up, but they do not have the follow-up with the Impale. So they just let this one go. This tier 1 tower being a live middle, man, is it a problem for Beastcoast. They're just struggling to make any plays on this side of the map just because it's constantly there interrupting everything. On the bright side, Whisper is able to break a quick smoke move. So they'll lose a Bruling, but whatever, better than losing heroes. But nonetheless, they really wish they had more map space to play with.
I mean,
it's better than dying, bro.
Yeah, I see that, but I feel like it makes this Aghanim Scepter kind of useless. Like 77, like the whole point of them wanting to get this Aghanim Scepter, you can see that's the reason why they wanted to put on it. It's like, okay, at least now we know for 50 seconds that we can try and play around our Guardian Angel. Yeah, he's still going to be able to split and all that kind of stuff, and we didn't actual hero, but they understand that this kind of makes his 41 item a little bit more useless. What? Teamfight.
Initiation onto Brown. They want to bring him down with the Primal Split and the Eclipse. And they manage to do so. Saberlight, though, finds a wonderful black hole. But where on earth is the follow-up? Where is the pain? Where is the hurt? It's just not available. So they will end up killing him as well. Moon Meander attempting the TP out, but the Cyclone from Whisper prevents that from happening. So he'll be surrounded and slowly killed off. One person trying to flee is Dubu here. Tomato trying to re-engage back in the fight. Telling Seasmouth, you probably don't want to make this chase happen, fam. So they'll save Dubu's life, but he's the only one allowed to escape as that team fight won decisively by the side of Beastcoast.
That was an absolutely gnarly black hole, and unfortunately that is the duality of Enigma players, right? Sometimes you hit a 4-man black hole and your team just goes, yeah, we're not there, brother, sorry. And you just have to watch on as you've got this 4-second black hole where you've hit so many members, but you just don't have enough damage to kill anybody. Very unfortunate there for Saberlight. If Tomato was in the area, there definitely would have been, I'd imagine, multiple kills going the way of TSM, but I liked what they did there as well. They went on to the Leshrac and they found Dubu in the backline. Did a really, really good job at getting the silence going down onto Dubu, throw out the Heavenly Grace, couldn't get the GA until a little later on. And then you can just see the kind of issues that you have with some of these heroes. They're lacking damage when they don't have their Leshrac, they're lacking damage when they don't have Lark either. TSM, they've at least shown us proof of concept. Light can do a lot of work, this Enigma can do a lot of work, but they just need to have that little bit of extra damage in it. Right now, they're definitely feeling the hurt of this.
Absolutely. A bit problematic. Exactly how much work he's been putting in on the team. And in that team fight, they didn't have access to this Brewling, but they did have the full primal split. And you saw how impactful Brewmaster can be in these games when he is allowed to get off his spells. Sometimes, some of the games that we've seen from him where he really looks awkward are the games where he's not allowed to cast spells in the midst of these fights. But that last one, not only were they able to get a good fight out of it, he's actually closing in on getting the Wraith Pact as well. Omni Knight though, he has to play right next to Brow because Brow has the most important item you could possibly want, access to this Bloodstone. Could actually see the side of TSM try to group up together, take advantage of having this item, use it to get more gold for the BKB, but right now the big play is going to be Roshan and teams to the side of Beastcoast. I think TSM might have some degree of awareness that a play like this is happening, but the question is if they're able to stop it, and it doesn't seem like that's an option for them right now.
Yeah, I don't think they actually know what's going on. They don't really have any vision in the area. They haven't really had any control of the area. And man, Whisper is actually just being so annoying. He's literally just tornadoing everybody off to the back. I like it when you just see these players being able to abuse certain things like that, and being able to abuse this panda here is very, very strong. So this is going to be a free Roche for Beastcoast. And they understand the amount of vision that they have and the amount of control they have over this raiding jungle. Like, look how many sentries they have. Look at all their vision. Like, they know exactly what's going on.
Your point about vision is very well subscribed because this Observer Ward that's about to expire in the top lane gave Stinger the perfect line of sight for him to get off a hook shot. Now that they've lost Dubu, no, it's not just a fight position. Dubu is the only reason why Brow or Tomato would ever dare go to the forefront of the fight. Him being gone does mean that this push is possible. They're forced to lift it, no other option at that point. East Coast. Good. On the bright side though here, Fluke, look elsewhere on the map. Yes, they're doing magic in the top side of things, but only Dubu dead. They're going to win the tier 2 tower. But farm is starting to go slowly but surely in the way of some of these heroes on the side of TSM FTX. Saberlight's keeping this bottom lane completely pushed out all the time. He has his Wraith Pact, he has a Blink Dagger, getting towards getting a BKB. And Beast Coast, they're only getting this tier 2 tower now, so they're going to lose out on getting the faster outpost. So the game is still okay, unless they have to come deal with a high ground defense all of a sudden. As it seems that Beast Coast are like, right, we're daring you, let's go. We think we're stronger. They're going to try and prove it.
Bloody Tornado Companion. It's infuriating me. I can imagine how annoying this is because there's no real way to outplay it. Like, you can't do anything. You don't want to BKB too early. K1 Hector is a very, very big boy. He's 4K above the next closest score. They're at least getting the kill here on the Whisper, Stinger in the back.
Tomato wins in, just catches out onto Stinger with the Morty's Kisses coming through. They managed to get that kill. So now to 1-0 so far. Black Hole! Chris Luck, he went forward instead of going backwards. Oh no, this time around, Saberlight, no hesitation with the Black Hole. I'm not going to allow you to dodge, my friend. Straight up catches him, straight up kills him. That's going to end the Beast Coast push. That buys so much more time for the side of TSM FTX now.
Yeah.
And Tomato, look how happy he is. Finds the pounce onto K1, but K1 does have the BKB, so he should be fine. But I don't think he cares. He's more excited about the fact that I forced this BKB out. He has Aegis, and I still forced him to retreat away from me. K1 very unhappy with the last 90 seconds.
Yeah, I think TSM just kind of catching Beast Coast a little bit unawares. I wouldn't really say unawares, but I think that was definitely a slip up from Beast Coast. Chris Lucky's had a pretty untouchable game. Wanted to see if he can take down Moon Meander on the backside after they lost. But just being caught a little bit lacking, and that was definitely a hateful Black Hole there. Saberlight, he said, this time around, buddy, you are not away from me. I'll catch you, and you are going to die. Exactly what happened to Chris Luck here, and Beast Coast with the Aegis. They don't have BKB either. They can at least try and force some of these heroes back, but they haven't been able to dominate with it.
Tomato with the game sense, man. It's out from top. He knew that a gang squad was coming in towards him. And had he remained any longer, he would have been found out by 4 heroes. Now, with this Observer Ward in their jungle, his game sense is vindicated. But they're coming again, even despite very little duration on this Aegis now, about 100 seconds on it. They're still going to try for this. They know there's no Black Hole anymore, though. So they're gambling on the fact that they can win a team fight if TSM FTX don't have access to Black Hole. Brown is delaying this as much as possible by dropping down the Aghanims, but here they jump directly onto this Luna. K1 doesn't have his BKB back just yet. It literally came back as he was dying. We'll have it on life number 2. Will he cost it is the question. He still stick around. Goes in for the BKB. Feels like he really wants these range racks. Backdoor protection though is on. Have their own raid pact plopped down. Need to get out. Rao looking for a way to try and stop them here. Big little smoke. Tomato gets spat out by the Mortimer's Kiss. And unfortunately for them, they don't have the additional catch though, so they get out with the Beastcoast heroes. Man, if Rao was a little bit closer with the split earth, that would have been so huge. But guess who was there to stop him? Whisper with this uber annoying little wind ruling. Tosses him into the air, prevents the split earth, and allows Beastcoast to escape. And they get the tier 3 tower, some damage on the range racks. So despite the fact that they committed an Aegis for it, because an Aegis about to expire anyway. So Beastcoast don't feel too hard done by what just happened in that fight.
Yeah, that was almost potentially a very, very scary. Like, well, the fact that Moon Meander has had such a rough time, but still being the richest of all the shout for the TSM captain. Now TSM are finally starting to get their items and get their ideas about how they want to try. K1 has not felt like this very, very scary hero, and TSM they want more.
They want more, but they got the silence with the stun out onto Tomato. He will be kept alive though. Dubu is right next to him, and he now finds the pound. They leash onto this puck, but they whiff another black hole. Didn't go well for the side of Saberlight. They are fighting while through the eclipse. Tomato, he's in danger, and Tomato, now that the Shadow Dance is over, he finds himself dead. No BKB to protect him on that one, and now Brow isolated in the middle of this river as well. He's in danger, and he's about to die as Beastcoast punch back in a pretty heavy way into the smoke from TSM. Saberlight forced into their BKB TP out. This Luck doesn't have any way to deal with that, so just watches him leave. But that's a huge, huge fight. Beastcoast able to find Tomato so early. They forced the fight into a defensive posture for TSM almost immediately. Power Cogs.
Oh, no. That would have been sick. He would have been able to catch the puck there with the black hole. He would have been able to catch the clockwork as well. Saberlight. Live by the Enigma, you die by the Enigma, and unfortunately sometimes this hero can be in a feast or famine, and without the black hole, definitely feels like a famine hero right now. And PSM, they're in dire straits. They're going to lose a full lane of Rax here as well, and K1 can send his attention towards the mid lane, and definitely feels like right now Beastcoast are well and truly ahead. The win probability is only 60%. Seems like a Enigma plus Slark definitely feels like one of those combinations that could win out this game. But TSM, if they aggress out onto the map like that once again, then oh boy, it could feel oh so awkward for them.
Yep, as it stands now, East Coast, we're ahead, got the lane of Rax. They've also shown yet again what can happen if you end up losing a tier 3 tower to a Lunar drop. Your buildings will just fall in very, very fast fashion. On the bright side, there is still a tier 1 tower in this bottom lane, but East Coast, they're the ones in the driver's seat now. Chris Luck will come across. Dubu silences him up, kills his courier. Won't be able to kill him because he has the Aeon Disc, but you force the Aeon Disc charge. Yay! Now the cooldown even longer. For the next 2 minutes, they actually might try to regress on the map. And exactly as I say that, they smoke up here, Fluke. They know that they have an opportunity, if they can catch out this Omni, to kill him heads up, prevent him from healing his team, potentially go for the jugular and winning this game.
Yeah, this is rough time here for Dubu. Would love to be able to be what Siamese Cat has been in the last couple of days and just sit inside your fountain and click your R button, but you don't have the Active Interceptor just yet. So TSM, they have to wait another 89 seconds until Aeon Disc back up, but I think at this point they're just going to forfeit the bottom lane. They're going to lose their tier 2 towers. Usually at this point in the game, this is where I like to see what kind of vision that they've got setting up here for TSM. They have literally, there is what, 2 wards that are up on the side of the other side of the map, but they really don't have anything else that's enabling them get some of these team fights going, and I think it's going to be a very, very hard fight here for TSM to come in.
Yeah, when you're this far ahead, you're not really in a rush anymore. You're like, well, the way that they win the game, they need like BKB on Slark. They need to get BKB with Refresher, or he already has BKB, but Refresher on Enigma most likely. They need like some more items on the Omni Knight, potentially the Aghanim Scepter, but maybe just like a 4-star or something. There's just so many stocks they need on the road to victory on the side of TSM that, provided that Beastcoast keep accelerating at the pace that they are, they should be A-okay. Must say, Schofield, Gojira on this Nyx Assassin has been on point. How many ravages have we practically seen out of this guy? But more importantly than that, in the midst of these team fights, Brawl has awkward decisions to make. He only now has the BKB, but every single time before this, he's just been getting mana burn, mana burn, mana burn. By the time the fight starts, he almost has nothing left in the tank. So awkward for him. Now, Beastcoast, you just want to wait until the Roshan is back again, give the next Aegis to K1 Hector, and allow him to play with Aegis, Butterfly, Hurricane Pike, Skadi, BKB, Manta. He's practically 6-slotted here at the 35-minute mark of this game. Once this Butterfly finishes, there's no reason not to go full steam ahead on the Beastcoast train and try and end this game.
Yeah, I think Beastcoast definitely have a lot of tools in their arsenal right now. They have the overwhelming blink here. Oh, they've got a lot of these items, like the vision that they've got up here as well. They see perfectly exactly where the Enigma is. He blinks in. Oh, no. Saberlight.
Look how much damage he took.
Yeah.
Those are 2 hits from Illusions, Fluke. And I mean, look at this. What? You have to run from Illusions. Getting punked out by Illusions. Wow, that kind of sucks.
Right, so now TSM, they tried to have a little bit of regression. They at least got some wards up now in their own jungle, so you might be able to see what's going to go on. Takes his coast to walk back in towards that jungle and take it over. Now with the Roshan being done, TSM really don't see that being able to get anywhere towards this Rosh. Aegis as well as the refresher. Aghanim Shard. We're going to be going into K1 spot. We've been seeing a lot of these carry players hobbling everything up. TSM are at least going to try and aggress, but they're a little bit too late here.
K1's already gotten everything. Like you said, he's a carry player. No, he's not a carry player. He's one of the carry players. So you know he's taking everything. I'm sure the reason why Beastcoast plays the style they do, because he's like, guys, I'm taking the map, I'm taking all the items. Decide how you want to play around that. They're like, okay, all right, bro, we got you. And it's carried them pretty far in the past. They posted up some phenomenal results on the back of K1 Hector playing the way that he can. Now here they are,
Radiant's top
hoping for another top 8 finish at the CI. Or even further, they're here to lift the Aegis. Nothing less will suffice. Tomato and the crew now trying to get a tier 1 tower in the top lane, but they have to deal with this oncoming push from Beastcoast, who are looking for a tier 3. And yet again, Fluke, if a tier 3 falls against the Luna, the racks are very shortly to follow, so TSM actually have to return and defend this completely. But Whisper already cycloning up Moonmeander, proving to be an annoying little pest. So it's all on Saberlight now. Can he get this Blink Black Hole? But I don't know how. Tomato, let's jump in a little bit. But I don't know if they can reliably get this fight. Hookshot does not connect. All on Saberlight now. He has BKB, he has Blink, he has Black Hole, but he doesn't have an angle, Fluke. He has no way to get into this fight.
Yeah, it's
regenerate that.
a little hard here for Mr. Saberlight. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? You need to try and make sure that you have the lockdown and try and kill a Puck. You also need to try and make sure that you have the lockdown to kill K1, but he's sitting here with the Wraith Pact. And yeah, Whisper, I think it's just, he's done such a beautiful job of just abusing this Aghanim Scepter, and I think maybe teams might be looking towards this a little bit more, because this is so obnoxious to play around with. He's just going to set you up in the air, and it's like, what, 5-6 seconds? And look, they've had to do literally nothing. And now C-Smile's in the backline, just hitting 3 people with a Dream Coil.
Hero Coil, just to hold them in position so they can finish off the tier 3. They still have this Aegis, they're still going for the Megas push, and it doesn't seem like they can stop it. Primal Split will come out here. Saberlight, where you at? Saberlight finds the Black Hole, but it only connects onto Stinger. K1 even walks into it, given that he has access to the Eclipse. It's going everywhere. He forced off Sword, he gets the right click, and he kills the Enigma. He will buy back. But so were both supports from Beastcoast, who did end up dying in this game, but they still have access to this Aegis. How will K1 play around this? Getting stunned up though by this Aghanim shot coming in from Bryle. Saberlight has brought back. They're not actually able to get anybody. C-Smile just gets 4-staffed out as well by K1 with the Hurricane Pike. And they just call it, yeah. Buybacks on buybacks on buybacks. Spells committed. Everything that they thought they needed to win the game, they threw out, and it literally made no difference in this last fight. So they throw in the towel. GG is called. We have the side of Beastcoast with the game #1 victory here. South America standing strong over North America. I don't know if it's going to be 1-1 today, but Beastcoast certainly setting themselves up to stay in TI 11 right now, Luke.
And
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
5 seconds remaining. FTX's turn to ban. Beastcoast's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. TSM FTX's turn to ban.
Welcome back, one and all, to game number 2 here between TSM FTX and the side of Beastcoast. And we try to determine which of these squads are going to be in the elimination danger zone. As it stands right now, it is 1-0 in favor of Beastcoast. However, TSM FTX have... They are bottom 2 guaranteed. If they win, the situation doesn't really change. It's still going to be them and Beastcoast at the very bottom of the group competing for one of the elimination slots. So that's what sucks, right? They can't even use this game as a launching platform to say, at least it makes us safe. What do they need to do? They start by banning out this Nyx Assassin and no Shadow Fiend. Is this the start you want to see coming out from TSM FTX?
Yeah, I think it definitely is a better spot for them to be in. The Nyx Assassin has been
10 seconds remaining.
Hard for a little. Deal with the Primal Beast has been another one of those heroes that has really been able to get a lot of people towards their kind of upper echelon when it comes to the aggression and getting a game. But the Clockwork has been the response instantaneously once again from Beastcoast. Clock has been another one of those Primal Beast. So Beastcoast, I think they're putting themselves in a good spot to be able to really prove that they are here to be safe from elimination. And TSM, if they don't kind of pick up their socks here, this is going to be a pretty hard road for them to try and get out of groups here for die. And a good start so far for Beastcoast. I really want to see
10 seconds remaining.
What is even the response to this Leshrac Clockwork?
5 seconds.
They wanted Leshrac. There's no way they banned first the Nyx Assassin and then took out the Shadow Fiend, then not want the Leshrac for themselves. They certainly wanted the hero, and not only do they have it stolen away from them, this Clockwork pick covers the Primal Beast that they first picked for themselves, so they might now have to decide, do we demote the Primal Beast in terms of priority to make sure that he's not just instantly countered by the Clockwork, or do we just put him middle so that there's less of a chance of him meeting the Clock in lane? You see it just become an impossibility for Primal Beast to play there. Dubu, this is normally the spot where they pick up either the Dubu hero or the Moon hero. Let's see here. You can't go Nyx, so the biggest counter to Leshrac already gone. They're going to opt to go for the Saberlight Broodmother. This is a little bit brave into the Leshrac as well already, and into the Clockwork, but as you were saying in game number 1, there are stages of the game where Clockwork just cannot play against Brood whatsoever. Makes him a very sad boy the entire time through. So I'm okay with this. It's a bit more comfort as well for the side of TSM FTX. And we know that if Saberlight's playing a comfortable hero, that's generally when they tend to win.
Yeah, I feel like there wasn't all too many other core heroes that you really could have picked there. You maybe could have gone for something along the lines of like a Beastmaster and gone strat where you just build up Tomato to have a really good game on something along the lines of like maybe like a Morphling. But yeah, I think this is like kind of the best core hero that you could have picked right now. It means that we're probably looking at playing this Primal Beast. We've seen Moon be able to play it before in the past as well, I think. So it isn't too bad of a shout for them to have this Primal Beast with a little bit of flexibility for them. They're just going to get rid of more. They're able to. I wouldn't hate to see them ban a Spirit Breaker. Because I think SP...
10 seconds remaining.
Very, very hard. I saw a really cool interaction on Reddit, actually.
5 seconds remaining.
And the Breaker's charge. Spirit Breaker actually wins that fight, funnily enough. So, Spirit Breaker, if they both charge through each other, the Spirit Breaker's charge will actually, like, bash the Primal Beast. And the Primal Beast won't do anything to it. So...
Okay.
That's a nifty little interaction.
I wonder why, though. But honestly, if we were to sit here to try to ask why does this interaction work this way, in Dota, we'd be here all day, so...
Yeah. Only Ice Frog knows,
look at the rest of the draft. Oh, yeah, Ice Frog knows. Naga banned, Sven banned, Mars banned. Might actually have space for a sniper deeper into the draft, potentially.
10 seconds remaining.
And we've just seen Naga Scion be one of the better heroes against Broodmother as well, so...
5
We don't want
seconds
that hero to be
remaining.
Sag as hell. Mars, we haven't seen that much Mars. We've seen a lot of Mars bans, but after day number 1, we haven't seen that many Mars picks, funnily enough, in the group stages. What do you make of the lack of this Mars hero, especially since we've been seeing so many more snipers?
I feel like there's just a lot of other offlane heroes you like to play Yusuf, or a lot of Mars. He was the kind of end-all be-all for a lot of Pangolier, which is really good against the Mars. The Nyx Assassin is really good as well,
10
pre-BKB.
seconds remaining.
Also, the Mars is kind of one of those heroes that you kind of can't lane into.
5 seconds remaining.
Like, he kind of just gets demolished by the rate. Very, very hard time for the Mars. I feel like he probably will start to come up a little bit later on. I feel like once we start getting deeper and deeper into TI, these offlane players really like falling back onto the kind of hero. I wouldn't hate to see. This Crystal Maiden pick is a little bit interesting. Beastcoast gonna struggle once the Brood starts getting a. Same with the Primal Beast. I don't know. Maybe they have an idea in their lane. Usually when I see this Crystal Maiden, it's all about a very, very proactive safe lane.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Shadow. Oh, Shadow. I mean, it could also be the situation where they say, you know what, Leshrak's like, I need a battery. I don't want necessarily just a save anymore. And nobody wants to play IO, so you get Crystal Maiden for the Arcane Aura. TSM, though, this is entertaining. The Moon Meander Shadow Demon. Classic. It's the Dubu Shadow Demon, rather.
Yeah,
and then Moon Meander will play the Hoodwink.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay, so they have a save. They have a way to hold the Leshrak back. They have ways to spam out waves a little bit. They have now additional cancels for the freezing field, a way to just walk up after the hookshot comes from Clockwork. You banish him, allow the hero caught inside the cogs to escape very quickly and not have to worry about stuff. And we have the Demonic Purge, some degree of BKB piercing, not necessarily disable, but a way to be able to mitigate the impact of having that item for K1.
Yeah, I think it also kind of protects them from a potential loop kick for Beastcoast as well. As you kind of said, the Demonic Purge is good against the Leshrak. It means that he can't freely use Scepter in a game. He's very, very slow, and this hero relies on his move quite a lot. You also have a lot of setup as well, so you can kind of just disrupt somebody into an onslaught, into pulverize, even with the combination from the well. So it gives them a whole lot of tools to be able to use the game, and Beastcoast boys are getting ready for a pick that they've got right now.
TSM FTX.
That we've seen K1 play a lot of. They're going to go for the Embers here. This looks like the Chris Luck hero that has been one of popped off before in the past. And now, feeling like you kind of just need to get rid of these heroes that wouldn't hate to see if they
10 seconds
Slark,
remaining.
the Primal Beast, is generally good into the Slark at most stages of the game.
5
but
seconds
Shadow
remaining.
Demon generally has a pretty rough time against the Slark. Same with the Hood. Can't really, if there ever is a Dark Pack that comes out, and same thing. It's very hard for them to. So, I feel these K1 heroes are starting to creep up in prominence. He played the Sven throughout the entire today. He's played a whole Siren. He's still got
Beastcoast's turn to ban
that we've seen a few times in the past from K1. I like the Terrorblade ban for them. So, I'm just looking to see what K1 wants to second game.
So quite a few options, like you mentioned. It does feel like the lost picks on either lineup are going to be the safe laners, so we need the Tomato hero, we need the K1 hero. TSM FTX, they will be picking their hero first. I actually wonder, speaking of interesting interactions, is the new Bloodstone dispellable? I actually don't know.
Think so.
Like, if it is, I'm not sure if it is, but if it is, maybe TSM FTX have come with some new tech on the Shadow Demon to try and help deal with this Leshrak. I don't think it is either, but at some point in this game, I'm sure we'll see the interaction. I am very worried though, because
we got tornadoed last game.
It didn't affect it.
Maybe. Also, something that I haven't touched on, they have a Leshrak and an Ember Spirit. So does that mean that we're going to have a Whisper playing the Leshrak this time around? Or is it going to be like a K1 Leshrak?
I think it's K1 Leshrak in the safe lane. Unless it is Whisper Leshrak. That could be very entertaining to watch. I suppose Leshrak doesn't suit the profile of a K1 hero, to be fair. Not a right-clicker, not somebody that's just going to feel nice to have wasted some of these bans coming in from TSM FTX. You were talking about how picking Shadow Demon sort of blocks Beastcoast being able to pick Luna. Well, it also opens up Luna for them themselves. The combo isn't as strong as it used to be, but you can still get some decent currency out of these two heroes paired together.
Yeah, definitely feel like they have a really well-rounded draft here. TSM, they've got a lot of damage, they've got a lot of mixed damage, they've got tanky heroes. They have ways of starting a fight. They've got Onslaught, you know, once they get the BKB out onto the Primal Beast. Rail's able to pick that up. It's going to feel ways of following up. They've got saves, they've got tower push. And also, importantly, have a hero that does physical damage here. Something that can try and clear out a lot of... take towers for you. They only really have the Leshrac that's going to be taking towers for them. There's still the Sniper that's following around, so the only thing you really have to worry about is the other and the Primal Beast Sniper. They don't really have anybody that can go in the front for either, so it's going to be awkward.
It's a difficult last pick, actually, inside of Beastcoast.
I would like to see a strength here, I think.
But we're going to... 3 seconds to make your decision on the side of Beastcoast. And the decision will come for the Faceless Void. So, alright, now that is a K1 hero, Fluke. That is a K1 hero. Faceless Void coming in at the end there. But the most exciting thing for me is that we're getting off-lane Ember Spirits, so it might seem. Well, we haven't actually seen yet. I haven't actually seen Whisper click on the hero. It could be support Ember. That's what I'm thinking. I think they might be having that deliberation right now to decide exactly where these heroes actually end up going. But Faceless Void in this game, there will come a point where this Void is actually unkillable. Will just never die again. And it's going to be a massive threat all across the map. It will take time to get there. And as the tournament has been winding on, we have seen that many of these faster tempo drafts, i.e. Broodmother Luna's drafts, have been demolishing Faceless Voids. We have not seen this hero win in quite a while. Reason why it's just very hard to get this hero in a position where he feels strong early. Luna, very easy to get in a position where she feels strong early. So given the contrast between these two carries, given the fact that we have an off-lane Ember Spirit starting the fights for us from the side of Beastcoast, where would you place the relative strength of these drafts for these squads?
I feel like TSM have a much easier draft to execute, but there has to be some method to the madness here for Beastcoast, right? Like the thing for me is, they've got a little bit of damage inside the Chronosphere. They've got like one way of starting a team fight. The Ember Spirit should be relatively okay in a lot of these fights. They don't have, you know, super hardcore lockdown for him. Like there's not like, you know, a Blink Hex from a Lion or an Impale or anything like that that he has to worry about. So I think Whisper can do kind of okay in this game, but I don't know, man. Like this is why every single time that I look at, you know, South American Dota, these guys do some different stuff, and especially Beastcoast, these guys have been doing some different stuff throughout the entirety of TI. Now having an offline Ember Spirit, I don't think it's a massive pop-off game for them. But Beastcoast, whenever they come into these games with these weird and wacky picks, they always seem to have an idea behind it. And if they play on the front foot, if they play aggressive, if they win some of these lanes, they can look really good. But I think TSM, I think their day is just going to be so much easier. I think it's just walk into these team fights with a Luna. They're going to have the Wraith Pact on the Broodmother. They're always going to have the save of the Shadow Demon. I feel like TSM FTX is not working. A bit easier for.
Unlike last game, it's not a situation where they walk into some very difficult lanes, right? Their laning phase seems pretty favorable for them. They're dealing with an Ember Spirit on the side of the map where they have this Luna farming. Broodmother has to deal with Faceless Void, not really a difficult matchup for her. And in the mid lane, of course, we're going to be seeing this Primal Beast emerging yet again for the side of TSM. So if there is ever going to be a draft that allows them to get the comeback, it's going to be this one, right? Last game, one of the issues was that it didn't really feel like they could do that many things on the map. This time, it seems like they have the ability to be much more proactive than the side of Beastcoast is going to be. So I'm hoping personally that we do get this 1-1, but I will say, exactly like you reiterated just now, when they have this weird idea, these guys don't just come into this from a vacuum and say, hey, it'll be kind of cool to play this Ember Spirit in the offlane. It's a very well-subscribed idea. They thought it out. They probably played a couple of games with it. Whisper's like, yeah, I can do this. We'll be able to make this one work. It does mean that we're going to be having a very interesting itemization conversation regarding this Ember Spirit. What's he going to go for first? Is this a Maelstrom game? I don't think you get Orb of Corrosion. Do you try to go for Gleipnir? When do you get your BKB? There's so many considerations from the offlane, given that you'll have a lot less farm available to you. But figure this out, it's probably going to be side of Beastcoast. If they do, they suddenly find themselves safe from elimination. Not safe completely, because they're still entering into that BO1 gauntlet. But until tomorrow, at the very least, they can rest a little bit easier, knowing that the road is much harder for TSM than it is for them, especially because tomorrow's games, not easy competition still coming up for the side of Beastcoast, though.
Yeah, I think this is a shout. Beastcoast have to play against Team Spirit tomorrow and Thunder Awaken. To be fair though, TSM have to play against Fnatic and Thunder Awaken as well. So from what probably picking able to come out on top one, Fnatic. Definitely hope it. Good. We're just waiting to get ourselves back into this game, ladies and gentlemen. Had to hide his face this time around because some of the boys in the chat were giving him a little bit of stick for the sticker that he had on his Crystal Maiden. I'll let you go. Detective work to figure out who it was that was on the... But we're coming into it now. It is going to be an interesting tale for us to tell about this offlane Ember. Just trying to rack my brain, right? There's a specific player in Australia that likes to play this position for Ember Spirit a few patches ago. And it was mainly like you'd rush like a Spirit Vessel. You kind of do like that Magic Ember mid. Go for like a Spirit Vessel early on, you try and get like a lot of ACOS and Gleipnir, and then hopefully you can get yourself a BKB. I'd imagine that's probably going to be what Whisper's going to subscribe to here. Get yourself a Spirit Vessel, try and just play like max Sleight of Fist Syrian Chains build, and just move around the map. You've got a lot of kill potential with a Clockwork and a Crystal Maiden, and even Sea Smile as well, so they have ways at trying to commit onto a lot of these heroes and trying to get gold through rather than back and farming, but I just don't know how this lane is going to go. Like, how does Ember Clock go into Shadow Demon Loon? This is the kind of question for me, and if Whisper comes out on top, then hey, I mean, I guess I'm going to be singing the praises of South American.
If this comes out ahead and this becomes part of the new tech, imagine the versatility where you can just pick Ember Spirit and nobody knows exactly where it's going.
Yeah.
So for the sake of drafters, I'm sure drafters everywhere are like, please let this loose. But for the sake of entertainment, I want this at least nominally succeed. I still want TSM to win so we get tiebreakers. But either way, we're just fans of good Dota here. Horn is about to sound. Another question that I'm going to be paying, or another thing I'm going to be paying close attention to is going to be, as per usual, where does this Primal Beast go and how is he able to affect the play on the map? Not the easiest heroes for him to immediately go onto unless he gets some support to come help him middle. But Horn has now sounded. Game is underway. Yet again, look at Whisper and Stinger. They are intent on just bullying Tomorrow, and Tomorrow's like, not today, boys. This time I'm ready. I'm prepared. They might actually be able to kill this wave. This is why, all right, we're seeing it now. Smart. Crystal Nova into the Flame God. Say cheesy, my friend. Yeah. Even if you can't, that's exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, and this is what I talked about, right? I was not 100% sure how this off-lane Ember was going to be able to play the lane, and this is how you do it. You do it a cheesy way. They've got a tri-lane down here as well. Poor little K1 is left on an island, but this is exactly how you need to start out when you have these wacky off-laners, right? You just need to try and get that first full creep wave. You can get yourself halfway towards level 2 and make it as weird as possible. You know, TSM, if this was a straight up, 2v2 lane, I feel like they would have had a massive advantage. And that's why you can see that Beastcoast come into this idea of, hey, can we just cut creep wave level 1, let's Crystal over it and use the Flame Guard and see if we can get through it, just so our Ember can get towards that point where he's scary. And I think that's the thing, is you just need levels on this offlane Ember Spirit and he can start to do a lot of work. For now, Beastcoast have started out with a smile on my face. They've definitely shown me a little bit of something in tech today. I was talking a little bit earlier on, Snare, where I was saying, oh yeah, good old classic Dota's back, and then Beastcoast gone.
Listen, because it's like classic Dota, fam. That doesn't exist for us. The notion of classic Dota is a misnomer. Doesn't matter. Just play however you want. So Whisper putting a smile on our faces, potentially ruining a couple of pubs with this tech that we're seeing from them, but nonetheless, looking kind of effective. Dubu and Tomato, though, are going to be going on to Gojira as the Clockwork might have flew too close to the sun. Dubu, a couple more right clicks is all he needs with the Shadow Poison, but it's not going to be enough. More move speed available on the clock, and he's able to escape onto the high ground. Even with the Shadow Poisons, they're not going to stack up, so he should end up being fine.
Yeah, if that second Shadow Poison would have landed there for Dubu, I'd imagine he probably gone for the kill there, but he's trying his best. You can see that he understands that this lane needs to go back to normal. See, that's why you're having this back and forth between him. See if they can kill the Ember Spirit here. The Flame Guard is going to be a little bit too strong. Same with the Side of Fear. It's going to be hard for them to actually try and secure a kill onto Whisper, especially once he gets level 6. The lockdown is a little bit lacking here from TSM, so that's why I think this offlane Ember Spirit can work. It's kind of like game number 1. They really don't have that much lockdown. They're going to have to try and rely on things like the Bushwhack and the Pulverize to get the kill onto the Ember Spirit. But, you know, if he plays around and has some fancy feet, he's going to feel good.
You know, fancy feet, top lane. Stinger, very slow here, not going to have many of them. Actually, fancy feet might be happening bottom as well. Dubu, he's fine. He's fine. He's okay, bro. He's cool. Nobody dead just yet, actually, anywhere on the map. Lots and lots of harass being thrown out. I was kind of worried about Dubu down bottom, just as much as I was worried about our Crystal Maiden up top, but neither of them actually end up taking a tumble in these kind of situations. And I suppose, given the offlaners in this game, like, one side has the Broodmother, one side has Ember Spirit. These are like farming offlaners. The carry heroes are Luna and Faceless Void. They just want to farm. They could actually care less about being uber aggressive at this stage of the game. So they're probably okay with yet another game that starts out a little bit more slowly than what we've been seeing here at TI11.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it's going to be item timings. They're looking to try and get this Wraith pack early on the Saberlight. They're looking to try and control hits off the Junk. Oh, no. Face stab, man. Yep, that's a little bit unfortunate for Dubu, but you know, circling back to what I was saying before, I think TSM are really going to be looking towards trying to hit timings, trying to hit their Wraith pack, trying to hit Primal Beast. And they can kind of go from there. I think Luna is one of those carries that kind of just needs Dragonlance +1, and she can do a lot of work with a lot of levels in Blessings. So TSM don't kind of fumble the bag here and, you know, give Whisper and Sea-Smile a relatively easy time. They can punish the Faceless Void pick here, come in for a Beastcoast and play really fast, but they need to make sure they hit these item timings in it.
They're going to be able to this from there. Right now, though, just farming. Or the only solitary kill that's happened has been on the Dubu Shadow Demon. Not going to be that big of a deal for now. I like what they're doing in the top lane. They just try to keep K1 away from the creep wave. They're not really that concerned with actually killing him. They're just like, we're going to double down on the harass. And Stinger can't do all that much back. He can actually eat a Bushwhack himself, but it should be fine. Next to the tier 1 tower, there's no way that Saberlight wants to give up farm for this one.
Radiant's
I'll say, whenever they do well on Saberlight, if they start well in particular, that's when TSM in my mind have looked the most dangerous. We even saw in that documentary that they released that without him, the team was a shade of itself, but with him and with him performing well, night and day. So, it's been a dark time for TSM thus far in this tournament. You were mentioning it in game 1 that he hasn't lived up to his full potential, but here with the good start in the laning phase and on one of his signature heroes, should be able to get away with a good game here as bottom. The team might be able to enable him, as the more kills they get on Whisper, the easier it might be, but unfortunately it gets harder if Whisper's the one getting said kills, as he does end up picking up his second for the game. 2 kills for off-lane Ember Spirit here, Fluke. Alright, cool. No flop.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're doing a really good job at just understanding that they have a lot of kill threat and just kind of killing Dubu.
Double damage!
Kind of isolating him from any of the areas that he wants to be in, putting him in bad positions where he has to use his disruption defensively. And then at that point, you know, you can kind of just see the power of having these heroes that just have good spells. Ember Spirit has generally good spells. Clockwork has had generally spells for a very, very long time. At least now, let's see if they can get the kill here on a Whisper.
Some revenge here. Moon Meander is available, but oh my goodness, Whisper with the slide of fist. Able to stay alive for now. Gojira will end up tanking the kill. Nice little disruption from Dubu. Ensures that Whisper cannot escape, and Whisper will end up being brought down. Moon Meander with the double damage rotation ensures that they will kill this hero. Stinger's going to come in for some revenge, but Moon Meander wise enough to not walk up the hill. He's even pinging out where he thinks that there might be some danger here, so I don't think he's going to end up dying. Very well done from the side of TSM FTX to not only ensure that they get the kill that side, but also not giving up any kills in the process to the other direction.
Yeah, I think they had a ward that expired.
Get a bit caught up,
coming as well. Yeah, no, be able to
Ralph coming.
TI sense. This is a big fight. Ralph's here.
Comes up, the onslaught it in. It's only going to be the one kill so far, it seems, unless they can catch up to Gojira. Lucent Beam is there. Brown has pulverized. Push back.
Huh?
Nicely done. What? Okay, so the pulverize animation started, but then the power cox pushback came in. Could we have a replay about that production? I need to see that again.
I feel like the amount of weird interactions I've seen with pulverize is a little bit too high for my liking. This Ice Frog, a bit A, as to why pulverize needs some buff, because I don't think Primal Beast has been enough in my games.
Wait. Buffed? What?
Yeah,
huh?
Yeah. Hit him with a buff. Make pulverize important.
Let's see.
Oh my god, it's like frame perfect.
What? Yeah. Okay, cool.
All right.
Dota 2, interesting game, I suppose.
We also just saw a cool interaction there with K1. Is he was halfway through the jump, he got pulverized, and he still jumped afterwards. But, I mean, pulverized seems to be an interesting interaction in Dota 2.
They're going to try and keep this interest in the spell going as they move towards in the top lane. Keep a C-Smile. They have access to the upheaval.
What's here?
The upheaval, the onslaught coming in. Nice freeze with the frostbite coming in from Stinger to prevent him getting forward. And Brawl cannot find the angle with the trample either. And whilst this is happening and all these heroes are dragged towards the top lane, Tomorrow is capable with the help of Dubo finding a quick kill onto the clockwork in the Radiance part of the map. Alright, so they don't get the kill they wanted. Wait, what? Brawl? He kept chasing in the jungle, but unfortunately, he left his support staff behind. So he gets punished for this move by the side of Beastcoast and C-Smile. He was the target, but he's like, well, I'll take your gold, family. We're going to overextend. That is going to be putting a definite smile on the face of this Leshrac player.
Yeah, he had good vision in the jungle to at least try and find where C-Smile was, but just overestimating his damage. Just a little bit too much there. And it was a good moment there from Stinger just being in Partida. It's a slow and sad.
Oh, that was so funny. And you just see him there being like, trying to think through what he could possibly do about this. He's like, well, just gotta watch, fam. At least I bought a smoke before I die. I'm not gonna waste gold on this Ember Spirit. Fortunately, can't do anything about the situation. East Coast. There is one bright spot here for the side of TSM FTX, as we'll talk about it in a moment, as they almost killed C-Smart in the top lane. So much damage coming in from Saberlight, and Saberlight, he's just able to chomp down on the Leshrac. Like, you thought Primal Beast was a problem. You haven't heard about my spider. Now that will also give him access to a level 8, because he's going to clean up this creep wave and put mass amounts of pressure onto the Tier 1 tower in the top lane.
Yeah, this is the reason why that we've seen a whole lot of people try and not deal with the Broodmother. This Broodmother hero has been doing a whole boatload of physical damage. It wins the lane. It just becomes a nuisance. It gets extremely tanky, and it's just so hard to deal with. And when you have a player like Saberlight, you kind of flourish on this Broodmother. I think a lot of the other heroes he's playing just hasn't been his kind of tournament so far, and now being able to utilize the Broodmother definitely feels for TSM, because they've got multiple heroes right now that are hard to deal with for Beastcoast. If Broodmother is a little bit annoying, Ryle can constantly make rotations and he's able to connect up with Moon Meander, and they can get a lot of kills. They've got some good vision here, do TSM, to understand how these rotations are going. They've got this ward here in their own jungle to understand where Gojira is coming from, what Whisper's going to be doing, and they also have the ward up in the enemy jungle so that Saberlight can play safely here in the Dire side jungle. They get ganked for now.
Get Chrono in the top lane. They have the follow-up as well with the Split Earth. Stinger doesn't have access to the freezing field, but certainly not necessary for them to drop that. K1 picks up the kill. K1 is doing the Midas build, baby. He was watching that RTZ Faceless Void game. He's like, I want in on this action as well. So he's trying to get into a money bag situation. Looks like we're not going to be having a fast game no matter what in this situation. Both squads will be happy to farm up, but we're going to see the first movement of Whisper on this map. He's the offlaner. They draw the line towards top, but there's nobody home, Fluke. They're going to get all the way there and realize, well, can't do anything about this. And instead, we're just going to maybe try to put pressure on the tower. But shout out Saberlight. He's just shown up. If he gets caught here, this could hurt so much. And they see him. He's not inside any webs right now. Gojira on him with the hook shot. Does get down a web, but the frostbite is there to prevent an escape. They end up bringing down Saberlight. He TP top as well, so now we have to do the walk of shame. Coming in here with the onslaught from Brow through 2 heroes, and they're able to bring down both of these supports. So 2-for-1 in exchange, but the one is one of the biggest heroes on the map. And they will not find the split earth because of the salvation coming in thanks to the disruption of Dubu. However, looks like he's still in danger. He's pulverizing to buy time, but that's all he's able to buy. He dies in the process. Whisper finding 2 heroes with the searing chains here. Dubu will be saved by the help of Moon Meander, who finds an excellent bushwhack onto 2. Beastcoast finally dissuaded from the chase, but showing us already, Fluke, that the chase potential of this lineup is actually pretty extreme.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, especially the fact that K1 was able to kind of zone a few people out literally just by walking at him. He didn't have access to the Chronosphere. He's only got a hand on Midas. Like, he's not actually that scary of a hero. I guess kind of just walking in with time dilation would have been the only reason why they were a little bit scared of going in there. But you can just see the amount of synergy that Beastcoast has in the lineup, right? Like, this is why I've been really enjoying seeing Crystal Maiden. It really enables a lot of these heroes like the Leshrac, like the Ember Spirit, to just constantly keep on going. And Brawl really hasn't been able to take a stranglehold of this game just yet. This could help out to get K1.
They just get Gojira, whatever. It's fine. I mean, this is a hero that's bottom 3 net worth on the clockwork, right? You don't really care.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Do what y'all need to do. There's no tier 1 tower for y'all to claim to increase your own net worth at the same time. On the bright side, though, this Luna for Tomato is at the top of the net worth charts at the moment, sitting on 6.3k. Slightly ahead of the Ember Spirit, but just making sure that he's constantly farming with this Yasha to get further and further ahead. Doesn't necessarily want to be involved in any of these fights that are happening all across the map right now.
Yeah, you can just see the vision for both these teams as well. To understand kind of like what their objective plan is. Beastcoast really want to try and make sure that they can keep Tomato down and they don't lose Roche. Whereas on the other side of things, TSM, see if they can find some more of these heroes. Massive bushwhack.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Big sharp shooter coming in from Moon Meander, but he's going to get punished as Whisper comes in from behind him. Takes him down. Chrono, it's huge. It's onto Luna as well. 2 cores caught. Oh no. There's no damage though, as you mentioned. So Gojira is going to be the one that's also targeted. They haven't been able to kill him. Brow goes in with the onslaught to really catch up to Gojira on this clockwork. I'm not entirely sure. He's going for him though. Tramples him down. One more right click will be enough. Back north of the fight though. Whisper able to get the cleanup onto Dubu. So we have these heroes dying. Support for support. But it's 2 of them on the side of TSM FTX claimed. Even though they got the sharpshooter kill at first, it does seem like Beastcoast end up with the greater amounts of gold at the end.
Yeah, Beastcoast definitely get a little bit more gold out of that, but I definitely feel like you're probably feeling a little bit happier if you're TSM, right? They used the Chronosphere, they didn't really get much out of it, they were only able to get the kills on your ports, so now Beastcoast, they don't have their K1 Hector that they can come in towards these fights. Tomato still has hold of the Eclipse, because he hasn't even skilled it yet, now he has, so lies that Eclipse, but Beastcoast, they want to keep using their vision, they want to keep using the amount of pressure they've got right now, the amount of damage they can do. Oh, Moon's in trouble.
Nah, Moon's not in trouble. Moon is ecstatic right now. He is so happy. He has broken the smoke, broken the initiation, allowing Brawl to live. Because if he doesn't die there, Brawl is certainly going to get taken down. And oh, no way! Gojira on the clockwork reads where Brawl is in the trees, finds him with the hook shot, cancels the TP, cancels his life. And now Moon Meander ended up dying for nothing because he still ends up losing the Primal Beast and having the BKB delayed.
Yep, they just had the inkling there. They have good vision to kind of try and figure out where a lot of these heroes were. They saw that Tomato was in towards the mid lane. They've got this ward here behind the Dire Radiant Tier 1. So they can understand if they're anywhere in this jungle area. So Gojira, nice little read from him. To be able to catch out the Primal Beast, and TSM, they just haven't been able to get a stranglehold of this game just yet. We haven't really been able to see the usefulness of the Primal Beast. It feels like every single time he onslaughts in and he loses his life, and now Beastcoast continuing on the front foot.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Not stopping, fam. He's just not stopping anyway. Whisper goes onto the high ground, gets off a slide of fist, kills off Dubu. He did indeed go for the Spirit Vessel build that we used to see from these mid-Ember Spirits. You were correct on that one, sir. The double damage in that situation, helping him able to get the quick kill. This is getting scary. They look like they want to try and posture around the bottom side of the map as well. Moonyander. Oh my goodness. He got hit with one slide chains and he practically died. Whisper. Well, offlane Ember, this is a thing. Yesterday we didn't think offlane Monkey King was a thing, but we saw it from Fnatic, but this looks even more impressive than that, honestly.
They have a smoke up now on TSM. They need Brawl to get active. Can they kill the Ember though?
Doesn't have a Remnant drop down defensively, so they actually have an option to do so. They will get the Frostbite out. Eclipse will be there, but it's not good enough. Freezing Field also comes in from the CM. Cancelled out early though by the silence from Saberlight, who's able to run down the CM. That's going to be the first usage of the Orchid. The Spider avoided buying the Wraith Pack this game, instead opted for the more aggressive Orchid Malevolence. I was about to ask you about this, but he finally gets to use it in a fight proper. Okay, yeah, it's alright, I guess.
I think the idea behind this for Saberlight is they realize that they actually just don't have that much catch. So they needed some way of, you know, being able to catch out this Ember Spirit, having some way of being able to kill K1, because K1's not going to have BKB for a little while here. He's got the Hand of Midas, he's got the Maelstrom, he's going to go towards the Manta style. I know K1 is a little bit allergic to BKB sometimes, but this might be a little bit egregious if he does just go for a Manta style instead of just going for that BKB.
Incoming!
They are on the front foot here, Beastcoast, so you know, they have items.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It was interesting there in that last fight as well that Saberlight came in from the northern side. He got stunned up by a Centaur Conqueror, so he wasn't actually able to get in there and get the Orchid out onto Spirit. Pulverize was going forward, and it just felt a little... They're trying to get themselves away, but Whisper is able to find Dubu once again.
Well, that's Spark. Whisper now getting stronger and stronger. Bringing the Sanjin Kaya into the Aghanim Scepter. The magical damage output from this hero is going to be immense. They also actually found Moonmi and Smile. Bloodstone activation. You jump on the Hoodwink. Before you know it, he's dead. So 2 supports gone. They could start trying to deep-push on the top wave so they can get the tier 1 tower on the side of the map. Doesn't feel super important for them, but the main thing that they want to do is start controlling the area around the Roshan. See them plopping down the vision in the areas just around the pit to make sure that any kind of movement that TSM makes to this area, they have a read on it and they can respond accordingly.
Are fortified.
Now, TSM really need this BKB on Brawl.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Primal
attack.
Beast being at 6.4k net worth is have their mid hero who hasn't been able to have any agency in the game, and I think when Primal Beast plays from behind, you can really see the weaknesses of this hero. Not forcing people to run away from him with the trample. When the onslaught comes in, he gets controlled up. He feels really sad, and unfortunately for Brawl, he's having a really sad time this time. Tomato's doing really well on the loot to stay at the top of the net worth, but they definitely need Brawl to have this BKB so they can try and link up with Saberlight here on the Brood Mama, see if they can utilize the Orchid and get some free kills. I think the best thing for them for team fights is Brood can jump in the back and try and kill out the Crystal Maiden, maybe even try and top of the Ember Spirit. At least have their fight going that way, but for now it's all Beastcoast and it's all Day Baby because they are running bottom side of this. No vision, no heroes to catch.
Everybody home. Funny though, because they were drawing the line towards top, then immediately turned around. You know, like, let's try and get a catch down bottom. And look, oh my gosh, their map sense. This can't work out. No. No, thank you. No one is allowed to be that good at the game sense, so good job on dodging it. So Tomato, if he gets caught there, they lose the tier 2 tower. Heads up. They have a big wave coming in with the Sea Dragon as well. But because they don't, they have to retreat away from the Radiant side of the map, and they're actually starting to slowly but surely push into the top, looking for the tier 2 tower. That is the one kind of play that they can make. Since Saberlight, yes, he might not have been that effective in the midst of these team fights, but he has been very dominant in the top part of the map, keeping this lane shoved in, forcing responses, and not allowing Beastcoast to play the very aggressive style that they desperately want to with this offlane Ember Spirit.
Yeah, Beastcoast definitely want to try and get a few of these heroes. I believe they caught a glimpse of the Mixer. That's why they turned around for the Luna there. They're going to try and see if they catch an Ember Spirit, but with the Illusion Rune bottled, he's going to AO. Perfectly okay with how that is going. So TSM now, they finally had the BKB on Brawl. Okay, so this is checkbox number 1 for TSM and TSM fans. So let's see what they can do here with the press to pick up BKB on Brawl. He hasn't used it.
You're going to need to use it, but he can't use it because he's chain disabled. They do end up killing the Crystal Maiden, but unfortunately Brawl pays the price as well. 2 heroes stunned up by the Ember Spirit. Smile, waiting for the Split Earth again. They get the disruption out onto Gojira, holding the clockwork in place. He has a jetpack, thanks to the Agnum shot, flying around, trying to find the target. Moon Meander scouted in the trees by the rocket flare. He'll get caught and killed as well. 2 heroes who go down. Saberlight desperately just trying to push the wave back so they can keep their tier 1 tower. But Beastcoast, that was supposed to be the reveal of the BKB. He gets it off, but he gets it off at the worst possible moment. Already at like 100 HP, so him having BKB, not going to be good enough to save his life.
Yeah, Brawl's just being a little bit greedy there with his BKB. I think when you're this far behind, you kind of just have to pop your BKB, even if you're, getting a kill on the Crystal Maiden. You're able to get that kill on Brawl. He's able to get himself a decent amount of gold. Maybe they're able to disengage. They can turn back around if Tomato wants to make the way towards the top. He had his own BKB freshly picked up, but when you're holding on to your BKB for that long against these heroes where most of their damage, by the way, is going to be magic damage. So most of the damage that actually comes out from Beastcoast is purely going to be from the spells that they utilize on you. So Brawl, he pays the price there for not popping his BKB early. To be fair, it was beautiful chain stuns that did come in from Beastcoast. You're going to... Okay, say surely not, Brawl. You've got 5 seconds until your BKB's back up, brother. Just chill out for a second. Get this smoke going, and now they're finally starting to link up with Tomato. I like this here from TSM. They know that they need to try and get active. They know they need to try and get some of the kills here at Beastcoast.
Dire's structures.
Kills might be coming in towards their Brow. He's frostbitten. Doesn't BKB just yet. Thinking about it, C-Smile jumps onto Saberlight. Saberlight doesn't have access to a BKB, so he's just gonna die on the Spider. Now they're on the run here, Fluke. BKB activated just as an escape tool for Brow, and the jump forward from C-Smile isolates the both support. They kill him off. Chronosphere will prevent any kind of escape here, and he is just gonna die on Brow. They used everything on him. Chrono, the hook shot, and all the magical damage of the Leshrac. That's 4 heroes dead. The lone survivor is Tomato, and the only reason he's not dead is just because he wasn't even there.
Oh, I love K1. He just comes in and he says, boys, I haven't used Chronosphere in a while. I don't know, does my R button still work? Dumps it directly on top of Brawl. They get the kill. I also like the fact that K1 has gone back for the BKB instead of getting the Mantis. Once again, Brawl walking forward gets frostbitten. He's not able to utilize the BKB. They catch out Saberlight, and at that point, as soon as there's a story like that, you can see how quickly Tomato says stop. Like, he goes directly to Nope Town and does not want to have a part of this team fight at all. He just says, see you later, boys. I'm not going to be a part of this if we're not getting a clean initiation. And that's kind of the story of this game here. It feels like that TSM just haven't been able to utilize any of the heroes they have on their map. Brawl just has had a very, very rough game. Brawl has had an unfortunate series so far here. He played really well on the Leshrac, but Primal Beast, you can see that he understands that his initiation needs to be really clean, and they need to try and min-max everything they have. But I think sometimes just getting caught a bit lacking, not using the BKB in the right times here, and they're really deciding to fall behind. Like this Tricor that comes in from Beastcoast is only going to get stronger. TSM, it's going to be harder and harder for them to fight that eventually. They're just going to have to try and pick off people, utilize a bit of their wards, try and pick off some of these heroes you see on the side of the map, and just try and fight their way back into it. At least they forced a BKB out of K1 on top of the map, so props to Saberlight.
Yep. They forced a BKB out of him, and Saberlight earned a BKB of his own. So next time he gets jumped on directly by C-Smile like he did in the top fight, he's not going to actually end up dying. Nonetheless, though, he is robbed and bereft of damage at this moment in time. Feels like there's some shades of game one where they'll find some decent initiation. I actually do believe they'll be able to find some degree of catch, but then the question will be, how do we hurt these heroes? Tomato still doesn't have access to the Eye of Skadi yet. Trying to build into it. These codes are starting to get tankier and tankier. This is very scary times. At the very least, they are starting to remember that, wait a second, we have some degree of cheese here. Throw in some of these illusions. Oh, no. Unfortunately, though, they don't have a creep wave with them at the moment, so they can't necessarily dish out the damage.
can't use and abuse these solutions. I like the way that you are seeing that Beastcoast are setting up for this bottom side of the map. They're saying, we've already got Roshan. It's going to be a little bit of time until the Aegis comes back up. What's the best place for us to be? Bottom side of the map. They're going to take this tier 2 tower. They're going to finally start to group up together. They have access to the Chronosphere. They've got full BKBs on all their cores. They get this tier 2 tower, and they're going to force TSM to fight them. They're saying, hey TSM, you guys want to try and get a tier 3 tower? Let's see if you guys want to accept this trade.
Have to try and push faster than Aleshra can, and they do have the Luna. So if they break the tier 3 tower, this could get interesting here. See, it's turned into a sort of base race as they jump onto Moonmeander. Chronosphere in the top lane, committed onto Saberlight, but he gets saved by Dubu, throws in the disruption.
Okay.
K1, Demonic perched up. He's going to be forced to jump away even during the duration of his BKB. Looks like they succeeded on the side of TSM. They brought the tier 3 tower down to half HP. Hookshot from Gojira. Doesn't connect onto Dubu either. And Dubu will have disruption again in a moment. Couple of seconds left. Can Gojira catch up? 5 seconds until we have disruption. 3, 2, 1, and he is fine. No, he's not fine. Here comes Whisper. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I think there was just going to be a little bit too much catch coming in there from Beastcoast. One positive thing, though, for TSM, they won the game of chicken. So that's a nice little positive note for them, is they actually won the game of chicken up against Beastcoast. When you go for these trades and offer these trades, it gives you a little bit of an insight into how Beastcoast are thinking. Beastcoast feel like they're not actually going to be able to push faster than TSM, and they feel like they want to try and utilize their Aegis and their Chronosphere, and they really didn't get much out of it. They used the BKB onto K1. You see, he just gets Demonic purged up. The disruption, beautiful save up against the face of Swoib when these solid Chronos go out. So T1, we've got a very, very good trade. That was a trade that were often. Oh no, Saberlight. Oh, buddy. He doesn't have a TP.
It's great though. He doesn't, but he does have BKB. He shouldn't die here. Well, I say that, but once his BKB expires, Whisper's going to keep chasing him. But Whisper doesn't have Aghanims. He can't keep chasing him. Even if he wants to, he actually can't. He finds him out, though, with the Sleight of Fist, and they come in with Gojira, freezing field committed as well. All right, Whisper can't catch him, but if there's 5 heroes around him, and several of them have AoE abilities, then even that hero will end up getting brought down. Saberlight tried his best to escape, but he just couldn't do it. Now down bottom. The rest of his lineup needs to run. They know that C-Smile is chasing them. C-Smile? Go forward. I'm not damage to kill him. He has BKB, but can they kill him twice, Fluke, is the question. Life number 1 will be taken with the sharpshooter, but life number 2 has BKB Bloodstone. So I think you rather leave this one alone. Whisper, he's going to be there. Forces Tomato's BKB, and here comes C-Smile, bringing down Dubu with the split earth. Moonmeander dies to the Sleight of Fist damage coming in from Whisper as well. They have ended up losing 2. Is a life taken away from C-Smile, but the Aegis wasn't that far away from expiring. It was going to expire in like literally 4 seconds, so they're not really that inconvenienced on the side of Beastcoast to give that up in exchange for 2 support kills.
Yeah, you could see that there was a little bit of that kind of delaying trying to go on there for TSM, but I think at this point they kind of just have to take what they're given. Like they had to use BKBs to take you away. Beastcoast are still in a very, very commanding position where they understand that it takes them a whole lot of damage to try and catch out to TSM here. TSM, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they still need to try and get this fight going. Ryle has picked up the rock throw, so they have a little bit of extra initiation. I hear the BKB is being used here to Saberlight.
Yeah, got hooked into by Gojira, but has BKB to save himself, but that does mean BKB has been committed. To be fair, C-Smile committed his one as well. So they'll just pop the diabolic edict to get the tower. Meantime, they go bottom. They're looking for K1. Can they kill it? The sharpshooter. They have enough damage, but no, they don't. He turns around at the 3-hero Chronosphere. Dubu comes in looking for the save, but it just won't be possible. He's already gone. The Primal Beast is dead too. And now that they brought down the Luna, it's an ultra kill for K1. Come on, Beastcoast, give the man a rampage. Somebody buy back or something to give him more kills. Nobody's going to be kind enough on the side of TSM. So he'll take his ultra kill. Beastcoast will take these buildings, and they've taken full control of the game here, Fluke. Well, moments away from TSM potentially calling GG, because what options do they have to fight back against this on the side of Beastcoast?
I don't think they have any options at all. They caught K1 with a rock throw, they caught K1 with the pulverize, and they just didn't have the damage. Tomato couldn't get in close enough to utilize the Eclipse, didn't have the BKB, didn't want to use the Manta style either, and It's gotten to a point now where I think Beastcoast, this is a very, very confident win for them. Albeit the Gs haven't been dropped just yet, but this has been one of those games where I don't think they got outdrafted. I think they actually just outplayed TSM. I think that's the biggest thing here for me and Beastcoast is they just outplayed TSM. And for the remainder of these group stages, that puts them in good stead because they are still on the cusp of being eliminated. Same with TSM. But if they're playing confidently and they're playing well like this, then it's going to put them in good stead.
Not to spoil results that have happened elsewhere, but the way it's looking right now, TSM is currently at the bottom of group number B, absolute bottom. So they need to try and find some way to recover in this game. There's still a lane of racks available in the top lane and a tier 2 tower to protect it. There's some options here. Ryle, on this Primal Beast, it has really not worked out in this game. What do they do here? Like, Luna, she can't afford to buy a Divine Rapier, and I don't think she'll get to that degree of gold anytime soon. So is there any kind of play that they can make before the next Roshan comes in with the push with the Aegis on the Leshrac or the Faceless Void or something? What can they do to try and stall that out, or at the very least, when it does come, to be ready for that fight?
Maybe an Ags build up for Mato. I hate to see. Like, I think the biggest thing for me is they're just lacking gold on their other cores. I don't think Tomato's like the issue here. I think he's going to be the end all of them, but it's just you see the weakness of Primal Beast when he isn't able to be one that's controlling the game, right? Like it's been a long time, and all he has is BKB and the shard. Yeah, he's got a Kaya now as well, but at this point in the game, like you're level 16 Primal Beast, you're so far behind on the gold. You haven't really been able to kill people, solo kill people. Your trample doesn't really hurt too much because everybody's got BKBs. Leshrac has almost 4,000 HP, and see what happens here to Saberlight.
Trying to run away. Saberlight though will still be kept alive for now, but here's the jump in. K1 drops the bubble. We'll be able to connect onto this young brood mother. She's dead. No buyback. K1 just on the tear right now. Before this game ends, we finally have it here. 100% win probability, but thanks to Dota Plus. Tomorrow his BKB is over, so his life is going to be forfeit as well. As C-Smile brings him down, the chase is still on. Gojira finds the hook shot, pushes some heroes away, and Whisper cleaving through all of them with a sleight of fist as K1 beats them down with the hammer. It's a triple kill for the Leshrac, a double kill for the off-lane Ember Spirit, and a 2-0 win for the side of Beastcoast. GG, well played is called. As Beastcoast take TSM down, send them to the bottom of group number B, and keep their TI-11 dreams alive.
这边狮王想逆步背，但是一直在被弹幕冲击。
Illusion.
Once again waiting, and Lefgardic's going to try to walk this one off.
If you've got a ranged into a melee, especially one that's set up by this Undying for success, like the Shadow Fiends is, you just can't come back into the lane on this Sven. That's why Yuwa made that big rotation, just to try and claim that kill onto an Undying because of how poorly the lane had gone so far. One saving grace for Soniqs right now is this mid lane with Quinn. He's doing a decent enough job on the top side, and he's going to try and start to put some pressure in onto this tower sooner rather than later, but he's going to need to wait until those Plague Wards have started to level up a bit.
Right, what are you doing here? Oh god. That's too many zombies fired up. What a move out of Gardic. Just frustrating the Sven and then also enabling a kill. That also might lead him to push. Lumia hits pretty hard and this is a free lane to push.
Win hits harder.
Whoa! And Quinn, he lives! 25 HP, the tower can't even get him.
Yeah, just those little things, right? He tried switching the aggro to the tower, didn't quite land it, but the bottle into the TP with the infused raindrops enables him to get back to safety.
We're not done yet. Yeah, we're hunting Vitaly. He sees us a bit too ambitious. Leslau had a fat one there, 18 charges, so Vitaly never able to really get that kill.
Nothing. If they're going to try and bait him to go for another one of these moves. It's nighttime, so Partida hasn't revealed that he's up here, so Leslau
Radiant's bottom tower
close
is
to
under
death.
attack.
Able to force him to come in, but Leslau's saying, I just want my experience. I want to build up more. I want to have this damage output. Aggressive lineup. Question of, does he go into the Poison Nova? Does he start leveling up the Plague Wards for a little bit more of that power-taking potential?
Feels appropriate for a Venom to be this low. You know, usually you feel like you want to die when you're playing this hero. You can see the one, he's like, oh, I don't care. Bot lane in the meantime, MSS will discover a giant rock, stopping him from leaving. He's going to toss him back towards Gardic, and there's going to be a charge through straight on top of the Shadow Feed. Trample as well with a follow-up stun. Lumiere in trouble. LSA was about clip, but in the end, it's just going to be SF going down. Great rotation from Soniqs, just overwhelming the side of Hokori with raw numbers.
Good speed coming through from Gardic as well, able to get away, and they've caught out Lina. Are they going to be able to get the toss back? Snap the coil. Oh, nice.
Just in time. And Quinn will now turn around, though. They'll find a kill onto the Tiny. An ambitious attempt by Hokori. Not enough respect being shown to just how big Quinn is right now.
Oh, yeah. He's having a really good time, and yeah, but as that Shadow Fiend's not up and available, you got to back off a little bit, because this was the issue I was talking about. They are kind of lacking in damage. The toss back does provide you that little bit, but with the infused raindrops, Quinn was just able to tank through a ton of that damage.
They're definitely looking like the queen in this game. Heading to the boosted travel build, so omnipresent in this game. Makes a lot of sense, right? You just want to be the hero creating space so that you can soak in the gold.
A lot of the time you do want to be creating the space, but just with the way that Soniqs have drafted this game, they want to make sure that they can effectively have two cores, like two solid cores that are going to be able to carry this game for you, and that's what the Venomancer enables, right? He started leveling up the Plague Wards, and he's going to block off these areas that Hokori are going to try and get a little bit more aggressive in being able to obtain those towers. Soniqs are happy the later this game goes. Obviously, they want to keep the pressure up early so that the Shadow Fiend doesn't get out of control, but happy if this one starts to go late.
Things will get very spooky soon. Almost online for the Bravo Beast, and we know at that stage, almost any hero can die, especially with the combination of the damage coming out from Quinn at the stage. So keep an eye out for that rotation.
I wonder when MSS is going to prioritize the Aghanim Shard as well. Primal Beast. We see when it's played as a support, this is much higher priority, obviously, because you're not getting into that earlier BKB. You don't quite have that same level of tankiness, both from levels and items, and so you might want to go for the initial dive, but then you want to skirt back and be playing a lot more on the outer regions of these.
Yeah, I think the thing I love about the Ag Shard, that rock throw, the way I kind of describe it, it's the same kind of impact a Mirana arrow has. Like, you're never sure just how deep it's going to go, so you have to sidestep it anyway. It's a really big distraction to your formations when you're trying to set up for a fight.
Question of how much Ag's Labyrinth did the Hokori boys play, because the Pulverize and the Rock Throw, both aspects coming through from that. Even just the new Aghanim Scepter, right? With the brush mechanics.
Are fortified.
Yeah, once the ice comes into play, you better finish your Ag's Labyrinth, or you're doomed from the get-go.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
As I go.
Oh yeah, putting a lot more pressure onto the bottom side, playing around that siege creep. Looking to open up the map by taking this tower, but it's not going to be for free. MSS pushed in the mid lane, making sure that the towers are taking away a wave for free. Quinn's just going to be able to respond to this as well. So I would say that Soniqs are going to be happy with this trade if you're able to get this without it being contested and you don't lose a second tower.
They got 7 wards down, so we'll know if the Plague Wards rather, they'll know if someone tries to come in. Already in position on the mid lane, Hokori. I'm going to start poking and prodding. Going to force the TP reactions as Venomancer tries to set up. A lot more heroes for Hokori here. 2 cores of Soniqs have yet to arrive in the mid lane. The Venomancer alone is enough to spook Hokori away.
Yeah, they don't have the right-click damage.
Quinn, in his room. There's the Dream Core. It's going to snap straight away. Quinn is going to try to run for the high heels. Warm will just about clip him. Now, it's a question whether they have the maneuverability to stay on top of him here, because this is a very speedy Lina. Turns around LSA. Charge through. MSS not able to connect. Lumiere He even shot for this. I mean, this is so much space for the side of Soniqs. They're taking the mid tower.
Oh yeah, they're taking that. You just lose the one. You've already got the tier 1 tower. Not in a really dangerous position, but yeah, Lina just able to get back all the way to base. Was thinking that Quinn might have gone for that TP all the way down towards the bottom side just to continue accelerating that farm because he's already picked up those boots of travel. It's into the BKB. I feel like that's where Soniqs might go for a few more of these aggressive movements. Getting the drums built up by Partida. Primal Beast able to stick out on the map quite frequently with the Tranquil Boots, the infused raindrops. Never going to be too low in the mana pool there.
And you have to kill him quickly because, you know, when he charged in like that, it looked like a mishap. Give him a few seconds, he'll onslaught his way back out of danger. Looks like they do just about scrape together the tier 1 tower. Nice hook shot in the charge through control. Good, but no analog. Able to dodge out and move away. Requiem will zone the rest of Soniqs out of here. MSS is going to be dropped. Both of Soniqs supports are gone. Just like that, Hokori will be able to hold that tier 1 tower.
That's exactly what I was talking about with the chain lockdown, right? It's a great initiation. They get the perfect hook shot into the pushback, but where's the damage after the fact? Where's the Light Strike Array, or even just the Laguna Blade to be able to finish off the puck? It's not there. Good. I was about to say good heals coming through from Gardic because I thought that puck lived for a bit longer, but not a single point in the Soul Rip just yet.
Yeah, it's actually impressive how they're surviving the situations with this more aggressive build in Gardic. And it's kind of nice the way he's unable to do this when you consider that he's got 2 elusive cores that shouldn't really be dying, right? It's very rare that we should see the Weaver or the Puck going down these early phases, as we just witnessed in that mid lane.
Oh yeah. So, I mean, the positive is they still were able to remove the mid tier 1 tower. Yes, it got denied, so obviously would have loved to get a little bit more of that gold injection coming through, but it's going to enable them to go for a lot more of these smokes. That's what Soniqs love to play around. Good in the mid lane.
Literally, they pushed him out to safety. Luckily, look at the pulverize straight away. Gardic, of course, no points in Soul Rip, so easy pick on the Weaver. And a nice little follow-up on the Undying. Even with a 4-man Decay Rava is not going to be good enough.
They were actually there with each other. I'm sure that was all what the comms were talking about after that previous failed attempt to kill the puck. We've got to make sure that we chain our spells together. Not sure why they were looking to rotate previously, but with that, Quinn starts farming on the enemy side of the map, and even though Lumiere is still continuing to pick up a lot of that own net worth for himself, I feel confident that, again, the dual core is going to eventually come online for Soniqs.
It's going to be a big pressure on Analog to get some sick dream calls here because, of course, one of the issues with this type of build for Lumiere is going to be getting into the fight until we're deep into the build and we're talking about Swiftling territory.
That's going to be a fair bit later into the game, though. Yeah. We're still a mile away from that. Wow. Picked up the Echo Saber, so a little bit more teamfight impact, and perhaps even if they use the next God Strength and find a pick-off, they could look to convert that into Roshan. Assemble the Echo Saber if you want to get that BKB as your next available item, or are they going to want the burst from the Blink Dagger from Yuar after this one?
Sentry down here.
Has been killed.
Sonic's own area, so they know where Vitaly is perfectly. Ham's going to come out. I want a way out of this. Reinforcements are arriving though. MSS not able to connect. Nice time lapse with the hook shot follow-up. Will Lamb get raid, but no the cloaks. Keep him away. Village is going to stand his ground and fight here with the Spirit Vessel. Unable to get the kill first though. Farda will die after the fact. And on the backside, looks like Quinn has found a nice little bonus. Gardic gets picked off as well.
Quick stone.
Fairly well for Soniqs. I mean, they're finding, of course, poor targets, especially elusive ones. It's going to come a little bit more difficult because, again, your lineup can be squishy. You know, the Venomancer, the Lina, if you toss them out of position, they can still be vulnerable to fall down, or even just getting a BKB charge out of Quinn is going to be vital. And you're almost reaching that period for sure, but so is the Ola Core. Only 700 gold away from the Blink Dagger to enable a few more of those pickoffs to start to come out, and I think it's going to be at that period that they're going to look to play with Lumiere a little bit more, start to use that big net worth that the Shadow Fiend's been able to pick up. He just wants his BKB himself.
And that's when it's a lot harder for Farda to do this bodyguarding job he's been doing so well. 4 deaths on the board, but important ones, the way he's kind of just soaking the initial initiation. Once that Blink Dagger's online for the Tiny, all of a sudden things like Yelena may be a little bit more exposed. Of course, the plus side is she does have that BKB complete, so you'd have to find some raw physical damage follow-up fast before she's able to get that Magic Meanie online.
I still think you're typically okay with, you know, kill attempts that might not necessarily kill Quinn. Obviously, that's the ideal, but just forcing out that BKB makes Lina so much squishier.
And it sets up for a nice late game state where, you know, or quicker state where the BKB is short charge, which will enable the SF to come back in. And to that point, they have heroes that can force BKB charges and survive with that Weevil, with that buck.
Roche, perhaps. I mean, even prior to the pickoff, I think they're a little bit uneasy with how much time Theolico has been able to spend down on that bottom side, farming up a couple of creep waves for free. Move on forward, look to de-ward this high ground. Gardic, of course, the tankiest hero on the team.
Still on the high ground.
Pull your way farther. How quick is Roche falling? Pretty damn fast.
Yeah, but Yoa is incredibly low. If they spot this out perfectly, he might just fall. He has to TP away. The stun comes out to Quinn. We'll be able to get it just in time. So Aegis claimed by Soniqs, but a lot tighter than you'd like if you're a fan of NA.
You can have SA fans for Soniqs as well. Got the Leslau presence coming through.
For a little bit of representation from both. Of course, you know, a fan favorite from the SA region for a long time. It's definitely been a favorite for this squad. Been with him for a very, very long time.
Well, VGJ Storm and the like.
Been Sikaru for a very long time. Glad to see they finally got picked up. Definitely a talented team that deserved to have an org to represent.
Having a boot camp, you know, that's been the main issue. It's all across the country. Find that cohesion without. We just saw what happened to Virtus Pro. They weren't able to boot camp before the last chance qualifiers, and maybe that was the difference between them being able to make it to TI and not.
I think it can come down to that type of detail, but yeah. It gives you a sad feeling of, you know, having the money leads to the wins. But then again, just look at the underdogs that are starting to come through in these group stage stories. It's not always just having the biggest wallet that gets you the dub.
The initial reveal of the Blade Dagger will result in much, though.
Dream call. Might allow him to get a big one on the Venom answer here. Not enough money. Finally gets it for the poison over to be popped. The Quinn can't follow this up on his own. Lumiere does arrive, and that's enough to spook the Lina away.
Really considering going in there on MSS. Pretty tanky right now with the Specialist's Array being picked up. But I think the main priority right now for Leslau is just to become as tanky as possible. All his job is right now is...
Okay, yeah, sorry. Gardic was literally one tick from death there. That was... it actually looked like he might go.
So it's fine.
Oh no, he had the poison sting on him still. He was genuinely... Yeah, it was that close. He had to initially walk to the mid wave to soul rip to get enough to even think of surviving.
Yeah, the main priority for Veno is just live, essentially. Just don't die, forehead. But, you know, that's the reality of the situation. You got to make sure you're there to layer down the Plague Wards because, again, this is a Sven that's able to play around these ancient camps safely. You've been able to maintain your Tier 1 mid and Tier 1 top. That's what's going to accelerate Yua's farm. That's what's going to keep him up with the rest of the team. It's going to allow you to have that true dual-core lineup that you've drafted for.
They've done a good job of keeping those towers out. The Tier 1 mid especially very important. Smoke now. They know. Hokori must want this objective with Lumiere being parked in the mid lane. Not an easy kill with the BKB online. Hookshot's going to be a whiff because he walks up to farm a creep. And now the turnaround! They've found Lina. First life gone. Charge through from MSS to intercept. BKB activated. Lumiere is going to stand and fight. And Lina might be forced to as well. They've already lost the Primal Beast. Quinn could not match this. Lumiere strikes like a god on this fiend.
Radiant
be able to defend this Tier 1 tower, though I'm not sure they will without the hook shot available, without the Sven with that instant gap close. While might look to go for the backstab here, or wait to see if they go just that little bit too deep. No detection, though, where Vitali might be looking to play around, so... one inopportune use of an ultimate to losing so much, and I mentioned how important it was to maintain that tower just so that you're protecting Yua's farm. You're going to have to feel a little bit more uneasy about being able to stick up here inside of the ancient camp area. It's been warded up, so Gardic, the ward's got about 20 seconds left on it, the left-hand side of the Radiant Ancient area.
Here I am!
Other dodge out there, but it's a DD. You have to be pretty happy with that. Probably going to give it over to Quinn now just because of how far ahead he is in terms of that right-click damage. It really does feel like Yuwa wants to sit back a little bit further. Just continue to farm. Again, you're happy with this situation overall. You need the Blink Dagger. You need to convert on a few more of these kill attempts.
Yeah, I think what happened there is Yuwa, he looked at the occurrence as mid, and he's like, hey, I'm happy for you to have these DDs. You go make things happen. I'm not ready for the Fiend yet. I mean, that was vicious. We've been talking about how dominant Lena's been, but just a casual answer in this right-click Shadow Fiend, something that is really snuck up on people in the build-up to TI.
Shadowblade's going to do Quinn a lot of good, though. Obviously, the attack speed, not the greatest for the Lina, but the damage, and more importantly, the mobility that it's going to be able to provide, right? Just letting you create that gap between yourself and the Shadow Fiend. Even just the puck, right? The Dream Coil piercing spell immunity isn't going to be an issue. Another 10 levels on the puck, so the main issue, jumped by the Hokori and get that burst damage through. That's basically the only way that Lina's going to die this stage. Getting that toss back into Shadow Fiend, just right-clicking him down, because he's got the Daedalus now on Lumiere as well.
Whew. I think it's also a pseudo-initiation tool for Quinn. Like, there is an argument that if you Shadowblade in LSA to start off with on the SF, the follow-up hook shot with the type of right-clicks you're dishing out might be enough to kill Lumiere before he can react.
You've got to be careful with that one, though. I mean, get caught out of position if you're going for these deeper gank attempts.
Who turned up the
Turn around onto you again, get the toss back. Probably going to be away from the rest of the team, and they don't have that saving support that we were mentioning during the draft.
So it's a tough one when you pick these last cannon types. When you have momentum, you feel great, but the moment you slip, your neck. Smoke.
Here.
If you can get the ult off. If you can get the ult off, there's a smoke coming from Soniqs. But it only connects onto one, and it looks like Soniqs are still moving in for a fight here. Yuara's in the jungle, Blink comes out onto Fertility. Follow-up looks good. Soul Rip can't save him. A bonus kill maybe to be had, but MSS cannot even throw out the Pulverize. He's just gone.
Well, it's neither of them going perfect for either team, to be honest, right? Like, the Dream Coil was used onto the Venomancer, and so that's why Soniqs felt a little bit more confident in continuing to push on forward. You had that Blink Dagger reveal as well, coming out from Yuara, but he pops the God Strength and won't really get out of it as a single hero in the Tombstone. What you're wanting to be using that first reveal for, it needs to be much more of the surprise factor.
Yeah, it felt like the in for a penny, in for a pound type feeling, right? You spent so much time on that smoke, you were hoping for 2 to 3 heroes to poison over, but in the end, just getting one and being Lumiere is not good enough.
Is under attack.
Good enough for a tower push would be a kill on a clockwork like this. Lumiere will inflate his goal further.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
What's the intent, though? Can't be forced. And just like that, Quinn has to run for the high heels. Rock throw at least zone away, but you just see how impossible it is for Lina to take on this Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, and it's just going to get worse and worse, right? You've got 7 seconds left on the BKB. They're very happy on Hokori just to expend that one there. Didn't really commit all that much for it, right? Just the Flesh Golem on the Undying, making sure that he didn't die super early on. And without the BKB, without the poison over, how do you defend it?
Stun on 2, Dream Core as well. BKB from Yuara, you don't defend it. That's the answer, Danhog. You run as far and as fast as you can.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
How quickly the buildings melt too on the presence aura affects buildings talent. Yeah, even picking up the level 18. How quickly they're able to claim that tier 2, and suddenly that last bastion of safety that Yuara was looking to play around suddenly isn't the case anymore. They may be thinking to shove out this bottom lane, but Yuara's going to have to get creative with his farming patterns.
Quinn doesn't have BKB. Mistakes have just been made here. Blink Initiation comes in, Avatos back, and that is your mid laner, ladies and gentlemen. Gone in the blink of the eyes.
Dire's courier has been
cold-faced as well on the player cams coming through. Yep, just standard day at work, boys.
I know this feeling of pain. I gotta give Corey credit though. Like, they are relentless. As soon as these BKBs go on cooldown, they're hunting every time, and it almost feels like it's the bane of Sonic's existence. When they have the BKBs, they at least get out, but afterwards, they risk death every time they try to farm.
Yeah, and that's the thing for Soniqs as well. Like, everything needs to be perfect, essentially, with the initiation, right? You've got to find the right hero, use your spells correctly, have everyone grouped up around the right area so that you are able to get that Blink Dagger in to assist, and you need to have your BKBs available. Whereas it feels like Hokori, there's a few more avenues, right? Because of how elusive their heroes are and how it matters for lockdown that Soniqs have.
It's just tough to see the Sven's impact. I've seen this a few games now where it almost feels too greedy. Well, instead, they'll take the clockwork. They didn't know exactly where the Sven was, but Clock was kind enough to reveal himself. Stun does connect him too. The rock throw. Even the hook shot being used. They're going to look for the Pulverize. The Avalanche is going to interrupt, so Analog will be able to walk it off. MSS is just left looking angry, stampeding through the neighborhood.
Sal's got enough gold to buy up that Wraith Pact, which will provide them with a little bit of that safety coming through. Yeah, you'll feel like they're taking away more and more of that map control. Potentially get some items up here for Soniqs in the next little bit that's going to provide them a little bit of that gap close. The Ogre Seal Totem is really not that bad. Wanting to give it over to, say, the Primal Beast would be my prime target to give that one to. Just get in on the front lines, even more tankiness from the extra 10 strength. That up on MSN.
Usually this is the type of hero that can onslaught in and last 16 seconds and onslaught out if he has to. But yeah, I agree, the Seal Club would be just a nice way of him disengaging. I mean, right now he's stuck with a pretty useless specialist array.
Leslau. He's got the Wraith Pack finished up. I want to see him get into Quinn as bait right now. Look to get that quick pick off. One does choose to try and commit it onto him. Duar's positioning himself forward. They're just going to look to follow him around the map.
Yeah, they have to be careful as well. Look at the sentry layout from Hokori. They see everything.
It's obvious too as well. Like, top lane's pushing in. Normally you would defend this with how farm-centric Soniqs like to play. Able to deal with this Observer Ward inside the lane. Benefit there, but Hokori, they waited out the smoke. Maybe they go for one of their own.
Or we don't necessarily know Roche is up just yet, but Soniqs get the info first via Serpent Ward. That Plague Ward in the pit.
Yeah, it's a snake. Understandable.
Filthy serpents, lizards.
So yeah, BKB... Oh, I will. The BKB is coming through next for Venomancer as well. Again, just about surviving right now, you know. The Hooded Defiance, the Power Treads, the Magic Wand, all these just little things that add up to become more sustainable. Does need a little bit of the armor aspect for sure on the Veno, and wouldn't hate seeing him go into maybe a Shiva's after he finishes this one up, but certainly for now, just to make sure that you're not getting full chain stun before being able to get off your ult in your Wraith Pact. KB is #1 priority.
Maybe a Heaven's Harbour would have been nice in this type of game. It would address the Lumiere threat that nobody else seems to be able to deal with right now.
I just don't think you're going to be able to get close enough to be able to affect that one, right? As long as you can press R and drop your Wraith Pact, I think job well done by Leslau. He's more about setting up before the team fights than having the mid-high impact outside of that ulti. Lord. Oxford nearly landing onto the puck. Would have been huge, and they've got the Silver Edge as well on Lena, so some damage output coming through. Efficient, like they don't see the puck illusion, and he sees everything.
And they're rotating in right now. Lose your crew, falls to the BKB a little bit early. They're not finished with it just yet. Tiny's going to jump in. Queen does get the Aegis though. Hook shot on the backside. Fada will keep Lumiere out of the equation. Soniqs will get out scot-free. Even Fada will make it out.
Done. Clean in and out there. Being able to claim that Aegis and the Aghanim Shard. Get that one over too. Sven's holding on to it right now just for the additional amount of armor from the Warcry, and I actually really like this. You know, going up against the Shadow Fiends, some of the other aspects that are providing the minus armor, the Weaver, just that passive 7 armor is going to do so much for people like Leslau, for example, that just needs to survive that little bit longer.
It's nice to find ways to start to bring UI into the equation. They do still get the Aegis over the Lena, but it's just more logical, right? I think at this stage, the amount of extra raw HP and armor is more likely that Lena's going to die before the Sven. If Sven's in, he's committed either way. She can at least skirt the fights.
And I still feel like you're going to need this MKB on Quinn before you're able to effectively fight into the Shadow Fiends. You're going to have the Aegis to be able to give you the freedom to do so. Just sit back and farm for this next little bit. It's not that far away. About 1.5k. He'll get his level 20 as well, so the extra Fiery Assault per stack. It's about to be a big damage increase coming through for Soniqs, but they've got to try and withstand and not lose too many objectives in the meantime while they're going for this more farm-centric style of play. I like this sort of play coming through from Quinn, right? Pushing in the top lane, forcing some sort of response out of Hokori. Going to be able to get a glyph out of it, even if no one TPs back outside of Fiora Core.
Yeah, he's prepping for a setup. Maybe they can bring a second hero. Weaver and Shadow Fiend now on the way. The stun's going to be there. Quinn forced to use the BKB. Fiora tanking a lot here, and now they're a little bit hesitant. A bit off more than they could chew. Unless they can get a follow-up here, but seems difficult to achieve. Leslau in a good position for a Poison Nova. He's forced to fight.
Oh, this is a big win for Soniqs. They just need to get out. Yeah, they don't get anything. They get the tower. They don't lose the tier 2, and they see that the tombstones drop. So Maybe they just look to back off a little bit. Of course, you've got the boots of travel available. But this has given you that bit of extra space to be able to farm up that MKB again. Level 20 hit now, so extra fiery soul, attack speed, movement speed. About 500 or so gold away before you pick up that item win in this scaling.
But yeah, it just feels like he's quite a bit ahead still. It'll definitely address the evasion element, but you can see he's bumping his way towards a Hurricane Pike. So suddenly we're going to start to see that mobility. I talked about the idea of a Swift Blink later. Maybe that comes after this pickup.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it really feels like he's trying to play around the outer parts of these team fights right now, right? You're going up against Alina, which most of the time you don't want to try and outrange, but you've got a Dragon Lance, you're playing around the Enchanted Quiver as well.
Really not
provide that.
She's got BKB for 20.
She's got
ambitious attempt. Yeah, Pulverize is going to come out to feel the call. They can at least expend that Aegis quite quickly if they just get one tap. And there it is, Lumiere. Nice intercept by MSS. If they clip her with the Requiem, she's going to be a goner. Invis to try and break away, but no luck there. BKB still on cooldown for 5 seconds.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Oh, so close. And it's the power of a single Sentry Ward as well. Would have been able to get back to safety under the cover of that Silver Edge, and no buyback for Quinn. He bought the components except for the rest.
Oh, God. I mean, well, luckily for them, they've got a tier 2 mid, so it's not going to translate into 2 lanes.
Well,
at least it shouldn't.
Tier 4, maybe? They might start to hit up onto it, you never know. This affects buildings.
TI, it feels dangerous. They'll just go all the way top. Okay, yeah, I thought that was maybe the other option. Some teams get hesitant to go through the base like this, but you can see the air of confidence around Hokori.
They're feeling themselves. They're going to pop that glyph again, but...
are scanning.
Oh, they're going to provide any backdoor protection because the creeps on the bottom side are still in the base.
Yeah, an Analog is on the right side here. He's fishing for a straggler. Oh, count 2 though. Undying gone. Hookshot going to be intercepted. Not even get it. Literally able to use the time lapse to get away. Leslau will throw out the poison over, but Lumiere just middle fingers and says, "Why do I even care?"
Radiant's middle
he's still got the Satanic available. Might need it. Might even just use the Requiem to create that extra couple of seconds of space to create lane the tower.
Tight, but they'll get him out.
Committing here.
Bomb time. Yeah, trying to dodge. Rock throw will connect onto him, but they can't find a follow-up. Oh, they whipped on that hook shot, so they haven't got any way of connecting.
Look out for falling rock.
Racks off of a single death onto the Lina. This is the power of the Shadow Fiend. Being able to go so heavily off of a single mistake coming through. So Quinn cutting as a result of that. About 40 gold away from being able to pick up that MKB.
Quick Quinn, they just spotted him and have a deep ward in the base. They rotated intentionally here. Lumiere's going to move in. They'll find the right clicks. Quinn, he's gone. He's just gone. And I don't think no buyback still. That could easily be game.
They're going to try and shove out this this mid lane as quickly as possible, but Gardeck's not going to let it happen. Put his body on the line. Or that he's in position to be able to prevent this movement coming through. And I mean, Leslau, he's going to need to set up the biggest army of Plague Wars you've ever seen. Try and keep them away from this base. They've still got a Tiny, of course, roaming around the area with the Blink Dagger available. So if they could find this pick off onto Leslau, there really isn't anything stopping them from just invading into the base after taking the tier.
Under attack.
And that ward bot is the MVP. That's what gave them the info so early. It gave them the prep time to set up the TP on an outpost, and now they're setting them up to look for a win here. Dreamcore comes in, they'll look for the snap, they'll drag him back into a prime poison Nova location, but 1 is on cooldown, and 2, he's stunned and dead. That's going to be mega creeps, and with 20 seconds left until Lina is up, I get this feeling that Corey maybe don't want to leave.
Oh no, definitely not. I mean, you might need to expend the buyback here on the Venomancer. Waited until the Poison Nova's available, but now with the spend, with the Lina. Pop the Aeon Disc, that's a nice little win if they're able to get in onto Analog, but Lumiere just doesn't care.
And Titan's gone, but Yuar just used the BKB, the God Strength, and he can't go anywhere near Lumiere. They're in trouble. Fardo with a buyback, that's a free tap to death. They just can't stand against it. She's gone. They're gone. Hokori strike fast to close out this second game. What started off even will end in great despair for Soniqs. 1 game on the board for the SA team.
Man, that win probability just fell off a cliff coming through there for Sonic.
ban. Soniqs turn to ban.
Seriously.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hokori's turn to ban.
Hokori had the priority. They chose first pick, and yeah, there was. You have to get rid of Hero. Going up against the Lumiere, showing that he's totally comfortable with picking it mid. Analog has shown that he's totally capable of playing it in the mid lane as well. How they choose to modify their draft a little bit. I forget what the first phase bans were otherwise, but kind of Lich ban forcing Soniqs' hand a little bit. But the best heroes counter that strong right-clicking damage coming.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure Marcy, of course, would have been in there. Yeah, Enigma is definitely one of them. We've seen some unorthodox bans in the first phase, or at least things switching up. Like, I've noticed a lot of teams giving priority to Nyx. The funny thing is usually, I noticed that especially in the Chinese versus SA games, the SA teams were specifically banning out the Nyx and would usually let through the more meta heroes, at least based on the first few days, such as like Marcy or Southeast.
He's an absolute beast on the Nyx, so
definitely. Yeah.
Good reason why. I mean, Hokori is kind of forcing Soniqs' hand here, right? They're banning the silencer, saying, hey, gotta ban the Enigma, otherwise we're gonna pick it. We don't care. First pick, try and counter it many ways. We have comfort of being able to throw it anywhere. And, you know, good luck. Try and respond to it.
I'm trying to think like Snapfire a lot because they could flex it. I don't think we've seen Hokori do anything but support Snap so far.
They can. I mean, Vitaly can play it in the off lane. I don't believe Analog has much in the mid, like Chris Monk style, where you're able to play team fights where you move around the map and hard-ish to be able to kill. But yeah, they're just forcing it again. The Enigma. So now, what does Hokori go to? What is their plan A? Not necessarily just for Soniqs, but for everyone else, this is going to be a valuable piece of info. And hold on a minute. No, I'm just thinking, not just the Marcy pick, but what they can look to pair with it. Because I still think, even though it hasn't had the greatest pick or win rate so far, I think Marcy Visage and Lost in combination. Haven't seen it too much in this tournament.
5 seconds remaining.
Really something that Vitaly likes to pick much, though. Wonder what he's going to look to go into this game, or if he just does feel confident enough to be able to go down that business.
Yeah, no, Vitaly, he barely touches the Visage from what I'm seeing on the stats. It's actually interesting to bring that up because we have had a decent amount of the Visage appearing with the Marcy. Other heroes I love to see it with are the burst type supports, things like the Undying. We've seen how effective that could be, but I've also seen it be very impactful with Banes and Liches.
Yeah, just providing that little bit of extra movement speed, or just being, again, typically what you want with your supports is one active, one on the front lines, one more on the back lines, just that spell. Your teams that buck that trend, trying to go double melee, double in your face, or double range, but you need your cores to be able to make up. So different styles for different teams, that's what makes TR.
Exactly, and it's just that coming together by the end of the group stage, having that feeling who's the meta setter, who's dictating the flow, but the crazy part to me is, I don't know about you, Danog, but so far for this group stage, I don't feel like one region has said, this is the meta, this is how we have to play the game.
Not a region, but EG are drafting incredibly similar in a lot of their games. That's the only exception that I might have to that, and wouldn't you know it, they're the only team that's locked in. Mindset they've gone towards, it is really around this offlaner that's able to provide a heavy amount of push, but even when they specifically ban it out, we've seen able to make the offlane primal beast work and just play an entirely different role.
Yeah, it just feels nuts. This hero is so impactful in the support role, but when you give it a core role, like the primal beast, there's not many heroes we've seen able to address it, especially whether it's mid or offlane. I think either one is just as beneficial. The mid matchups we're seeing, a lot of people testing things like the Pangolier, they get ran down, any melee hero in general gets ran down, and if you do stick on the outer lanes, there's just more distance to essentially run down these poor helpless supports across.
I wonder if they're trying to go for a mid-primal beast here, and the Bane is kind of preemptive to not want to pick the Pango. Instead it's going to be something else, maybe just covering the side lanes. Again, Morphling kind of busted. in the right kind of drafts, and with a Marcy, that certainly is the case. Flexibility of making this Marcy 4 or 5, still have a lot of maneuverability with your draft here. If they wanted to run it mid, I guess you could. Against the Primal, you're going to be able to outrange him, and then if you've got the Trample, you can waveform away. The thing is as well, you've got this Bane draft, right? So I feel like they're going to look to ban out the Ancient Apparition, because again, but they're just going to look to get rid of a lot of stuff that's going to be able to pick up the pace of this game, and most notably around the towers, because Bane provides nothing in regards to that, and Primal Beast doesn't do it directly, he just does it through being able to get rid of the lanes really quickly, and then let the creeps do the work.
Yeah, it feels like Sonic's draft so far is prioritized around this idea of relentlessness. Just go find kills, go find kills. Bane and Primal Beast definitely enable that. Just that morphling idea is kind of interesting because we saw a lot of prioritization of it in the last chance qualifiers and it looked dominant. But so far here in the TI group stage, it's been a bit rough. 12 wins and 18 losses.
I think that's a draft issue though. A lot of teams are picking it really improperly. It's something that Beer and he was talking about it on the draft panel, and I share his sentiments entirely. Every single time that I see this morphling picked up either without heroes that have the ability to slow down the game to get to the Aghanim Scepter timing, or you don't ban out these fast heroes, you know, your Beastmaster, your Visage, your Brood Mother, and you're just able to swarm over him, it feels super impactful, but unimpactful. But if you're able to get up to that Aghanim Scepter timing, if you're able to link it up with your level, well, even level 15 is probably enough if you're having a good enough game, then you feel much more impactful. Hokori have done with that ban as well is not necessarily the pushing side of things, but they're just looking to get rid of some of these agi heroes that don't necessarily need to rely on their own right-click damage to be able to morph into them with the Aghanim Scepter, with the attack speed. It doesn't really matter because the illusions are the ones that do the majority of the work.
Yeah, and it's also that type of hero that can be on a Skadi in the later games. The Morphling really starts to suffer against that. It just feels like all these bans are focused on making sure if that late game does arrive, Morphling can still be, you know, the God King in that 50-60 minute state.
Kind of helping him out a little bit with the Brood ban, I would say, on Soniqs.
Soniqs, turn to
Of course,
bat.
it's something that Vitaly can play. I know the Slark is deep against the Morphling, but I think Morph, once you get into the Axe, you love that, because Slark almost entirely reliant on right-clicking. You get the double pounce as well as your waveforms to be able to just maneuver around these team fights. So a little surprising to me, to be honest, but again, just be a comfort thing.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think it's that thought that right now Soniqs are going towards this draft that wants to play very fast, be in your face, and maybe the argument for Hokori is, will we even get to that timing? Will we feel strong with the Morphling before the map is closed and we've lost control?
Bane Slark is kind of a strong lane, but look to influence it in ways like waves, levels, and you're not quite so concerned. Not enough fast stuff banned out, in my opinion. Still looking to ban out Hokori more of them. Soniqs are banning out more of the fast stuff for Hokori to potentially up and taking out the vision. I know it's not really a Vitaly hero that much, but Visage Marcy is just
yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what Hokori drafts to get this Morphling involved, because one thing that has to be stated is they are an incredibly aggressive team. You know, very high when it comes to the average kills and assists. In fact, the hardest going into this event, and they usually pick carries that are able to participate at very early points. The only team I've been impressed with in the way that they fold the Morphling into their aggression so far has been Asta. So quite curious to see what the SA region can do with this.
10 seconds remaining.
I think they might not necessarily have done it. I'm not sure on but I think Team Spirit's not really understanding as well about how you need to play Morphling when it's strong in a lot of these teams. You need to pick for the Morphling to be truly impactful. A lot of stuns to be able to set up for your stun. You can't just afford to waveform in and then be looking around left and right like John Travolta. You need to make sure that you're actually able to instantly burst down a hero with your waveform, with the adaptive strike on top of whatever stuns that you've got. And that's why Hokori, these are both two lanes that can look to pair together with the Morphling. And then they've also got two stuns now with the hook shot and with the move down coming in. There still could be Vitaly playing the Marcy. It's not 100% clear.
Yeah, because the thing is that Hokori likes to run a +5 clockwork. Gardic has performed like a god already today on this hero. And, you know, it's interesting because I've seen a lot of teams maybe kind of misplay the clockwork or misdraft it, and you can see that in the stats. I think it was around a 35 to 40% win rate with quite a few picks. Hokori is definitely one of the teams that seem to make it work.
That's the thing. Got to make sure you play it correctly. Playing it quite well so far. Again, this slows down the game, so I like how Hokori are doing it, right? Soniqs have kind of done them a favor with getting rid of these two pushing style of heroes themselves, so they're not having to worry against it. And then the Venom Answer. Yeah, set up the plague wards, connect with Marcy. Very, very easy. I wonder if they're going to look to go into something like the Legion Commander for Hokori. It's sorry, for Soniqs. It's something that they've run in the past before. It's a decent enough character. Skywrath Mage, they're able to convert on these pickoffs, but it allows you to scale, right? It's not just a pick for nothing, for a little bit of net worth without capabilities. Get into the late game and
I can see where the Leech product idea comes from, right? You definitely can't be on Hokori because of the Bane, but the Skywrath combo, the ability to blow up. My only fear is it's a small sample group. I think we saw it 5 games last time qualifiers, it lost every single one, and we've seen it 4 times so far, and it's also failed to get a single win.
5 seconds.
Kenzu's a Legion Commander believer. He made a whole video about it, raising the different aspects.
Soniqs, turn to bat.
So what you're saying is the teams can blame Kezu. There you go. That's how it works. Guys, we lost because Kezu said it was a good pick.
They don't have great jump now, by the way, on Soniqs outside of his Primal Beast, right? So you've got to make sure, like, if they can get away with a Zeus here, I think Hokori are going to be...
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it doesn't really do too much in the early game, but responds to Terrorblade, no jump. You're going to be able to shove those lanes out as well, provided that you've got decent.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Soniqs switcheroo a little bit here. Instead of using the Primal Beast, maybe like the off lane role, they just decide to make it the mid if they see the Zeus. On the lane, Zeus does really well because of the heavenly jump, but once that BKB comes online, you feel helpless.
Soniqs, turn to ban.
Quite some time until he gets into that though, right? That's the...
Yeah.
God. Again, like with the Pangolier being banned out now, again, it's just something where they're trying to port for the Primal Beast to be able to put into the mid lane. I think right now I'm favouring Hokori's draft quite heavily, but it is an NA Terrorblade, which they've shown that they're pretty confident with. And I think if they don't get the matchup right, and they're able to flex this Primal Beast
Hokori's turn to
I'm still giving them a chance here again. Nicely done. Now, if it's something that the Primal Beast is able to take advantage of, where you don't have that ability to either stay at range or run away, essentially, effectively, Primal Beast mid, and then maybe then it's the Legion Commander that actually does work.
Yeah, I think Hokori needs something that can kind of survive on its own merit. Like the idea of now these more squishy heroes that we see in Storm's running on bad against Primal Beast, they kind of get stuck. I like this independence. So now it's very difficult for the Skywrath Bane without good positioning to address the mid threat.
Still LC.
Okay. Stop it.
I mean, it provides a similar thing, right? It provides you that quick lockdown that you're going to be able to use together with a different player, and they're still going to run the Primal Beast. Okay, yeah, I don't hate it. And it gives them a little bit of that faster tempo that I was asking for. It's not looking too bad for Soniqs this draft. I think they've certainly recovered it a little bit, and they needed more of that instant lockdown, right? To be able to catch out the puck, to be able to burst out the ball flick before he's able to do Hokori, just with the way that they're playing and with this Venomancer, I think that's going to be such a key component of their success. For Venomancer, against the Terrorblade, does a decent amount in lane, and you're going to be able to level up those plague wards and set up for the Onyx roster to not look to fade into your side of the map and deny away a lot of the farm that Lumiere's going to want. And it's something that's going to be pretty damn passive for the first 20 or so minutes.
Yeah, I think that's why the Beastmaster is maybe one of the better picks, not the best pick to fit what Soniqs needs to do. Is a hero's going to put that pressure in, it's going to shrink the map a little, and I think what I would love with these ways of rounding out drafts, when you see a more kind of greedy, slower hero like the Terrorblade, it's nice to have some amplification in the off-lane role that gets you involved, gets you participating with the creep push as well as the aura.
Yeah, I mean, Terrorblade can go back into the jungle and you can look to accelerate your farm quite quickly. Of course, that's benefit armor values, but I think you can still look to get reasonably active early on. You know, always Asha if you want, just ability, and then you can really look to play around the map with the rest of your team. Like you said, it's enabled pretty heavily with Beast Armor, not just from the pushing in general, but the inner Beast aura as well, right? You can do that little bit of a right buff. Again, Warblink, if it gets to the late game, be worried, because it just looks to deal away a ton of that right-click damage coming through from TV. At least for him, some of the damage comes from the elude as well, so certainly not to the same extent as something like the Animus and Lancer or the Nagasar. Still need the main TV.
Be on point, or the War Boy may become your downfall. We're going to hop into the farm game here. Hokori versus Soniqs, game number 2. That's right, almost done with the downstream here, but a very important game here. Soniqs, if they cannot get a dub here, they're going to feel like their fate just isn't in their hands anymore. Sure, it won't be absolutely over for them until tomorrow, but you need something confident to go into day number 4 with, and a loss is not that.
Especially win, and even a still win. Gladiator taken that might push them ahead of game actually on the leader. Start considering stuff about like seeding the lower bracket or something. Those 5-2-0s that they were able to pick up against being relegated, of course.
Hey, Marcy, what a reasonable hero. Where did you come from? Oh, God, Partida. No way he's getting out of this. TV will just have to walk away and say, I do not know you.
They were trying to be the denied coming through here on your wall, but just again, taking magic damage from the battery assault with how low equal is so early on. Well, I'm assuming Partida's picked up. Yep, Tango's on the base, so behind the death, right? A bit of regen. Another game.
And Lord Fried Courier. That's always what you want to hear, you are. So should at least be able to get some decent CS at the beginning, but does this actually feel like a lane where the TV should feel somewhat content, or do you see him going to the jungle very early on in this one?
Oh, they're actually putting so much emphasis on Partida here. He's stuck inside the trees and you died, so you don't have to waste that TP. Came all the way back from base, luckily enough. Case.
Very fortunate for him as well, because Vitali, of course, already used the Gale out onto Yawar, and that was coming off cooldown 2 seconds away when he got back towards the tower.
Sonic wasn't quite able to get the body block off though onto that small camp, so it spawned up on the top side of the map, but it's probably the worst camp you could possibly want if you're a Soniqs fan. So little damage coming through from all of those kobolds that you don't really lane equilibrium.
It does seem appropriate that your team's called Soniqs and you get the creep that gives speed though. Mid lane is fairly even. Is this the type of matchup you want to see against the Proud Beast? I feel like we've seen plenty of typical mids at the moment fall flat fast against this Leviathan
Device kill, that's not really what's supposed to happen with a Morphling lane, especially early on, but I mean, RC kind of breaks the mold when it comes to what's supposed to happen as
Radiant's middle tower
once to land that initiation coming through. I mean, what I see Primal Beast being super strong into is that you're able to push out the lane and then make a rotation, right? But against a puck, you're just going to be able to push the lane right back because you've got 2 abilities that are able to provide that quick nuke in the lane. So I don't think Quinn's going to be enabled quite as much to be able to make that sort of play happen.
The good news is at least this supports maybe find time to stack, and definitely one of the best heroes at taking stacks early on that I've seen out of the mid. Just get that trample up to at least 3 points and you're laughing to the bank.
Mid lane by Quinn, but 3 lanes slightly Hokori favored.
Skyrock, man. It feels like every time I see a Sky, it's some sort of frustration hero like the Marcy. It just feels almost impossible to play your game when you are a walking glass cannon.
You just see Lumiere here, like, Yoliko's doing a great job of making sure to bully away the Skywrath Mage, make sure that you're able to stay in that action form for as long as possible. Last hit, very cautious about his position on MSS as well, because we saw what happened last time, even without the adaptive strike. Just come in, still fully agi shifted, and then pick up that quick kill.
Although you'd think maybe need to show some respect a bit later, but that's only going to come once Primal Beast starts to rotate. Up until that point, just a typical bully lane with a Marcy is they're going to be able to enable that one here. SVG, MSS Robert can't get out. No escape there. I mean, this, you see how easily they die now. That's just disgusting.
And I would understand, like, a lot of the time if you're wanting to be out of position for a stun, but again, Marcy breaks what is balance. She's able to leap off half the lane, essentially, to be able to find that catch flows. And even a speedy hero like the Skyrath, who, by the way, TP top, not wanting to come back into this lane, at least they'll get a kill here who you are. So nice little change up coming through there by MSS.
Gardic was tempting fate for quite a while there. He kept being a nuisance for Farda, so nice rotation. And I like this idea of just shifting away from the Master though. Typically around this point, she's the one rotating to a new lane and finding a free kill.
Stuck bottom for the next little bit, but it's not like Leslau's going to have the easiest time down here solo as well. At least the lane was in a relatively decent spot. Good order to just pull it back a little bit deeper underneath the tower. Enough to kill him though.
He'll live.
Okay, he's got the Helm of Iron Will, right? So he's got that extra 6 armor. He was standing underneath the tower for the extra for that. Lane pretty well positioned for Leslau to still get a lot out of this. Importantly, in terms of the experience. That's what's going to enable kills onto the puck, onto the Morphling, is having that Primal Roar available. Keep an eye on that. Make sure he makes that rotation out of the lane. That does start to become a factor for the kills.
MSS, when life gives you lemons, you sell the lemons to buy something nice for your core. He's starting to stack cams for Quinn, so be able to escalate his mid least, considering he can't do too much in this bot lane.
Saw Theolacor just kind of looking at it, saying, "You sure you want to do that, bro?" After the last couple of times. Yeah, before providing that little bit of information, got to make sure that you're not giving up those boars for free as well. They give a surprising amount of experience over if you're able to take them down. But right now, Hokori, they're just farming kills, not necessarily creeps.
Theolacor being so low is kind of a liability to the idea right now. Just having to play full defensive. Good choice by MSS to come back on full regen with the Basti, the double mango, at least find that pressure. It'd be cool to see if he can make some sort of rotation happen onto mid, but to achieve that analog, he's going to have to probably overstep.
Mine actually is looking to build up one of those attacks that we were talking about, and Quinn's lucky enough anyway. Get the illusion. Nice little thing to be able to just spell off the slow from the slow from the Metamancer, even slamming this puck into the ground as well. Get rid of the silence as well if they look to make an aggressive attempt not to him.
It's like, dragons aren't real. And I was like, okay, bro, fine. I just want to farm anyway. A little bit harder to farm on puck these days due to the illusion of
the small camp does mean that you don't get the double value out of the win anymore. Certainly equalize these lanes a little bit now. Sorry, like with that rotation up top, with the kill, taking some of the pressure off if you are. With these pulls happening, you can farm underneath the tower, you've reached level 6, and so have the potential to rotate back towards the jungle. The downside is many heroes that you've got are going to be able to defend this tower. A little bit of emphasis on it doesn't stay in this lane.
Certain situations where you probably do better just moving away, going to the jungle, but the knock-on effect once that tower is gone, you know they're going to be partying in your jungle. When you look at Hokori's heroes, they definitely have plenty that can do that as they're partying in the bot lane. MSS gets caught out. Theolacor not showing the appropriate respect to Leslau though. This is a level 5 Beastmaster. You're a level 4, you know your place beyond.
Yeah. I wonder now with this mid lane shoving in, I mean Quinn is probably wanting to get rid of the seed first. Yeah, the illusion pops might just be using that to be able to push out the next wave to camp up some of these power runes, but it's going to make the movement down bot. Scouted out by the... Actually, it was trees there, so they see Quinn's hanging around the bottom side, wanting to make that movement happen. Yeah.
Says he's going to start moving towards mid. Pulverize going to come out, but they did use the Dream Call. And they will tug him out, but nice use to dispose, and no easy escape now for Quinn. Illusion all through. Not enough damage. This hero just so tanky. Reinitiates with the onslaught. Through on the other side. Suns will come out in the court, at least able to dodge it out long enough. What won't be enough?
Still with big magic damage might have been enough to do him in, but make another move. That's the advantage.
Okay. Yeah, he actually was going for a cheeky Sunder play there. Did end up leveling it at 6 in the end. Not some of the TVs we wanted.
Final ball, ready to go. Wanting to reveal too much. It's about the power of behavior as well. He looks to make this more aggressive push forward. He involves the strength ball.
He's got nice pick coming out from Soniqs. Will definitely lead into the tower as well. Let's pull it. They could have gotten the map as well. Look at that Morphic network, who's so far ahead of everyone else.
Give it over to Les now as well. Very important for them to get into that helm of the Overlord as quickly as possible. No real ways to quickly deal with that.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Outside of the Morphics, wants him to go into a more vulnerable position to be able to defend some of this tower coming from Soniqs, and that is the big way to be able to deal with it. Play fast and play with these top tools. Got that with the Spiral Brawl, with the Ancient Sea.
Corey say, I don't like what you're doing with the map right now, so I'm going to have to even it up again. So they will shift Lumiere top and take out the tier 1. So as soon as they lose some map on the bottom side, they at least rebalance off the top.
Have to say that. That's fine. Just that little bit quicker though. Upping the metamorphosis just for the purposes. They're going to look to get a free kill though on Partida. He's looking to get some deep wards up, potentially scout out some movements as well. Yeah.
Pulverize. They've got the Arcane Seal as well. That is a dead Fairy Dragon. Good strike in by the side of Soniqs to now start taking control of the primary Radiant jungle.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Lumiere's doing exactly what he needs. He's happy to set himself up inside of the Dire jungle. He's playing around an Observer ward. He's keeping the lane pushed in and make this rotation back on Partida. Really want to see the rotation of Lumiere, but I don't think anyone's going to be able to connect through onto it to be able to get a kill. Right now, he's just trying to play distraction plays. He doesn't care. He's got the vision. He knows when these rotations are.
Biggest prone. Clearing the whole stack, and then also in the meantime, Radiant stacks are being taken away by Quinn, so just accelerating this Primal Beast, getting him close to that BKB. Meanwhile, Corey getting closer to clear map control, shifting in to take the tier 2 tower. Tier 1 tower, Robert. Fiddly in the mid lane. Just to walk forward and deal with this lad.
Quinn would have loved to be able to pick up that haste rune, but instead, Puck grabbing it.
Dire's middle
Primal Beast damaged heavily. The Tome of Knowledge, yeah, they've got a bunch of items actually coming out from MSS that'll enable the survivability, Tome to level up, the Magic Wand as well.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Get that capability to have this burst damage now, and imagine he's going to look to start playing even more with Leslap. At the ready.
On target. Cardic needs to desperately get some XP as well. Just level 5 still on this clockwork. Marcy got a little bit of XP priority. Really would love to have that hook shot so that you have a cheaper form of initiation than just use Dream Call every time inside of Hokori.
All under vision though. Walking underneath Hokori at third wall by some time.
Partida. Applying the tree lines. Velico's dying to the tower. Oh, mistakes made.
11 minutes with the support. Like to turn around to the adaptive strike there.
Yeah, he's just gone. He's dead. Don't throw everything with the kitchen sink at him. And Poison Nova comes out on the bot side. Lesnar will use the Prime Roar though. It didn't come into Yuar, however, he lacks the mana to fight. They don't cool down for 4 more seconds. Doesn't matter though, it's too late.
Try and connect onto one more and they do.
The Cogs off the mark though, they've at least got the Dream Call. He has got the wand, so he could go for the Sunder play, and we'll switch Rue and Gardic, but nobody's coming to help you, Stun. Soniqs committed so many TPs to top.
Coming might try and pull him away. Ooh, Fiora walked on for just that one more.
He's like, no towers, I hate these things.
Yeah, tier 2 towers. Tier 1, I think he's still fine with diving.
Diving back in. Where are you going? Through the other side, Gardic. Trying to make a nice exit. Like one more tap is going to be coming his way. Quinn just needs that slap and the slow animation. We'll get it.
Like I've ever seen come through there.
He has very big fists.
Yep. That's the battery assault going. Yeah, but why was he able to get the right click after he got the move from the deep line? You know?
Because it's dumb. It's weird as well, because it almost feels like that extra moon speed. I don't know if it affected the battery assault, so it was almost like he kept blocking him with the battery assault, and that's why he couldn't. But the moment he's out of range, it's like, oh, I'm not stunned anymore. So this is definitely going through. It's classic Marcy, I'm helping. almost like you're just saying that while throwing your teammate into the enemy team.
Charlie just wants to play around with anyone. That extra little bit of movement speed that's going to come from the phase boots. Want to find this kickoff to enable the spirit to come through. Going to do a lot to be able to deal with Quinn. Still a little bit away from that BKB, just about 1600 or so gold. To avoid the late for the next little bit. Until the feed script is back up and available. They're always going to be on the hunt here on the Morphling group. By the way, again, with these SA4s and just being able to find the farm.
Damn good at it, and he's damn good at finding a way to participate quickly, so look out for that in the next 2 to 3 minutes. So you will start partying with the other 4. Time being, Hokori have to make do. Less. When gets it all out. We commit a lot here, get nothing for it. They're going to try to back out, Nightmare's going to be used, and there's going to be the commitment. The Fiend Script interrupted by guarding, the charge through the onslaught. Quinn now on top of the clockwork. Really slowing down from pursuing, but he can't stop them from finding a secondary kill on the field door. And the rival roar through. Follow-up silence is good enough, but that's going to be a dead puck.
Alright, this is what you do. You pick up the pace, Quinn's even going for the dive behind the tower, realizing that the Morphling isn't ready to be able to join in onto this one just yet. I wanted to see Lumiere perhaps play a little bit more aggressive around the top side. That's what this observer wants to be inside the Dire jungle, to be able to protect his farm, but having seen Partida previously, got some counter if nothing is correct, by the way. Style available, just in case they go for the kill attempt onto them, like what happened previously. The Mystic Flare and the Asian. And we're going to be able to prevent at least those sorts of things.
The wages of fear. Mine.
See when he's ready to fight. I mean, it's still that problematic issue. You know, the TB hasn't been forced to show up to too many engagements either, so while he's a little bit behind Lumiere, he's still doing pretty damn well. And you start to think, like, who's going to be better in that late game, TB or Morphling?
I think Morphling still, but again, if you can find the pickoff, doesn't matter if you got the Aghanim Scepter if you're never able to use it. Got the vision from the Beastmaster Hawk, got multiple initial lockdowns coming through. After the BKB, you can even afford to go like a Blink Dagger on, to be able to find that quick burn.
I love that idea, you know, maybe like a Swift Blink down the line as well. Especially if we end up going real deep. And with that deep, right? Yeah, I'm not saying quick here, right? But like you mentioned the Blink Dagger, the idea of it scaling into Swift Blink is quite nice, especially if you eventually go for, you know, let's say we get that late, we're probably looking at Axe territory because you're so fat you bother to go for a Swift Blink. Dreaming of those late games.
I like the overwhelming one. It's already so tanky, right? A lot of the time, it's more about just slowing down the enemy, forcing out things like the BKB. I'm pretty happy if you can do that with how low all of it. Alright, you just retreat because of how tanky you are, and then you look to re-engage when they don't have this.
Oh yeah, I meant like the late game for the TV is like an answer to the Morphing's mobility, right? So anything you do on your bed and the clip with the onslaught and the Hawk! It blocked out the counter-attack. Luckily for Analog, guarding's still going to be able to be a nuisance, but it does mean he's going to have to die for it. I say that.
They want to find this quick pickoff.
He TP'd out. He got out.
Oh no.
Oh my god, and Quinn's dead. No way he gets away from this. He has to leave. Analog wasn't able to do enough damage in the end with the Witchblade.
Careful with those creeps, just sitting pretty low, Quinn.
Oh my god. Ball farm, that's what he's angry about. I need more gold. Buddy, you need to leave.
Rocket Flare was on point as well, but I actually looked at that, it was just level 1. If that was maxed out, that is a dead primal beast.
He's playing with fire, man. This is Queen's like, I can't pull out this game, guys. You're both richer than me. I want gold too. Lesnar says, dream on, buddy. I'm getting way too much for free kills like this.
Couple of BKB at least for Quinn though. Back to base, we'll be able to TP through. Tumbler's toy as well, so again, just that little bit of extra gap close and going in onto the rest of the team right around that road.
Fair enough. Mystic Flare comes out, and that means he has to walk towards Yawar. He was looking for a Poison Nova, but he will be denied it. And now, outside that Roche pit, with meta used, Soniqs know what they want next.
Play though, that's the question. He's coming through. Considering it's still 8 seconds until the rocket player's available.
Yeah, but he's spotted by the Hawk. Oh, true, yeah. comes close though. 3, 2, 1. Rogue shot in. No way. No way! He gets the kill and the Aegis. What is it with Gargon today?
Oh my man. Oh, they found the puck though. Puck kill on the top side would be huge, but they don't have this declare available.
Bye. Thanks for the Aegis and also the dodge of death here. Analog walks the other way. Calm and cool, he'll get out eventually. It's going to be a long trek though because he doesn't have a TP.
Tell you what that is. That's God coming through there. Being able to make the big plays happen and all the SA fans have been losing their mind.
Absolute lord of clockwork in my eyes. Honestly, it's been stand-up performance after stand-up performance. You know, this one's a little bit rougher for him, but just moments like that. Biggest Aegis yoinker in TI, it feels like. Hokori in the meantime will be found out in the bot lane. Lumiere is in the neighborhood. Might want to get out quickly, seeing as the Beastmaster is wrapping around. Oh, they pinged it as well. Gonna move in. Lumiere, Bramor's gonna be there, and he didn't move. They've got the Nightmare. They will use it before the waveform away, and they have got the silence. This is going to be a dead water boy. Green even hops in to join the party. Lumiere somehow dodges death. Manta in the waveform will get him out of what looked like a guaranteed timeout.
Just the thing, right? Like, you went for that previous kill onto the puck up top, didn't have the Fiend's Grip and the Mystic Flare in combination. That time around, good initiation through with the Primal Roar. You don't have the damage, you didn't have the Fiend's Grip. The Skywrath Mage wasn't there. So, like Soniqs, quite on the same page, playing around each other.
See, they have the tools to just take him out as well. But if they're in sync, if they're in time, but just a few seconds can be the difference here. And I'm starting to get a little bit paranoid about Lumiere. You know, you can talk about this net worth lead all you want, but realistically, Lumiere, despite the 2 deaths, is still leading ahead of the TV. And especially thanks to Garden, they don't have to worry.
One component away from Max, and he's nearly level 15 as well in that acceleration.
Deep breaths. Commitment deep by Quinn. That's the dream call. Has got the BKB still, a nice time with Ancient Seal. No chance for the hook shot.
Way as well. Back to safe. Not even denied.
Boom! There it
Trying to call him.
goes.
I'm not sure if that's the best Soniqs chance, but got a siege creep now. In addition to the Helm of the Overlord, then the cliff. Although gonna do everything to make sure that they don't. And that's the impact of having the Venomancer, right? Drop down those plague wards in front of the tower. He's about to hit his own power spike, getting up on top of
Dire's
himself.
top tower is under attack.
And so much free play around top as well. Like the priority on vision in this dark jungle. They just know when Soniqs are committing as 5, and that's what makes it even more difficult. There's no dangled fruit from Hokori for Soniqs to try and punch at the bot. They will keep that tower alive. Granite Golem is limping around this stage, so it might be difficult for them to even try and recommit.
Go. Timing exactly syncing up together with the so, you know, it's not like the 95% uptime that you get once Morphling hits level 18, but it still feels pretty damn good.
Yeah, at that point he's only 3 levels away, which can come very quick.
The question is, do they smoke underneath the smoke? And they do, so they see that he's got it, and they're going to be able to set up accordingly. So their vision, that's where they're pinging right now on the map on Soniqs. Look to get the jump. Leslau can't afford to die first. Reeves has that initial down, and they're going to go for their own smoke. Just caught out.
Hook shot connects on the Bane. Perfect target to take out the Star, but nice control. Quinn interrupts. We'll get the Pulverize out. The Mystic Flare as well, doing a lot of damage to Lumiere. And now with TB in the party as well, Morphling's gank attempt is going to turn into a fail. 2 going down each side. They do take out the Venom, which is a bigger deal in favor of Soniqs.
As it was, but again, Mystic Flare, Metamorphosis committed, Primal Roar even to a lesser extent. I think that fight goes horribly. Soniqs don't have Quinn literally charging through 3 heroes, interrupting that initial kill onto the base. Just starting to commit that little bit further.
It's a godly hero. We've seen plenty of times when you're playing around these choke points. Primal Beast just seems to be the new generation of Pangolier, where it's everything that you intended.
Question about Quinn. What do you think, have a highlight over him, what do you think that suffix to his name means, free number 4? Is that just like back to school plays where you're able to, you know, say, oh, my kid's free number 4 in the play?
that's what's got kind of bummed out half the time, you know, just having flashbacks that, why do you have to bring it up, Dano? He's like, I'm having a great game on the Primal Beast, I'm not even getting that much net worth. Don't remind me of those terrible school players.
He named himself that, right? He did this to himself. I'm just assuming maybe it's some inside joke as well, but...
Maybe it's next level. Maybe he thinks that enemy's going to try to use tangos on him.
He's pulling out a little bit solo.
Or is he? Still got trample. He can leave for the trees. Prime. The beast is going to be in. Pulverize the beach grip, and that is a dead fairy dragon. They can find the follow up on the clockwork. Too late for them to really try and turn the fight around. They'll at least block the chicken. Lumiere has pied into Terror Blade, but the real TB is too quick to stand up and leave.
Still just going to be wanting to rinse and repeat this one. They're going to have the Metamorphosis up in 40 seconds. Morphling is going to expire. That attack speed is going to come back. And again, Morphling isn't quite level 18 just yet. You're going to have this small window where you're able to make that gank attempt happen. Still have the Primal Roar. Still have the Mystic Flare back up and available. Make that move quickly, Soniqs, if you want to happen. And, well, and that's something I was a little bit worried about because people can get caught out by this. So he's going into the Lincoln Sphere on your Warren. I'm sure he's thinking, well, that's going to stop the Morphling from going into me, but you can actually use it on the illusions as well, and it still provides the same benefits. So, block that.
I like what I'm seeing out of Analog. He realizes what his role is in this game. Has queued up the Aeon Dip next, so next time that happens, he should survive long enough that he can maybe commit Dream Coil, and that'll give enough time for that Morphling to plow through Sonic's lineup.
Even just this, you can see what they're itemizing for, right? Live for as long as possible, make yourself the target, allow Morphling to get into the position to influence this team fight. Well, that stage. I think they've gone back. They haven't said, all right, let's take these next few team fights. Let's get our level 18 on Lumiere, and more importantly, let's get Piscardi, such an effective tool, gets ranged carries to be able to slow down that attack damage. And already taking away all of that.
I love Marcy. Actually, no, you know what, screw you, you pick Marcy. Still, he almost looked like he'll get away, but the newer hero prevails. That's the rotation there. I didn't even need to use a Fiend Script, just a casual Nightmare leads into a nice kill.
Soniqs, I mean, they've got the net worth lead. Win probability of about 2 to 1. But are they going to be able to close this one out? Saw that they were in a pretty good spot in game number 1, and then popped off on his Shadow. Obviously, no Shadow Fiend this time around. Made sure it was a first phase ban priority. Yeah. At 18. Guardi as well, about 1,500 away. So they don't lose much more out of this. They'll be ready to fight by the time that second rush up.
Yeah, I mean, compared to what you are getting, it's almost semantically, it's not really the same level of impact. So when it comes to that roast fight, you definitely start to favor what Hokori are going to be cooking for more so than Soniqs.
Yeah. I mean, it'll be nice to be able to get out of the silence for sure, because certainly not on the same level of what it does for your potential.
Looking to make sure those silences are on point. You notice the MSS is doing something that I feel like we don't see too often on the Skyrack. He's going towards a blink dagger.
Yeah, you really just want to be able to close in. I mean, if Wynn's got a blink dagger and MSS has a blink dagger, you don't need to necessarily rely on Leslau to be able to get that initiation.
Now coming in. First, of course, isn't up yet. Don't know that. Instead, they want to fight. PKB. Poison Nova does come out in time. There's going to be commitment in by Fear the Core. Jumping right on top of the Skyraptor. Charged through by Quinn. Here we connect for a second. 2 members of Hokori down. Rest in full retreat.
Check Roche. Not going to be available just yet. They want to try and catch Guarding. The Observer War, they'll be able to do it, but slowing down enough. All stuff available. He's got the cogs as well as need be. Get away though, the nighttime.
So calm. See ya. Here is Armor angling in the trees. I can hear the crack.
Dire's middle tower
clanking. There you go.
You got there eventually.
Words are hard for me, you know how it is.
When they're best to push the layers out, cut behind the tier 2 on Analog, lay out the potential for Soniqs to go into this direction. They're the ones with the first understanding that it's respawned with that Aghanim shard available. Would be a big benefit for Lumiere to get this one because, of course, he's got the Skadi now. He's going into BKB for himself, but look to make sure that you're not getting stunned. And you're going to have the Aghanim shard, right, to be able to make that turnaround. That's the big thing. You can start performing while stunned on the back of the silence coming up from MSS.
To get the Axe shard for free, you have to take the Roche. Right now, it looks like Soniqs have more interest.
They're not wanting to let him do it again.
We've never been here before. We don't want you getting the Axe shard as well, so they will clean up Clockwork and instantly see Hokori. They can't run. They were coming towards the pit. They say, don't let them have it. Okay. Hold on for a second, because I was just wondering, like, maybe just give the Axe shot across to the Primal Beast, but no. BB says that belongs to me now.
Dire's middle tower is under
I wonder if Demon Seal is really that impactful compared to Rook for this game. Oh, pause that, Les Lau. BKB. Thought about it. Will be thrown out. It says screw it. I'm a SingStar fan.
I think Quinn is not standing around in team fights throwing rocks. He's wanted to get up in your face. He's got the Kyra and Sanj finished up as well, so it's that little bit of a damage boost as well coming through. Of course,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Been able to pick one up for Yol, of course, so that's nice, but him right now, so you're still going to get a lot of value coming out of this Primal Beast. Makes those engagements, especially now with the double damage as well. Pop that and your trample damage just gets applied even further.
Yeah, and you know, Analog, he went the other way, right? He went for that on disc that he's always holding on to. It's still locked, ready to just be combined if he gets jumped. But it does mean you're still very exposed in these fights. No, that Soniqs are hunting for targets. Anything they can find right now. Pretty much everything available. Primal only on cooldown for 25 more seconds. Rise. No hesitation. They even force out the hook shot, which achieves a grand total of nothing. And the Fiend's grip has caught him. Morphling is gone. Lumiere now gone for 75 seconds. Full control of the map, falling now to Soniqs.
A little bit greedy there on Lumiere. Get in and just down. That Aghanim Scepter, all of that survivability, all that net worth doesn't mean jack if you just burst from 100 to 0.
If you think about the way that he's itemized, it's all about how I slowly whittle away at my opponents, how I run them down. This itemization doesn't work too well when 5 heroes are converging upon you.
That was with the double damage as well, just providing that extra bonus damage coming through. Primal Beast and amplify this even further. They push up into the base, no buyback.
Radiant structures are
It's fortification, but plenty of units to be able to soak up this damage. Quinn especially, they've been able to maintain their help in the Overlord. Still got the siege creep. They can't fight into this.
They can try to slow it down, but you need to be careful not to come too far forward either. Especially when a hero like Vitali. That's big though. Poor little Venom.
They committed with their 2.5 minutes on the Aegis as well, so they'll be able to claim this lane of racks, but if they lose another team fight, the lanes are in a bad spot. Then Soniqs are just going to be able to go back and take an entire extra lane, maybe even 2. They need to fix these other lanes first. Lane, top lane, both pushing in. Or you're going to try and get them on the retreat.
Credit where credit is due. Analog, instantly, as soon as they lost Lumiere in the jungle, he's pushed out that mid to cause this problem. They go hunting.
Quinn's away from the team, so they want to try and catch him out where they don't have this team fight control, but it's a good full retreat. Let's say that you are. Yourself on the front lines. Doesn't pop the Manta Star with the adaptive strike. So
you go in, there it is, he gets the pulverize straight away. Hook shot to intercept. Onto the back line, Farda's going to be targeted out, and Quinn just causing anarchy in the middle of the mess. Guardian will be traded out in the end. Front row has been committed, poisoned over as well, and Yawar has to stand and fight. Pushes the Marcy away. In the meantime, Lumiere will hunt on the side. Quinn is going to be taken out. A buyback committed by the Bane, because everything, all hands must be on deck to protect the Yawar. There's the Sunder. Can't get it. Nice move away, Lumiere. Snipes another one. Looks to plot the chicken. Will look to move away now. Will turn and fight for the moment. Mistakes made maybe for Yuar. He hasn't got the better for 5 more seconds. He hasn't got anywhere to protect himself. Leslau is going to be hunted. This is all falling apart. He has to go for the metamorphosis, but they can commit in now. Lumier's going to stand his ground. There's no protection for him. No Sunder, no BKB. No way out for Soniqs. They are dead.
What a Morphling's able to do, right? The survivability, as long as you're the ones that get the initiation all on the back. That lockdown, Lumiere doing an insane amount of damage in that team fight. 8.8 thousand. The rest of his team combined, and they're able to even chunk through this Terrorblade, who had a 4 or 5k net worth lead at the time, and the second life.
And you saw how they just took their time from him as well. They realized when he was or wasn't a threat. Didn't even give him the prime opportunity for a great Sunder in the end. Just great flexibility around the fight from Hokori, and now just shriveling up Soniqs' lead that they worked so hard to build.
Stage where Hokori might feel a little bit more confident in jumping in onto the front lines, right? You don't want to be using that Primal Roar onto a BKB to support Marcy. Might get to the stage where with the Basher being picked up, he could just look to delete someone solo.
It's difficult as well, right? Like, but before we've seen fights where Leslau's army especially is in good position, so you can't need a hook shot to try and interrupt the pulverize. But now it just feels like Gardig is finding ways to weave in and intercept you. As you just mentioned, the follow-up of Marcy is going to make this game feel almost impossible to quit the play. One out though, Corey. I want to rest on the laurels. They want to try and take map control. It's just over 2.5 minutes until Roche is potentially up. Want to try to get some good vision down, take away the dire jungle.
The vision that they've got right now on Soniqs, of course, you're playing with the Beastmaster, so you're going to be able to send that Hawk out. They are playing around this small area of safety that they've got right now. The entire army, Master creeps just
everywhere.
A bit of a safety net, but spot out you are playing on the back line. He's got that observer ward, he's going to back off. Safety of the rip.
Birds are snitching, so they spot Hokori coming in. Nice little utilization of the Beastmaster. Always an upside you have even when you're behind. You get a little advantage you can get.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Comes to towers here, moving in with the kitchen mid. Unlikely to be contested in this endeavor. They are smoked. Sonic showing signs. Want to fight, desire for it, but no opportunity here either.
An all-in play by Quinn. I mean, gone and bought all of the components on his mind.
He gets in, controls off, but the Poison Nova is going to come out. Nice interception and interruption. You're on the low ground, not able to even fight here. They're going to split run. Quinn is going to be gunned down by Lumiere. Primal committed, nothing achieved. Soniqs are falling into pieces here. TB will try to run away, but men already committed, low HP. Even if he somehow gets out, there's nothing left to do. Lumiere will run him through as well. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Morphling Show.
Yeah, and he's not got his stop, and like I was saying before, Quinn, he actually brought out 2 components of the Refresher Shard, so he's not going to have this buyback for the defense. Even if you fall back on the TV, Demon Seal doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to deal with Lumiere with a stage that he's got to. With taking the Terrorblade, he's got that advantage. Got ways to be able to pop that Lincoln Seer, even if they only find out the real team.
Dire's middle barracks is falling.
Beautiful thing is Roche could be up in 15 seconds. Hokori won't just take a great fight and take a lane. They're likely to now take another objective. If Roche comes up fast, Soniqs have to be crossing their fingers and their legs, praying that it's a lock score.
They cried.
It's going to be about 30 or so seconds where that metamorphosis is available. Like, he's just getting silenced and chains done way too much. Going to the BKB next on the Terrorblade. Not fast enough by having flags on this Morphling, because right now, 1 seems enough to wipe them out, and now he's level 25. 2 waveform charges going into the Panic as well, so as long as he's able to pop that, don't even need to commit the BKB if he gets silent. That waveform through in an entire creep wave or entire team fight, you're back at collecting.
Yeah, it's like one of those moments where you just want to actually quick void a TV Pro just to have him look at your wild items and try not to cry. It's not a good feeling when you have to go both Lincolns and BKB, especially in this type of game where you're already being outscaled by the Morphling.
And there's also the other aspect of you're playing with a freaking master, so he's just going to sidekick Lumiere as well when he goes for these waveforms through people. Remember, it attacks all targets, and he's got 2 of them. So people will probably just die in 2 waveforms. Honestly, I would say 3 of Soniqs' roster is going to die instantly when that happens.
Yeah, it starts to feel like choke points that previously worked for Soniqs with this Primal Beast are now going to start working against him because of the details like the Marcy and the Clockwork. There we go. Aegis is going to be picked up, and a delicious axe now for Vitali. Big boosted the Poison Nova.
Max HP as damage is just, when you think about it, 20-second duration, 4.5%.
Dire's top
quick math, that is 90% of your HP done as damage without even taking into account the other magic damage that comes out that isn't percentage-based.
The fudge? That's reasonable, especially with TB. He's bulked himself up to 3.5k HP, and that's not even going to matter anymore.
Yeah, say goodbye to 3k of that.
Well, look at the plus side. MSS isn't going to lose that much. He doesn't have that much.
Radiant's middle tower.
Not anymore. Case in point.
He's not feeling like he needs the satanic on Lumiere. It's just about being able to demand fight against the Terrorblade, going down the damage route instead. The game is at. Love the way that Lumiere looks to itemize.
Yeah, he's brilliant at this. He's really on point. In fact, all the SA carries I've seen so far really on point at like just doubling down on the win condition. You know, there's so many times where you're ahead and you see carries try to protect that lead, but if you have this type of upside, why play to survive when you can play to win?
Tower is under attack.
For Lumiere twice. You know, got even little things like the telescope being held onto by the Clockwork, providing more scans, but he's oftentimes going to be in there with Lumiere in the thick of it, so providing more attack range, holding onto the Enchanted Quiver as well for that instant burst. Thoughts aren't going to be able to live with this. You've even got the Lotus Orb, you've got the Lincoln Sphere, KB, you've got the Aegis, you've got the cheese. How is this man going to die? It's going to need some picture-perfect coordination coming through from Soniqs to be able to make this one happen. It might even be to the extent that you need to kill everyone else before you even consider Lumiere.
Maybe Lumiere plays with like an old Windows 98 mouse and keyboard. Maybe they break halfway through a fight. You can't activate BKB. That could be a way.
The old trackball or whatever it is, right? It's on the top. Yeah. It's just a little bit slow, but...
He just, in the middle of the fight, he has to unscrew it, pull the ball out, and just blow it clean. You know, just get the dust out.
Yeah.
Do it with flair.
I agree. It's definitely a mountain they have to climb. Even more so when it's just Yawar versus the world. I mean, it doesn't matter. There's stun control anymore. I feel like the Primal Beast and the Beastmaster are like puppies at this stage.
Similar sort of strategy from what we saw last time as well, right? Vitali makes himself hard to kill. He's got the Wraith Pact, he's got the Lotus Orb. Going back and forth between holding the Overseal Touch and he's got Hunt with the Aeon Disc.
Shot in, Bane's just gone. Primal Rule already committed. Leslau didn't use the BKB. Everything under the Morphling. That's only going to be the first life. Control's going to be on the TB as well, and he's already down to half HP. Lumiere just won't let it be. He's going to hunt deeper. Buyback was committed by the Bane. Analog in pretty deep, will get away, but before he does, he ensures it's a die back for Fada, and all they get is a mere Marcy.
Back in the base, they're forced to use the glyph to potentially provide a little bit of respite on these creeps hitting into the base, allow the Raptor protection to kick in, but mid lane's pushing in as well, so yeah, just pops the meta and starting to siege down these towers.
Hello base, goodbye base. You used everything and you didn't even get one life out of me. Still a minute and a half on the Aegis for Lumiere. Likely that they are going to hang about. No rush to leave the base of Soniqs as they'll start to move towards top. Down a bit, but still hesitates to go in. Waveform's going to dodge out Quinn, and he can't get in range for Pulverize. He has to run, but he's not quick enough. Hokori will snipe him out with the Dagon. Follow-up hookshot comes into the Skywrath. Another one dead, and Soniqs are out of firepower. The gun into Hokori. The SA Devils continue to go deep. They're in the fountain. They won't stop. He gets it all.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What a well-deserved win. Hokori, another 2-0 that they're able to claim. The surprise packet coming through from this TI, moving themselves to 9 wins and 7 losses. Onto positive kill score, a positive game score. Everything about this team is positive except for the overall kill.